Okay, good morning, everybody. I call the meeting of the Instructional Quality Commission to order. Could I have Commissioner Krishna lead us in the salute of the flag, please?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So there are no changes to the agenda. So the next would be the approval of the minutes. So if you have the minutes of the September 19th, 2018 Health SMC and September 20 through 21, 2018 IQC meeting before you. If you have substantive changes, please present them now. And if there are minor changes not affecting the content, please submit them to staff. Okay. So can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Lara and seconded by Commissioner Munoz to approve the meeting minutes. Is there any discussion? Okay. Any public comment? Then I call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Anyone abstaining from voting? Okay, motion passes. Okay, so we'll move to item E, report of the chair. Yeah, that's me. That's okay. So I just want to say good morning to everybody. And before I go further in my report, I want to take a moment to reflect on the upheaval and lives lost from the wildfires that are plaguing our state. The cities of Paradise and Malibu were especially affected, and in the case of Paradise, devastated by these fires. So let's take a moment of silence to reflect on this tragedy and consider how we can best help these communities to get back on their feet. So we'll take a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. And you know, as a result of these fires, I want to say that the air quality, and even this morning in Sacramento, has been especially bad. And I want to draw people's attention to air quality indexes that we have access to that monitor air quality pretty much in real time, or very current at least. And you can pull those air quality indexes up online. One of those indexes is airnow.gov, which is what I was looking at this morning to look at Sacramento's air quality. And I don't know, it's time. I think it's time, especially in light of a lot of the wildfires and the smoke in the air and the particulates in the air that we've been dealing with, especially here in the Central Valley, that we start paying attention to these environmental indicators more and start thinking about our activities, our school activities, our family activities, and how they may be affected by these kinds of environmental things. So I just wanted to bring some attention to that. And now I kind of want to get to some of what happened last week. So Dr. Gregson and I had the honor of representing the IQC at the state board meeting last week. And we presented our recommendations on the 29 out of 34 science programs from the instructional material adoption. And the vote was unanimous to approve our recommendation. And I think that is a testament to the diligence of this group. And not only us, but especially the hard work of literally hundreds of people involved in the process of critically looking at instructional materials and going through the state adoption process and ensuring that these materials do in fact meet the criteria as listed in the curriculum framework. And that takes a lot of work, especially with that many programs. So thank you for everyone who was involved in that. And now our next step is more of a quality review that is going to begin happening at the district level. Districts will be piloting instructional materials, but also there's a process that I was trained on this weekend in Long Beach over at the K-12 Alliance West Ed office called TIME that I want to bring attention to, inform people about. So TIME is a toolkit for instructional materials evaluation, and it's a series of rubrics that you utilize to kind of look deeper at instructional materials. And I went through the process this weekend and learned a lot myself about just thinking about student learning and making student learning visible, and how these instructional materials can do that. So county offices will be providing trainings on that for districts. And so if people are interested in kind of going further and looking deeper at instructional materials, I recommend that they contact their county offices to do that. Okay, so that's what I have. I'm going to hand it on over to Dr. Gregson for the executive director's report.
Thank you, Chair Reese. So I apologize now. I have a lot to say. I have a lot to report. First, I want to reiterate what Chair Reese talked about with our communities being affected by the wildfires, the Camp Fire and the Woolsey Fire. There are many ways that people can contribute to the rebuilding efforts. I encourage you to see the CDE website about all that's been happening, and also social media has a lot of information regarding on how we can contribute to those efforts. Our Superintendent Torlakson and the Office of Learning Environments has been visiting and working with the affected districts to find out what kind of support they need and provide as much aid as possible. And again, we really appreciate all the work of the first responders in their work in saving lives and saving homes. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend the Mathematics of Opportunity event that focused around the equity piece around mathematics pathways from high school into college. There were many representatives from the UC system, the CSU system, the community college system, math researchers. The state board president, Michael Kurse, was on a panel during this event. And really the focus was, and I got to sit next to our Commissioner Emeritus, Bill Honig. I got to spend the afternoon with him. And the focus was around the implications for high school math pathways as our students transition to either college or career, and how those high school math pathways can affect them. It really speaks to the necessity of our work in updating the math framework with all of the research that we have learned around the implementation of our math California state standards that are focused on Common Core. So I'm really excited that we're going to be starting that work at the end of this year with our focus groups. And then last week, we had our student voices heard during the State Board of Education meeting. And I'm only bringing this up, my board member liaisons, because a lot of it had to do with the work of the Instructional Quality Commission. So there were several presentations that were brought forth by the California Association for Student Councils. And the room was packed with students. It was really wonderful to be a part of and to listen. And some of the presentations that they had were one student, Janjashdeep Labana, focused on mental health and the need for not only what we already have encompassed in the health education framework, but the assurance that there will be implementation of the curriculum based within mental health, or has a solid foundation of mental health practices in the classroom, because of the positive impact that can have on all of our students. So it really spoke to the necessity of what we're doing with our health education framework and how important that is. But it's not just the framework, it's the implementation of those practices in all of our classrooms. And the next presentation focused on our history social science framework and talked about the necessity for inclusivity around primary sources to ensure that multiple perspectives are included in the primary sources. So I know that we're not working on the history social science framework until a few more years, but we do have an opportunity with our ethnic studies model curriculum to take this into account of ensuring that multiple perspectives are provided within the resources of the ethnic studies model curriculum. And we also have the opportunity when we link to any resources with our History Social Science Framework webpage that we ensure that we are providing multiple perspectives. And they talked about the importance of our students seeing themselves in those perspectives and in the textbooks, and they really highlighted the improvement in the History Social Science Framework in those ways. Then we had and that was Valerie Savala. And then next we had a presentation around sexual education and the need for a sexual education task force to increase the number of students who are being provided sexual education courses. And they did review the health education framework. They had very positive things to say around the health education framework and the inclusivity around the sex education pieces. But again, it goes to that implementation. And so this presentation focused on having a task force to ensure implementation of the content within the health education framework. And then another presentation was about including a student member on the Instructional Quality Commission. So Assembly Bill 1204 allows for that to happen. So we will be working with the State Board of Education to look at how we can recruit and work through the logistics of that with a student member, because as you know, our terms are 4 years long on the Instructional Quality Commission. I think that would be a little bit difficult for a student member. So we will be working through the details to make sure that it's realistic and feasible for a student member to be represented on the commission. So very exciting hearing from all of these students during the state board meeting. And then I have a health update for you. It's a long one. It's all Lindsay's fault. So just to let you know that on November 1st, 2018, our second draft of the health education framework has been posted for our second 60-day review period. That will close on January 11th, 2019. That's only 60 days from now, or less than 60 days, not to scare anybody. And this revised draft includes the 200+ changes that were approved during the September Health Subject Matter Committee meeting and the full IQC meeting in September. And they were made by the writers and then approved by Commissioner Fairchild and Wu. So the edits included the addition of new content. It can be easily located because they are all highlighted in yellow. And the CDE staff and the framework writers are working on creating an index of interdisciplinary connections per your request and CTA's request during public comment. We will present that completed index for your approval during your March meeting. In the meantime, we have highlighted all interdisciplinary connections in blue in chapters 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we will discuss the comments that are submitted during the second 60-day review period during your March IQC meeting. Okay. Additionally, Lindsay will be updating the box.com link as public comments are submitted so that you can see those. And right now we are really trying to do a lot of outreach to ensure gathering as much public input as possible. So some things that are happening is tomorrow, Constantina Silva and Lindsay Weiss will be going to the School Mental Health Policy Work Group and providing an update on the health education framework and showing them how they can organize their public comments and their feedback for the IQC. On December 4th, they will be there at the California Local School Wellness Collaborative. And on December 6th, we have our first Health Collaboration Committee meeting. This is the first meeting of our health educators across the state that will be focused implicitly on providing professional learning around the health education framework. So very exciting. And then in January 2019, we will be presenting at the Child Nutrition Advisory Council to get their input. So really trying to do as much outreach to solicit as much public comment on our health education framework. And I would like to thank the commissioners. You had a lot of homework over the past 2 weeks with the over 1,000 pages of applications for the 3 advisory committee, all of the standards, public comments, and the guidelines. So I just want to thank you in advance for your due diligence in doing your homework, because as you can see from the student presentations and from all of the public input, it matters. It truly does matter and has a huge impact on the quality of our products. So thank you very much for doing your due diligence, because I know you have day jobs. And then finally, very exciting, tomorrow, Jenny Singh from the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division will be here to provide you with a preview of the new dashboard. So this only happens if you're a state board member or if you pay to go to a conference at the CIRA conference that I just attended this week. So you are, as always, my commissioners are special. So again, we thank Jenny and Cindy Kazanis and her team for being able to provide you with that preview tomorrow. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gregson. Our next action or item is, let's see, report from State Board liaisons.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Patricia Rucker with the State Board of Education. I want to welcome all the commissioners here today. First of all, let me just say I am so happy to hang out with you all because y'all are definitely hooked up. I get a chance to see a preview of the dashboard along with you tomorrow, and I'm truly looking forward to that. Dr. Gregson, I truly envy you getting to have a day to sit next to my secret boyfriend, Bill Honig. I am missing out on having regular conversations and coffee with him and his sweet tooth for the pies over at the cafeteria 15L. Let me just say, with regard to the fire, I know our hearts are in it and with great sympathy and empathy for the communities that are affected by the fire. But I want you all to think about something. We hear the comment all the time that it takes a village to raise a child. It actually takes a village to support a school and create a school community. And so when those fires occurred and burned through places like Paradise, they didn't just burn down a home. They actually eradicated an infrastructure that we take for granted here in the state and even in this country. And those students, those parents, those families, while they're starting over and reassembling their lives because they lost things, they lost so much more than that because, believe it or not, as much as students may complain about school, school is a norm and an anchor in their life. And at times like this, it gives them a sense of stability and a place of a sense of belonging, and they lost that as well. And so as we think about how they will re-engage and reconnect back to their homes, we also need to think about what it means to help them reconnect back to their school and their school community. So that's what makes the work that you all have done here with the health framework so very important. Adding all the new content concerning mental health issues and support really makes real the work that you do and makes real the reasons why you do that work. So our health framework is not only unique and new for us as a state, but it contains topics and it develops subjects and looks at subject matter that's actually unique in the country. So California is leading in the California way, not just with what we're doing with accountability and assessment and curriculum development, but also as it relates to the health framework, we were probably quite prescient in looking at the topics and the content that you were very purposeful in developing and adopting. So I want to thank you and I'll tell you how very proud I am to see that work going forward and to see that framework moving through public comment. And I can't wait, especially given what is happening right now across our state. I can't wait to see it being implemented to guide the work that these communities are going to have to do to help rebuild that, not only their communities, but their infrastructure and their support for their students and their schools. As Dr. Gregson took away, one of the things and I'm very happy she did because she did a much better job than I would have done anyway on reporting about the California Student Council activity. Every fall I look forward to that particular day to see some of the best and brightest young minds coming before the board to talk about not only policy, but to help me understand this is who's going to be replacing me at some point in the not too distant future. I particularly want to draw your attention to their conversations about history, social science. We talk a lot about perspectives and stakeholder engagement and collecting feedback, and it became really clear to me during their presentation, particularly on the mental health issues and the history social science report, that we need to think about ways that we can engage students and create student voice in giving feedback, not only on the development of the frameworks, but as content is also considered for adoption, what are the ways and the metrics we have for seeing how students are engaged with and are aware of the work that you're doing? Because the young lady who spoke about the history social science presentation, I had a chance just to talk a little bit in depth with some of the other students. And their perspective was not that the history social science framework got it wrong, but it's that it was narrow. And it was narrow because they were very aware of what the writer's voice was. And it was very clear that the writer's voice was from one single perspective. I found that interesting for them to have such an insight, because none of the students I spoke with knew that none of the writers were people of color. So the fact that they would come up with that insight was both interesting to me, but also gave a perspective that was frankly missing in the conversation we had at the time the framework was being developed. So it was a very welcome idea and a great opportunity to hear that from students directly. The board took action on the recommendations you made at your previous meeting concerning the public feedback and the public comment on the health framework, as well as the standards that you had also recommended to the board for public comment. There was also some discussion about the very first framework that this commission actually forwarded to the board for recommendation for adoption. Commissioner Christian, do you remember what the subject of that framework was? Yes, it was. The math,
Felt like my dad was asking me a question about decimals when I was in 4th grade.
Oh.
Like put on the spot.
We had a lot of conversation about how very different and how much we have learned about the framework development to implement the Common Core since we did the math framework. And you may recall we did everything completely out of order with the implementation of math as a curriculum area. The order should be something along the conversation of standards and creating a framework and developing curriculum and at some point doing an assessment. That's not the order that happened in. And so because of that, the math framework and the implementation of math as a curriculum to support the implementation of the Common Core wasn't as smooth, wasn't as easy, and wasn't as successful, I'll say it that way, as we have seen with some of the other subject areas. And it opened up a conversation with the board members, and particularly with Dr. Kirst, about what it is we should do to take another look at math and to look at our understandings, not about what the framework did or what the adoption did, but what are our understandings about how professional development and professional support can be used to facilitate improvements in math instruction. We know so much more, and we pay so much more attention to science instruction and the support of teachers to implement the next generation science standards. We did not have that kind of conversation or even that depth of conversation about the math standards and the implementation of those standards. Dr. Honig and I were very comfortable with the progressions documents and a lot of the guiding documents that were written by researchers. But as a commission, we really didn't take time to think through and think about what it would mean to give real guidance and to monitor and even think about how you support professional learning and professional development. That's probably one of the most important learnings. But you know, like a turtle, you don't make progress unless you stick your neck out. So it was, I'm gonna wait. That was funny, but that's okay. I'm gonna, yeah. If you're gonna hang out with me, you already know you're supposed to laugh at all my jokes. So you'll think about it later. You can send me a text, say, I got it. But it was important that no matter what subject we started with, I suspect we would have made the same mistakes, but the important thing about making mistakes is not that you keep repeating them, but that you learn from them. We made a lot of mistakes with the original history social science framework adopted back in the 20th century. This new framework is much better, has a much broader perspective.
We learned a lot about implementing the Common Core from the work that we did with the math framework. And so as a result, in implementing science, we're doing much better work with supporting the field. And so as we go forward, again, as Dr. Gregson pointed out with history, social science, it will be a while before we look at math again, but we can, as an IQC, think about the instruction and the instructional support that teachers are being provided, and we can think about ways to not only have an impact with, but in some ways intervene with and to provide a different level of support with the work that's going on. So that concludes my report, but I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board member, Dr. Valdez.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Karen Valdez, and just a little bit about me. I am a assistant superintendent for student services and just came off of being an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction. So what you do rocks my house, I have to tell you. It's important work. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to extend a thank you to Chair Commissioner Reese for your service and for the other board members who are going off. And I apologize for the not being able to pronounce the name, but Bromelisek, did I say that right? Brimelsek, excuse me, Flores and Krishna. I just want to thank you because I know this is a lot of work under the direction of Dr. Gregson. Years ago, I was on an IMAP panel. You might not know what IMAP stands for, but it was the Instructional Materials Advisory Panel. And so I understand that the process in some ways of the work that you're doing and the assignment that you give and the selection of people that come and really want to see the materials and give input. So I think the process is very solid. At the state board meeting last week, we were very, very pleased to get the next generation science standards. And I agree with Member Rucker when she talks about this is an evolution. We've gotten so much better from IMAP days, from the math implementation to now the next generation science standards. And that's attributed to you and the solid work that you're doing and the honest comment and feedbacks and the reflective nature that you have in the work that you are doing. Again, in my day job, thinking about we are now going to implement next generation science standards, and it's amazing to have such a selection, right? So in years past, we've only had a few, and now the local districts now have a choice, and so we thank you for that as well. I am very interested, Chair Reese, when you talked about the time instrument, and I like acronyms, so that like caught me, but that toolkit for instructional materials and evaluation, I think it is. And I think the tools are going to be really important as districts go forward and think about what they're going to use and how they're going to use them. And so in my day job, when I think about student services, so much of my job is around mental health and trauma and other considerations. And so I think the health framework is really going to be a tremendous support and a resource as we move forward and then look at what's available within that framework that comes out of that framework in terms of at the local level. So I just wanted, I'm the first time here for IQC. I want to thank you. I appreciate being here, and thank you for the work you're doing and all of the homework that you did on all of those applications today. You have a lot of work to think about, and I know this isn't easy, and you all have day jobs probably, and so thank you on behalf of the State Board.
Well, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear from the State Board, and you grace us with your wisdom and perspective and help us kind of see where we're going, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much. Okay, so on to item H. Are there any other matters, public comment on non-agenda items to discuss? So no public comment at this time? Okay. So next is the World Languages Subject Matter Committee. So I'll invite Chair Naditz.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome, Commissioners, to this meeting of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee, the WLSMC. I am Nicole Naditz, the chair of this subcommittee, and on behalf of the Instructional Quality Commission, I'd like to welcome commissioners, state board members, department staff members, and members of the public who are present today. We are always glad to see public interest in the world language standards. If you are a member of the World Language SMC, please place your nameplate up so that it can be seen by the audience. And if you are not a member of the World Language SMC, please put your nameplate down. The members who are present today are Commissioner Bromelisek, Munoz, and Tonkovich, and of course IQC Chair Reese. Commissioners, we have all received the following materials. We have the public comments and recommended edits, attachment 1. We have the World Language Focus Group meetings and public comment received, which is attachment 2 for the World Language Framework. We have the guidelines for the Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, which is attachment 3. We have the worksheets for the CFCC applications, the demographic report, the application decision table. We also have, of course, the applications and resumes. And so I want to thank you, commissioners, for being prepared so that our discussions can be focused and to the point. We have several items to discuss today and some actions to take. So we're going to get started with the first item on our agenda, which is to review the results from the online survey and the comments received during the first 60-day during the only 60-day public review and comment period for the draft World Languages Standards. The draft of the standards was posted on the CDE website, and the online survey went live on August 1st of this year, and the public review and comment period ended on September 30th. The California Department of Education received public comments from 18 individuals and organizations through the online survey. The comments are unedited and appear exactly as they were submitted to CDE. The only alterations that were made to the comments were for the purposes of formatting. The public comments submitted during the first 60-day review period are captured in Attachment 1, Public Review Comments of the Draft California World Languages Standard. This document includes a table depicting the overall ratings of the draft World Language Standards documents, a list of the parties that submitted comments, and all of the actionable, specific edits and recommended actions that we will be voting on today. At this time, I will ask for Alejandro Hernandez, Education Programs Consultant and Lead Staff Member for the World Languages Standards, to walk us through the content of the attachment. So Alejandro will also be able to answer any questions that you may have regarding the format of the attachment.
Good morning. Good morning, and I'm sorry, I'm dealing with the smoke. So if everybody on this SMC would please take a look or access the public review comments, and we're going to start looking at page 1. This document contains public comments that include actionable line edit recommendations. The World Languages Standards writer and CDE staff analyzed each of these public comments and have provided 1 of 5 recommended actions based on the California Ed Code and the 2019 World Languages Standards Revision Guidelines, which you will be discussing soon today. During this meeting, we will ask you to take action to accept, reject, or change CDE's recommended actions. On page 1, there's a list of the recommended actions that CDE and the writer have provided for each of the public comments. So if you would take a look at those, the first one is recommended, the second one is not recommended, the third one is no motion recommended, the next one is writer's discretion, and the fifth one is non-actionable. Are there any questions about these? Okay, so on page 2 of the report, it's the rating, the results from the rating items on the online survey. There were 3 rating items that asked survey respondents to rate the standards in the following ways. The first, rate the standards overall. The second, rate the format and clarity of the standards. And the third is rate the standards in facilitating teaching and learning of world languages. Out of 18 survey respondents, 17 individuals responded to the rating system, rating items on the survey. As you can see, most rated the draft standards either good or excellent, except in terms of their format and clarity. And as you know, the standards will be professionally edited and formatted soon, so the format and clarity will be improved. Table 2 on page 3 lists the names, affiliation, current positions, and credentials the respondents provided. And the remaining tables, each comment has an attribution. For the sake of brevity and clarity, only the last name of the respondent was included as the source next to to their corresponding comments in the tables on pages 6 through 47. Now I'd like to call your attention to page 5. On page 5, there's a table of contents that maps out the chapters of the World Language Standards and the public comments in this attachment. And starting on page 6, you'll see a table for each of those sections with comments and actionable line-edit recommendations that were submitted through the online survey. The first action, as you can see, is the first section is the introduction to the draft California World Languages Standards. Next to each comment, there is a recommended action. The comments have been clustered to follow the order that they appear in on page 1. The recommended actions you will see starting on page 6 were arrived at with the collaboration of the World Languages Standards writer, Brandon Saslow. Please note that these are simply recommended actions, and we need all of you to decide if you agree with CDE's recommended actions. Does anyone have any questions regarding the process that we followed? Any other questions?
All right. Thank you very much, Alejandro, for walking us through the attachments. And I would also like to thank our writer, Brandon Zaslow, for weighing in on the list of edits based on his content, expertise, and experience. I'd like to move on now to item A2 on the agenda, public comment on the draft World Language Standards. Members of the public who would like to provide public comment must sign up at the staff table near the entrance of the auditorium. The CDE staff will call each person up to the microphone by number. Each person has 2 minutes to provide their comment, and we will be keeping track of the time and cut you off at the end of 2 minutes. Is there any? Nice. Okay, thank you. Let's get started.
Good morning, Commission. Daley Jordan Cook, California Teachers Association. To give you a bit of a context, the California Teachers Association has a standing committee around curriculum and instruction. We devour all your work, okay? And so when it comes to each one of our subject areas, we do have something to say. Many times it's submitted as a letter from our president. I'm standing today to be able to deliver it in person. On behalf of CTA, I would like to express our appreciation to the committee for writing these standards. The world language concept will allow our students to learn more than one language and expose them to many opportunities to become multiliterate. The introduction set the tone for the purpose of developing global competency and literacy. We feel the standards accomplish that with the description of the ranges and the phases of proficiency. The word products is used in many sections of the document. We are wondering if the word products refers to knowledge or people. If so, we recommend that the word products be changed to a more humanizing term. We are also wondering if the term culture bearers is a sociological term. If the goal is to truly develop global competency, culture woven throughout so that we may become a community of people. CTA recommends that culture bearers be changed to communities of people. Thank you for your work, Commission, and we look forward to seeing the World Language Standards in final form.
Thank you very much. Okay, no further public comment. We'll move on to item A3 on the agenda. The CDE staff and the standards writer have carefully reviewed each of the line edit recommendations in attachment 1. However, their recommendations are simply recommendations, and we need to come to consensus and vote to accept their recommendations or not. The decisions we make today will be compiled and presented to the full IQC on Friday. During the meeting on Friday, the full IQC will take action to 1, request edits to be made to the draft World Language Standards, and 2, recommend the draft World Language Standards with those edits to the State Board of Education for adoption. Please keep in mind that we will not meet as a subject matter committee before the IQC takes action on Friday morning to review the final list of suggested edits and our instructions to the writers and CDE staff. The edits that the full IQC approves will be made by the writers and the staff after the September IQC meeting. I know, I'm reading what it says. It says, I was like, someone help me, that sounds wrong. Okay, okay, after the November IQC meeting. So given that we must accomplish what our recommendations are today so that the IQC can take action tomorrow, does anyone have any questions regarding our charge for today or for tomorrow? Okay. All right. Because of the volume of comments and suggested revisions, we will need to be purposeful in this discussion. We will not be able to discuss every comment listed in Attachment 1. However, we will spend as much time as needed to address all of your questions or concerns that relate to any of the recommended actions in Attachment 1. We will use Attachment 1 to drive our discussion. However, during this discussion, please do not hesitate to bring up comments from any of the other attachments as they relate to our deliberations. For those of you on the World Languages Subject Matter Committee and other commissioners who have suggested edits that are your own edits and were not submitted by members of the public, I ask for your patience. I will ask for any additional proposed edits from the World Languages Subject Matter Committee members and other commissioners after we have worked through Attachment 1. It may take us a while to get through these edits and CDE's recommendations, but we will get there, and you will all have an opportunity to make your suggestions. So let's get started. Please take out Attachment 1, and I propose that we review the comments in chunks by chapter or appendix. Page 6 of Attachment 1 lists the comment numbers for each chapter, and when they are referenced, the pages that these comments pertain to in the draft standards document. As we consider the recommended actions in this table, please keep in mind these principles. Any changes to the draft World Languages Standards must be consistent with the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education, provide clarification, eliminate redundancies, add value to the draft chapter or appendix document, be consistent with and support the standards, and be supported by research, and the research must be properly cited, and reflect current state statute. I propose that we use the tables to guide our discussion since each table lists the comments for each chapter. Let's start with the comments that were recommended, then moving on to not recommended, and so on. And we will work from the assumption that we accept CDE's recommended action for each edit unless someone wants to discuss a recommended action and/or edit, offer a change to the recommended action, or is opposed to the recommended action being made. While only members of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee can vote on the recommended actions today, other commissioners and our state board liaisons are welcome to join the discussion. Let's start with the introduction, which includes comment numbers 1 through 30, and are located on pages 6 through 15. Are there any recommended actions associated with these edits that you want to discuss or that you do not agree with? Okay. Okay. I'm going to Seeing none, we're going to move on to the communications standards, which are comment numbers 31 through 67. Sorry, I have to get there too. Are there any recommended actions that you would like to discuss from the communication standards that you want to discuss or do not agree with? Okay, hold on one second, because I think I have one. Okay. I do have 2. I think they're in this, hold on, 3. I do have a couple. I'd like to start with, there we go, comment numbers. This comes up a few times, but it starts being referenced in comments 42 and 43 regarding references that were made to some resources that used to be common resources in the state of California for assessment. The California World Language Project Classroom Oral Competency Interview, as well as the Writing Competency Matrix and the Classroom Receptive Competency Matrix. I did look into those. There was some concern brought up that these are being referenced, for example, as resources that teachers might be able to turn to for guidance on the types of language that at the time was called formulaic and planned. And I did actually do a little more digging and research, and as the person who commented brought up, these aren't really accessible anywhere anymore, and they're not currently being used because other assessments, as the world languages profession and teaching community has moved and evolved over the years, they have moved towards different assessments such as STAMP and also Apple and a couple of others. So although right here I see that it is not recommended to make the changes to drop those references from the standards, I wonder if we might need to have some discussion about that. Does anybody else have any comments?
I just wanted for clarification. So according to this thing, if they're not available, shouldn't we just recommend not have them in the framework itself and just go with the recommendation?
Standards.
Yeah.
Yes. Board Member Rucker.
I also agree, and I had a concern. I went to look for those recommended references as well and couldn't find them. Not only was I concerned that they weren't available, but my second and probably, let me say, my primary concern is, were they vetted in this room by the commissioners, and was a decision made that they were appropriate for inclusion in the framework? And my question about the appropriateness, are they aligned to our current understandings and our priorities about language learners? We currently have an English learner roadmap that enumerates specific guideposts for English learners in learning and acquiring the English language. But the work that we're attempting to do in this framework is attempting to create a similar kind of roadmap for language learners. And so with the references that were given by the writers in this particular section, I couldn't see, and I wasn't aware that there was any conversation by this subject matter committee on any of that content to know that it's aligned with our current thinking about language learning. So I also had that concern about the inclusion of that particular content.
Thank you, Board Member Rucker. And one of the other reasons that concern came up for me as well is the references to what used to be called formulaic and planned language, which have also evolved. So my recommendation that we can discuss as a subject matter committee is to, throughout the document, to remove the references to those particular assessments. But I wonder if we also need to look at, again, what used to be called formulaic and planned language, and now as we read through the draft standards and so on, we see that when we look at novice, we're looking at, everyday memorized phrases and that are related to their everyday lives. We don't call it formulaic language anymore, for example. And so I wonder if we also might need to be cautious about using the terms formulaic and planned, since those have kind of left the world languages teaching community. Yes, sir.
Do we want to also make a connection to the world language or to the English learner roadmap that Board Member Rucker is talking about here, in terms of, is this in terms of like a kind of assessment of learning and making a connection to another framework?
Where it comes up in this draft standards the first times was not specifically making a connection to the other frameworks. This was the first time it comes up, it was to provide guidance to the reader on what we would now say we might expect of a novice learner versus an intermediate learner. At the time, they said what you might expect, that you would expect formulaic and planned language. And so it was designed to give them a resource to look at to see what the distinctions were between the kind of language that a novice learner might use versus the kind of language that an intermediate learner of language might use. What I need to dig into a little bit more is to see We have the appendix with the Common Core standards. But I know we had to make some explicit alignments to the ELD framework because that's actually required now. Alejandro, do you have anything to say about where it is that we can look in the standards to see those?
No,
I have to dig too. I was like,
not
wait, where did that
at
go?
this moment, yeah.
So if I may, I'm going to read the sentence that this is referring to so you have context around where it is. It says, consult the assessment manuals of the California World Language Project, the Classroom Oral Competency Interview, the Classroom Writing Competency Assessment, and the Classroom Receptive Competency Matrix for examples of formulaic, created, and planned language. So that's the entire sentence. It's all about those resources. So if those are not accessible, then... And also keep in mind that these are the standards. We will have a whole framework that will talk about implementation guidance.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments on those particular line items? I would like to look at comment number 49. And I did reread this section of the standards as well to make sure that of what it said. This refers to standards lines 324 and 325, which, hold on one second, I'll pull it back up. And what the standards say, there says that as we're trying to help learners progress in their language proficiency, and we're talking to them, we're providing authentic materials for them to use as input also and as additional access points to language. The standards say we should target the next range of proficiency. That's actually huge. That would be saying that you're going to go from a learner who is perhaps novice low and you're going to target intermediate. And so the commenter is saying actually what they should be targeting is the next phase. If they are currently novice low, we are targeting novice mid. If they are currently intermediate mid, we're targeting intermediate high. And so I actually agree with this writer's comment and would propose making that change. I don't know if anyone else has any comments on that. Okay. And then I think we're still in the same.
So I just want to clarify the edit would be to change the word range to phase in line 324.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then on comment number 58, this looked like it was just a formatting difference. And so I wasn't sure as to why it was different here. There were subheadings that were used for communications. Hold on, I have to pull it back up now because I was bad about my notes. But the commenter was talking about in this section, the established format that had been used prior to that didn't seem to be followed. And I wasn't sure why, and I read through it and tried to figure out why it might be different because the commenter is correct. It is, in fact, different. So, sorry, I'm scrolling to 371. Getting there. There we go. So, we have above that, we have the communication standards. I'm going to jump ahead before that to 359. It says communication standards 4, settings for communication. It's clearly in a header setting. Beneath that is goals in just normal font with a couple of bullets of the goals and then the chart. But for the language structures and text types in service of communication, I think the commenter was wondering, this person was perhaps wondering if is there a chart missing? It just seemed like there were goals, but there was nothing supporting the goals. Does that make sense? So it goes straight from language structures and text types in service of communication and the goals for that to standard 5, which again has the chart to demonstrate what standard 5 would look like. And standard 5 does not have goals listed. It just has the chart. So I was just a little bit, I don't know if we just need to, like at another time, have CDE staff take another look at that and with Brandon and see if maybe that's supposed to be standards 5 up above there, and then the text types in service of communication goes beneath standard 5, and then those are the goals and that's the chart. It might just be shifting the pieces.
Yeah, I think it's just formatting.
Yeah, okay. It just said not recommended, so I wanted to clarify that. I'd like to adjust that if necessary. Thank you. All right, so are there any other comments that anyone else has realized they now have with regard to the communications standards edits that were submitted? Okay, so we're going to move to the culture standards, which are comments 68 to 78. Does anyone have anything they would like to discuss? Okay. There was one. Not on. Yes, Commissioner Tonkovich. There you go.
Okay, so when I look, I was really thankful that CDE put, the recommended, not recommended, the status, but there was one that says writer's discretion. And it was such an interesting comment. I would like to discuss that because, we're going to discuss that anyway. All right.
Please, you're off. No, please go. What would you like to say?
Well, it was said in light of something I hadn't thought of before about when we think of pride, that it could be extended to this negative. So I know we don't want to be divisive. I actually don't have, I'm not on the soapbox here. I just thought it was quite interesting and we should discuss it.
I actually had set that one aside too to discuss for the, say that, oh, of course, excuse me, Board Member Rucker. And actually I looked at that and went, I'm not sure what the writing would be for it, but I also wondered, is there a need, would it be helpful if we go back to what we said on, in our notes, that any changes we make have to, of course, be consistent with the guidelines, provide clarification, add value, be consistent with and support the standards, reflect state statute. Would it be appropriate for us to maybe add some language that distinguishes between the pride that we want to foster for our heritage learners and our native speakers and so on, but also that sense that is brought up by the commenter here of how pride can be misinterpreted, and as we're seeing some of the issues that are cropping up in our society. So actually, Board Member Rucker, I like her. I don't quite know where to go with this, but I do think the writer brought up a good point. So I would like to hear your perspective.
Well, I have to admit that as I read this section of the standards, I was confused. And so let me, to help you understand what my confusion was, if we were, Commissioner Natives, could you tell me what it is you mean when you use the word culture?
So I'm going to state this from the world language perspective. In the world language teaching community, culture actually does have a kind of very distinct definition. And it is, as it is explained in the draft standards in that opening paragraph, it is the set of products, which actually goes to the question we had earlier, which are both physical and non-physical artifacts that are unique to the cultures of the world. It is also the practices or the behaviors that a people that are unique to a people and that guide how they interact with others and with situations based on their cultural upbringing, and that goes back to, and then that goes to the perspectives. So the perspectives are kind of the why people respond the way they do to given situations. The practices are how they respond, and the products are the items, both physical and non-physical, that are unique to the cultures of the world. So for us, when we're in language education, we're looking at language and culture really can't be separated, because the way people speak, the reason that they answer questions in the way that they do, or respond to a particular situation the way that they do, or arrive on time all the time to everything, or a little bit late all the time to everything, or start business right away, or don't start with business right away in a meeting and start with niceties, all of that is governed by their culture and the cultural kind of backpack that they carry with them all the time. So when we're talking about culture, we're talking about those practices, those products, and those perspectives that are driving the way communication happens among people in a society.
Okay, so the reason why I asked you that question is because while part of your explanation is common to what I understood the writers were trying to explain and develop in these standards, there were other elements and perspectives on culture that I had that are not reflected here. And I suspect if we took the time to go around this dais and asked each member on this panel what your perspective on culture is that we're trying to develop with language learning, I suspect each of them would have some additional and different understandings about what we're trying to write into these standards. So let me give you a very specific example. Because of my background as an English major, I spent a lot of time studying transformational grammar and syntax and all of that stuff. And one of the writings that influenced me a lot was a writing by a man named Levi Strauss, not the jeans guy, who talked about how language shapes reality and that speakers of any given language fall into habitual patterns of expression that reflect their perspective or their worldview. And so one example of that worldview that surprises a lot of students who are English learners learning another language is why in other languages they assign gender to nouns. And so there's an explanation here that is missing in these standards to help draw out that understanding that I'm not reading in the standards. And then with each successive statement in this particular list, the context or meaning of the megaterm culture seems to change. Now, in order to fix that, that would be a massive rewrite. We would be asking the writers to do some other work in rewriting that, and I don't believe we have the time to do that. But if we don't figure out how to clarify and draw out a clear, clean, and I'm going to say consensus definition of what the culture is and the purpose of cultural transmission as part of the study of world language, when you get to the part about writing, when we get to the point where we start trying to develop a framework and guidance about implementing these standards, this is going to be the point of transmission where the conversation will be lost, because I was completely lost as I read this section because each sentence meant something different and wasn't quite on point to what the subject in the paragraph, at the opening the paragraph, seemed to say. At least that's what it was for me. And again, as I said, if we were to ask everybody else on this panel to respond to the same question I asked you, I suspect they will come up with and offer something else as well.
I think we need to keep in mind that we have a lot of new teachers. And if we are, on a mission and to ensure that each student has access to world language, then we need to take the time. And it's okay if we take the time to ensure that there's clarity within this document. So whatever we need to do to provide that clarity, we will do it.
Thank you. Just to provide a little bit of context, and this is appropriate even for our newer teachers going through preparation programs. This is perhaps, and this is a little bit systemic, perhaps with standards documents across other content areas. There's language and terms and things that are unique to each discipline, and that always poses some difficulty because this also needs to be accessible to administrators. It needs to be accessible to people who are not practitioners in that particular discipline. But because of the guidelines that were established for creating these culture standards, the work that we do around culture is very concretely tied to what has been developed by our national organization with regards to our proficiency statements, benchmarks, and other guiding documents provided by our national organization. And so I'm looking for ways to bridge the gap between when I read it and I understand it as a world language practitioner, because I recognize, I know where this is coming from. I know that this is completely aligned with the guiding documents as our standards were required to be for our guidelines, but I need to now help bridge that gap for those who are practitioners. So I don't have an answer yet because I'm looking for places where, as you were saying, that each thing seemed kind of disconnected and separate and had a different meaning, and I'm trying to find those places. So I could use some guidance from other members of the committee if they're seeing any points that they think bear further explanation or examples, or if something could be synthesized down a little, or if our CDE staff have any recommendations. I might be almost the wrong, just because I'm seeing it and I get it. This is very much my world, and so I'm trying to see where the breakdown is, and I need some guidance.
Well, I would say, I would say that because you are coming from the perspective of a teacher, it is really teachers who are going to be implementing this. So as a science teacher, I would actually defer to your interpretation of how you want to understand what this document is saying.
Well, thank
That's
you.
not helping you, is it?
No, no. Well, and the one new piece here, we had a long conversation in the SAC about culture bearers, and then and even in the IQC. That is actually a little bit new, and that was a really powerful conversation that came as a result of primarily one of our SAC members. But I don't think that's necessarily where the problem occurs. We've heard two questions already today that came up, for example, about products. Now, there is a glossary. It might be, and I'm wondering what CDE staff think. The definition, for example, for perspectives is quite brief. It's just the beliefs that underlie a culture. Would it be helpful? I did not read the products one. Would it be helpful to expand in any way on those definitions? I know we try for being concise, but still, products are defined in the glossary as tangible and intangible items. Okay there. Created and used by members of a particular group, and also the how of different, and then it also explains, because later in the standards, products comes up when we talk about differentiation and meeting the needs of all learners, and there's that differentiation by product of what the students create and do for demonstrating their learning. So yes, of course, Risha.
Thank you. Just going back to listening to the conversation and around the context of culture, when I'm listening to it, again, what Board Member Rucker said, we all have our own interpretations, but when I'm listening to the conversation in the context of culture in a world language class, to me means that the students are learning the customs, the heritage, the traditions of a variety of countries. For example, if it's a Spanish class, they might be learning about Peru or Mexico or Guatemala, but to me, culture defines not the norms of a group of people, but their histories, anthropology, how their histories have shaped their communities. And the students are learning just more than maybe habits or practices.
Which is why the perspectives piece is critical. Practices are the norms that you refer to, but those perspectives are those beliefs and values that underlie why it is that they engage in those practices and why it is that those products are particularly important to those cultures. So everything you said is part of culture, but it's not limited to that. It's critically important to us that we help students understand the perspectives that guide and dictate how it is that we communicate with others, so that they grow to understand as global citizens that when we approach a situation, we each approach it with our particular cultural perspectives, and whether we realize it or not. For example, Americans are very, if you ask an American high school student, a lot of them say, oh no, we don't have culture. We don't have culture, and we do. And so the way those norms are critical though, because otherwise they use language in ways that cause misunderstanding, because they don't engage in communication in a way that reflects an understanding that people are coming to that conversation with a differing set of perspectives and values.
Okay, so if it's in a classroom, there are teaching strategies, there's differentiation, there's primary sources, there's multiple perspectives, and there's activities that the students will engage in to learn about this particular topic, culture of different areas, different regions, that will bring about this content piece? That's what I'm thinking. If I'm in a
So going into the framework,
right.
very briefly, so the goal now, what we used to do was there were activities to learn about culture. And we actually have tried to move away from that, because what happened is we saw culture moved to this piece of fun flags and Fiesta Fridays. And it was very superficial, and it did not lead to greater understanding of of people and what people bring and what people value. And so when you were saying there'll be activities and so on, there will be, but in a different way now, with the emphasis that a lot of you probably saw on, for example, authentic materials. We do those not just for comprehension and building language, but because those are an authentic window into the culture, because everything that's created by a person or people who speak that language or know that language, or rather understand that language and use it in their day-to-day lives, by necessity is going to be influenced by perspectives and values and so on. So yes, there are activities, but it's much more rare now that it's like a separate, like moved apart from language. We are now looking at, and it will come about in the framework, and some of you might have noticed even in the guidelines for the framework, that it will come about as culture and language are learned together as inseparable one from the other. So yes, but not as a discrete thing that we do like as a culture lesson per se. Yes.
And I suppose this is what worries me. When you think about French-speaking countries, there's a difference between the culture and perspective of people in the nation of France and the students in Vietnam who are learning French in the parochial schools where French is taught, or the people in Guyana who speak French. And so what I'm concerned about is that the standards, when they speak about these perspectives, the perspectives still seem to suggest something more narrow. And I'm trusting, as Commissioner Bramelsek says, I'm trusting that because you have this expertise, that the standards are in some way suggesting this. But I think the advantage I have, because I'm not an expert on world language, the standards don't suggest that. The language that's written in these standards don't suggest that the perspective is both about the language as well as the community and the geography where the language is spoken. The standards don't say that. And even though you know that there are guidance documents and progressions documents that draw this out and that explain these things to us so that the framework will build around that, I'm afraid that that is not what the standards say. What you just explained is not what I read in the standards. That's basically what I'm trying. Just here in the United States, we're an English-speaking country. Mm-hmm. English in the United States is different from English in Great Britain. I'm from the South.
I was going to say it's different from Texas.
I'm from the South. So, and you can tell from Pam, she's also from the South. And Pam will agree with me that even in the South, English in Texas is different from English in Mississippi, where I'm from. And for me, it's my second language. So it is an issue of perspective, but that perspective, what the standards don't draw out is what the influences of those perspectives actually are. And again, I'm giving you my feedback because I'm not a world language expert, and the things that you just took a great deal of time to explain to us, that, let me say again, and let me be emphatic, that's not what the standards say. In this section, that's the reason why I was very confused in this section, because what you just explained is not what the standards say.
Thank you, Board Member Rucker. For the point of conversation for our commission, lines 400 through 402, and this might be where perhaps what I'm wondering is, can we be even more explicit? It says, through inquiry and exploration of the target language cultures, we're very careful, that's part of my point, we're very careful to never say target language culture, because there is not just one. Of the target language cultures and their own, learners discover and often value the multiple ways that cultures interpret the world, offer ways of being and doing, and provide solutions to challenges. This is in the introductory paragraph to the cultures standard. A little bit later in lines 411 through 413, it says they use these opportunities to investigate the similarities and differences within the target language cultures, as well as differences between target cultures and their own. I know it's very quick. As opposed to being very explicit about, dominant target language culture and so on. So I wondered if the commission would like to entertain language about being more explicit, and would that be looking back at what the guidelines say about what our charge is here today and so on? Would that provide value if we were more explicit about being very careful to not just focus on dominant culture of the target language? I know that it does say cultures in the plural, and I don't know if there's anyone else who would like to give any feedback on that point, or on the other, or if they have other ideas to help address the need that Board Member Rucker has proposed.
And so to that, I really appreciate your explanation of it because I think it really hits what needs to be said in here. And I think there's a lot of technical and academic terms in here that are very field specific, that those who aren't specifically knowledgeable in this field might lose the differences between cultures and culture. And if I'm an administrator or somebody, a curriculum specialist that does not do a lot of world languages, and I'm helping teachers implement this, I might miss those little things. So I do think we need to be more specific in this section. But I do appreciate the where this is coming from, and where it's coming from is for a long time we've said there's one standard way to speak every single language. I'll give Spanish, for example, because that's the big one here in California, right? There's the official Spanish version, and your Mexican way of speaking that isn't proper. So, that's what we're trying to get rid of. We're trying to say that every type of language is equally as valued. And if a certain person's coming from a specific area, be it the South, be it from Guatemala, be it from Puerto Rico, be it from Romania, they bring with them a specific language that should be valued and should not be denigrated or put to the side just because it's not the official King's English, correct? And so I think that's what we're trying to get at, right? And build on people's assets, right? I think that's what the whole pride concept comes with, is that we want to build on people's assets, and if they come with language knowledge already, we want to validate that, right? We don't want to say, we want to build your pride in it so it could be the only one, but we want to say we want to build on assets. And if you bring that asset, we're going to build on that. We're going to share that assets with others, and other people are going to share their assets, so we all learn from each other. So I'm not sure if it's the best way to do that is to rewrite this section, to rewrite those lines. That's more a technical writer's question, but I do definitely think there needs to be modification.
So can I make a recommendation? So right now, that item 74 is left for writer's discretion.
Yeah.
And I think we've just provided a context for the writer to really understand kind of the conversation that we've just had. And the writer unfortunately isn't here at this moment, but they will have access to listening back on this, watching the tape, so to speak. And I don't know, do you think we've captured kind of the concept enough to allow them to make some changes?
I think so. And when we see later the guidance that was provided for the framework, exactly what you brought up, Commissioner, was what came out a lot. It came out repeatedly, which was make sure that the framework, which is of course how we're going to implement these standards, values all of the varieties of the target language that people, whether inside our class or outside of our class, bring to the scene. So I think we can.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that our direction is clear. That basically what I'm going to say is that we need to listen to the transcripts of what Commissioner Naditz explained, and we need to ensure that that is, and Board Member Rucker, that is what the culture standards introductory paragraph says. So what we will do is we will transcribe that, put that as the introduction, and then send it to whoever I believe Commissioner Naditz, you're on the the checking list before it
Okay.
goes to the state board.
I was going to say that I'm really glad we record these meetings now, because I was afraid someone was going to ask me to restate how I explained culture or something. I was like, oh, please don't do that.
But I would also ask that you go into each of the, there's not a lot of the culture standards. If you go into each of the culture standards and make sure that they are clear and concise and provide that clarity necessary for our new teachers coming in to ensure that they are representing what we say in the introduction, which is what you said, Commissioner Nate, it's Commissioner Laura and Board Member Rucker. I got that? Okay.
I also address one other concern on here, because I was a little confused too, a little bit. And one of our public speakers talked about this term cultural bearer, because it also comes in here. Maybe take a look at changing that, because that might be community of people. When I think of a bearer, when having this discussion, it conjured up a different idea in that introductory. And also when you talked about products, it's considered a tangible and intangible item, but when we're looking at it, people with knowledge, I think we should also address that, not just as a product, but maybe the people of knowledge. When you look in here, it says product cultures produce, and I thought.
So in the case of cultural products as part of the standards, typically we don't consider a person a product in the world language community. The things that the person says, does, produces, the works they create, and so on, those are all products. But we don't in this community, product is not a person.
But the definition is tangible or intangible.
Right, tangible and intangible items created and used by members of a particular group. So the things that people create are the products, not the people themselves. Right.
Is that right? Wrong?
Yeah. So for example, if someone is a songwriter, that the songs that they produce are a product that is an authentic product of the culture. It reflects the perspectives and the values of that culture as part of the song. If there's an architectural design that is unique to a particular place in the world, that reflects a variety of things like their geographic place, availability of materials, as well as beliefs about design and beauty and aesthetics. That architectural design is a product, but the people who designed the building are not a product.
Okay.
I want to agree with Commissioner Munoz. I'm having a hard time with the word products since I was reading it. It's just, I mean, is there a synonym that we could possibly use? I mean, you probably beat your head over this already. No. What's it called? Artifacts instead of products? No,
you could put, I mean, artifacts. No, not in this case, not student work. Artifacts are usually physical. But also, again, this goes back to, we were in the guidelines of creating the standards. One of them was to very, very explicitly align to, for example, the ACTFL, the national definitions for culture and how it's described. And so that our language would be the same as how teachers and others talk about world language education across the entire country. And so, sorry, yep, this is it.
Yeah, so this is, when you look at the levels of vocabulary, this is that domain-specific language, even though it's a common term that we use in this regards, it is a discipline-specific term. And it shows up 54 times in the document. That's just to show you that it is very
embedded in the world language teaching fabric.
And I thank you for that. I thank you for that explanation. It helps explain and helps me swallow the pill. Thank you.
I know, I'm sorry. Okay, do we have any other comments on the culture standard regarding the recommended edits for the culture standard? Okay. All right, let's go on to the connections standard, which is comments 79 to 87. Are there any recommended changes to, or any changes you would like to propose to the recommendations, rather? I got this. No. Okay. Seeing none there, we're going to move on to Appendix 1, the ways in which world language standards support biliteracy and multilingual education. Those are comments 88, excuse me, am I right? Yeah, I marked the wrong thing. 88 through 103. Does anyone have anything they would like to propose regarding the recommendations? Yes. No. Okay. Seeing none. Going on to Appendix 2, the ways that students with disabilities may access the world languages standards, comments 104 to 116. Okay. Appendix 3, proficiency stages at a glance. Provide. Comments 117 to 121. Okay. Seeing none, moving on to Appendix 4, ways the world languages standards support Common Core state standards, comments 122 to 132. Okay. And finally, the glossary, comments 133 to 155. Okay. All right.
So can I just clarify
Please.
all of the actions or what's out there right now? So you are accepting the CDE recommendations based on this public comment chart, except for the following. Number 42 and 43 are now being recommended. Number 49, we are changing the word range to phase in line 324. In comment number 58, we are turning that to recommend because that is a formatting issue. And then comment 74, we are transcribing what Commissioner Naditz, Laura, and Board Member Rucker has had and taking that conversation and making sure that that is represented in the culture standards introduction.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gregson. And actually, I want to say, I think it is worth noting that the area with the most conversation was around culture. This is really something that is, as Board Member Rucker said, it is deeply felt by each person. It has different interpretations and so on. And so I think it really, it makes sense that this was the area of the kind of both hardest and deepest and most kind of profound discussion. Now that we have reached consensus on which recommended actions to accept, change, or reject, I would like to formalize our decisions with a motion. I need a motion to recommend to the full IQC the recommended actions on which we received consensus today. Does anyone have a question about any of the consensus decisions we made? May I have a motion to recommend to the full IQC the suggested edits on which we have reached consensus?
I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Moved by Commissioner Baumel, seconded by Commissioner Munoz. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the World Languages Subject Matter Committee who would like to comment on the motion? Are there any comments from our state board liaisons?
I just want to say thank you for letting me participate in this conversation. Sometimes it's really hard to hear a critique on work that you have done so much diligent research and background on to develop and participate in, and there's a certain amount of ownership to it. So I do appreciate you taking the time to hear those concerns and to reflect some of those concerns in your motion. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your comments and your feedback. So I think ultimately what we're going to result with is an even better document. So that's more useful to our community and all of its stakeholders. Okay. Is there any public comment on the motion? All right. I believe we are ready to vote. Remember, only members of the World Languages Subject Matters Committee can vote on the motion. Do we need to reread it? Are we okay? Okay, we're good. All in favor? Opposed? Does anyone wish to abstain? All right, the motion passes. Now, If you have suggested edits or comments that are your own edits and were not submitted via the public comment and are not, sorry, in attachment 1, first of all, thank you for your patience. And I would now like to invite you to please share those edits or comments now. Okay. Okay. And then let's go to, do any commissioners who are not members of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee have additional edits or comments for discussion? All right, so there were no suggested additional edits, so we are going to move on to, hold on, sorry, skip ahead, as the song says. Found it. All right. Thank you, commissioners, for your thoughtful discussions today, as well as our board liaisons. The World Languages Standards is a groundbreaking document, and the work we have done today will help to make it more useful for the teachers and students in California. And as I stated again, I would really like to also thank Brandon Zaslow and the SAC, our CDE staff, Cliff Rudnick, Alejandro Hernandez, and the executive director, Dr. Gregson, for her leadership throughout this process. You have no idea how excited the world language community is. Maybe you know, but I'm not sure you know. And just wait till framework, because we haven't had one and we're very excited. So thank you to our member of the public who provided comment on the draft standards as well. Staff will now provide an update on the focus groups we're going to move to the framework now, actually. So on the focus groups that were held in August and September, your item includes a report that has a summary of the comments made by focus group members at each of the 4 focus group meetings and summaries of all comments made by members of the public at those meetings. So I'm going to turn it back over to Alejandro.
Yes, this was a very exciting process. So I'm going to be referring to this document, the World Languages Framework Focus Group Report. The CDE convened 4 public focus groups of educators in different regions of California and offered opportunities for public comment to provide input regarding the essential guidance that should be included in the World Languages Framework scheduled for completion in 2020. Page 4 of the focus group report lists the dates and locations where the focus group meetings were held. The first focus group meeting was held in San Diego County Office of Education on August 16th. The second focus group meeting was held in Santa Clara County Office of Education on August 22nd. The third was held here at the California Department of Education on August 29th. When we held that meeting, we also hosted a video conference with Humboldt County Office of Education and Tulare County Office of Education. The fourth and final focus group meeting was held in Los Angeles County Office of Education on September 12th. All of the meetings were audio recorded, and copies of those recordings are available from the CDE upon request. A list of discussion questions that served as a basis for the focus group discussion and the responses can be found on page 5. The summary of the oral comments made by focus group members and members of the public at the 4 focus group meetings begins on page 6. The summary is organized around the themes that arose during the focus group meetings. These themes are listed in the order of priority or emphasis, and I can also say passion. That is, the first theme to be listed is the one that time and again received the most mentions and passionate support. So you'll see the first one is to provide examples for an array of languages, including samples, graphics, models, snapshots, or vignettes. There were a lot of fans of the ELA-ELD framework who wanted to see some of those elements included in this framework. Number 2, include compelling language regarding the value of acquiring world languages, developing intercultural competence, and becoming a global citizen. Again and again, individuals wanted to have something that they could take to board meetings and to administrators, and something compelling, convincing that they, something that they could stand on. The third one is provide clear descriptions of various forms of assessment and their connection to supporting communicative proficiency in a variety of settings. It was encouraging to hear that proficiency is more of an emphasis. Number 4, include guidance on how to place, teach, and assess native speakers and heritage speakers. Number 5, make explicit connections to resources and associations with resources aligned to the guidance in the World Languages Framework. And 6, provide specific guidance on using the target language. There was a lot of discussion about people being willing to go in that direction, using more of the target language. Additional topics were addressed, of course. These 6 themes only highlight the topics that prompted the most discussion. Starting on page 8, the oral comments made by members of the public are briefly summarized in table format following the notes from each focus group meeting. This report, along with the guidelines which you're about to discuss next, serves as a starting point for the revision of the 2020 California World Languages Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12. Are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Alejandro. I'd like to say, and I think all of us probably noticed this, I just want to commend CDE staff again, and I know this is true for the other subject areas and disciplines as well. As I read through the comments from the focus groups, I kind of took notes of things that emerged repeatedly, and then sure enough, I went back through what the summary said in terms of some of the comments that were provided and kind of where the compelling areas of focus needed to be, and it completely aligned. So I know that I think we all really appreciate the work that you do and representing the field and, you know, ensuring that the voices that we take the time to allow to speak and to be present and to contribute their ideas really do get reflected in what we produce. So the CDE staff has oh, wait, sorry, I skipped a thing. Would subject matter committee members like to comment on the focus group report or the public comments received? CDE staff has prepared draft guidelines to guide the work of the World Languages Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee as it prepares a revision of the World Language Framework. The guidelines are based on statutory requirements, feedback from the focus group meetings held in August and September, information provided by the Instructional Quality Commission and the State Board of Education, as well as public comment. There are 12 primary guidelines with specific information to guide the CFCC in its work of creating an updated draft of the framework. In preparing its draft, the CFCC will work closely with the subject matter committee and the professional writers of the Capital World Language Project at CSU Sacramento that have contracted with CDE. If approved, these guidelines will be presented to the State Board at its January 2019 meeting. The current goal is for the CFCC to complete its work in August of 2019 and present the Commission with a draft framework for its January 2020 meeting.
And Commissioner Naditz, this morning we discovered that we experienced a version control issue. Yes, and so I would like to just point out some of the edits that didn't make it into the version that was photocopied for you. So I'm looking at the guidelines on page 1, item C. The words including generalists, comma, specialists.
That's in D.
I'm sorry?
That's in D. D
Oh, I'm sorry. D, thank you. So the words including generalists, comma, specialists should not be in that guideline. Yes. So, yes, they are coming out. Yes.
Just the word generalists. Yes, so it will still say including specialists, administrators, and other stakeholders.
On page 2, under the section that reads, the CFCC shall develop a chapter on teaching the communication standards. There is, in item B, there's an "and" at the end that should be removed. In the next section, the heading is, the CFCC shall develop a chapter on teaching the cultures standards. Item A, after the words appropriate behavior, there's a phrase that should be in parentheses. It reads, as a form of both verbal and nonverbal communication. On page 3, under the section that reads, the CFCC shall develop a chapter on implementing high-quality world languages instruction. Item C should read, guidance on using technology to enhance instruction, comma, learning, comma, and assessment. In the next section, the heading is, the CFCC shall develop a chapter on pathways to multiliteracy. Item A should read, an overview of age-appropriate, comma, as well as stage-appropriate instruction with descriptions and models. Oh, that's it. Yeah. On page 4, under the heading that reads, the CFCC shall develop a chapter on assessment of students entering that section. It's item B. It should read, guidance on the design and use of formative, comma, interim, comma, and summative assessments for continuous improvement. And I believe those are the edits.
Thank you very much.
Our apologies.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Did anyone on the commission have any questions about those edits? Anybody else? Okay. Would any members of the commission like to comment on the guidelines at this time? Staff will record your comments, and if the full commission takes action to approve any of the changes suggested by the committee, those changes will be included in the version that is sent to the State Board in November. Okay. I need a motion to recommend to the full commission the CFCC guidelines for the update of the World Languages Framework with the changes that have been noted by our CDE consultant.
Commissioner Naditz, can I actually, I'd like to spur a conversation around on page 4 of the guidelines. It says the CFCC shall develop a chapter on ensuring access and equity in the world languages classroom. Mm-hmm. I'd like to have a conversation around, because this is something that we'll be doing with the arts framework, is embedding equity and access throughout the entire framework versus having a separate chapter that shows it as something separate when actually it should be integrated and embedded in everything that we do. And I think that we need to model that within our framework. So I just want to get a sense of what the commissioners think about that, because it is a shift.
Before I say anything, would any of the other subject matter committee members like to say anything on that? I really love that idea. I think the rest of us probably do as well. And so seeing it embedded throughout sends a much more clear message of the access, the equity, inclusion,
everybody being able to be successful, and that we can infuse these strategies throughout, as opposed to separating them as, oh, hold on, let me go look at that list over there and check, 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 check. So I really appreciate that suggestion.
And that comes from a conversation with our Special Education Division Director, Kristen Wright.
Perfect.
So this is not coming out of, just crazy. Greg, do you mind say something? It is about ensuring that we are integrating and embedding in access and equity instead of having it something separate.
Well, I totally agree with the integration. I think that is awesome and we should do it. But I don't think we should just do away completely with the separate section either. I think we should do both, quite frankly. I think that it should be embedded throughout, but if I'm looking specifically for strategies on special eds, I don't want to have to weed things out. I want to be able to go directly to, oh, here's some specific strategies I can use. So I would say, let's not do one over the other. I say let's do both. Where reasonable, where applicable, where we're not bumping into space issues, et cetera, with page numbers, because I know there's other things we have to consider as well. But if we can, I really rather do both than just one over the other.
I really do support that idea as well. And what I'm thinking about is a brand new teacher who's going to be picking up the framework, and they're going to be looking through and they're combing through these standards and pages, and they're like, oh, this is great. This is how, this is how I can implement this content, versus maybe a seasoned teacher who doesn't have the time and can go, okay, I get the framework, I know what I'm teaching, but I need to pick up some new strategies. I need to think about, what I can do differently with this particular class, because I've got a higher concentration of goofier kids in this particular period. And so I think I do like that idea. I don't know how long it would make the framework, but I do really like that idea, because I have a lot of teachers who, especially for history, social science framework, they will reference, I know I've had experience with that, especially coaching teachers, they'll go to these different sections because they know how to get to that particular piece.
Thank you. At this point, I'm kind of unclear exactly what that looks like, because does that mean there would be an access and equity section in each chapter within?
So what it means is that within the guidance of the framework, that it will be woven throughout. So you will be constantly talking about the equity piece and the access piece throughout the document. It won't just be in one chapter. It will be a part of the core conversation within the guidance of the framework. So my recommendation of language within the guidance would be that the CFCC shall develop a chapter on ensuring access and equity in the world languages classroom, while also embedding those strategies throughout the framework.
I like that, because what my comment was going to be was weave it through, but then you can parenthetically note, for more information or an expansion on these ideas, or the chapter then can be where those ideas are fleshed out more, and or some ideas for how to implement, are clarified for the user, for the end user, but the actual concepts and approaches and strategies themselves can be embedded throughout, and then the chapter would expand on them. Let's start with Commissioner Munoz.
Can we also include something about college and career readiness also within the document?
I'm gonna actually do an opposite suggestion of what Commissioner Naditz just said. If we did the summaries in their own chapter and the fleshing out within the actual wording of the document, so the vignettes would have it fleshed out about how this would look in the classroom, but the chapter itself would have just the summary of what that thing is, with to see this fleshed out, refer to this chapter.
Either way works for me, as long as long as those things both happen. I think whatever is best for the user is what we need to do. Commissioner Reese?
Well, yeah, it's kind of along the same lines, I think, as Commissioner Wu's talking about, because like when I'm thinking about a framework, I'm thinking like, you're going to have your grade level chapters, right? And I could see that integrating access and equity into vignettes and snapshots in that way. But you also have like your assessment chapter, and probably not enough attention has been addressed on previous assessment chapters about how to do assessment and keeping in mind access and equity when we're, assessing formally and informally, and summatively, and formatively our students, So, yeah, it's an interesting concept, and I think, if done with fidelity, I think you could totally integrate it, and it would probably improve the document.
So we have two things on the table right now. One of them is the proposed change to the way in which we approach equity in this document. Does anyone have any thoughts as to putting in the more detailed pieces in each chapter as they appear, with the more summary at the end versus the other
And
way?
I suggest you leave it open.
Okay, so
that the
leave it the way you're
CFCC
perfect.
can navigate through that instead of putting strict guidelines on it.
Okay.
That gives us the freedom to work it best within the document.
So that is one proposal that we have on the table. Do we have to vote on each one separately? Because there's another proposal also to add CTE, and I definitely would like to talk about that. So do we need to take this first one first and vote on it separately, or can we?
So
No,
you
thanks.
just we'll include that in the changes within the guidelines.
Thank you.
So the opportunity, Commissioner Munoz, regarding the CTE would be in the develop a chapter on pathways to multiliteracy. That may be an opportunity to include
a bullet,
the college and career readiness.
So it shall provide, and then a new list item, guidance. No, might not be guidance. I don't have the wordage of the verbiage yet, but it would include information, guidance, resources, overview of the ways in which world language education supports college and career ready pathways.
Could I recommend, if you look at A, it says an overview of age-appropriate instruction as well as stage-appropriate, with descriptions and models of world language education in elementary, middle, high school, and college and career readiness pathways.
So, and then in B, it talks about connecting with university level study. Does that work following from A with your addition? Okay, yes. Are there any other comments or suggestions for these guidelines? Okay. I need a motion to recommend to the full commission the CFCC guidelines for the update of the World Languages Framework with the changes recommended by the subject matter committee.
I make that motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Tonkovich. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And seconded by Commissioner Bomelsek. Is there any discussion of the motion? Any public comment? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, no abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Okay, so we're because of how many applications, this is the halfway point of our work. Would you like a break?
Want a break?
I would like a break.
How about we take a 10-minute break? Does that work? Yeah, we'll do a lunch is here. So would you like to take a 20-minute break, use the restroom, and we can do a working lunch? Will that work? Does that work for me? It works for me. Okay. All right, so back at 12:10.
Okay. No. No, I don't. All right. Welcome back. Okay, so let me make sure I'm not missing anything. All right, here we go. Ready? Begin. Commissioners were provided with the applications received by CDE for the World Language Curriculum Framework and Criteria Committee as of October 15th. A total of 62 applications were received. Title V regulations require that a majority of the committee be classroom teachers at the time of appointment. At least one CFCC member must have experience with teaching English learners, and at least one must have experience teaching disabled students or students with disabilities. Furthermore, at least one member must be a content review expert or CRE. California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 9512 defines CREs for a content field other than English language arts and visual performing arts as individuals holding a doctoral degree in that field or related field. Based on the number of applicants who indicated experience in these areas on their applications, meeting these two requirements should not be a difficulty. CDE staff will confirm that all applicants meet this definition before the state board takes final action to appoint applicants to the CFCC in January of 2019. Because we are looking to include a range of expertise on the CFCC, we will recommend applicants in groups based on their current employment. We will begin with current classroom teachers, looking at elementary, middle, and high school teachers in groups. Then we will look at our non-teacher categories. In each category, I will ask committee members to identify, by applicant number, the individuals that you would like to recommend for the CFCC. Once we have a list of nominated candidates, we will then discuss them as a committee and reach consensus on which applicants the committee will recommend in that category. Once the committee has come to a consensus on which applicants should be recommended in each category, I will ask for a motion that recommends those applicants to the full commission. CDE staff has prepared a worksheet that is in your red action folders that will allow us to keep track of which applicants are teachers, which have certain grade level expertise, and so on. The applicants are identified by number on this sheet. Remember that one of our goals is to have a range of experience on this committee. The CFCC can have between 9 and 20 members, of which the majority must be classroom teachers. We also need to recommend a person to serve as the chair of the CFCC, someone with the skills necessary to lead the CFCC. Keep this in mind as we discuss the applications. Are there any questions or comments about this process? Okay. All right, category 1, teachers. Let's begin with those applicants. Nobody told me my microphone wasn't on. Let's begin with those applicants noted as K-6 elementary school teachers on the chart. If the commission chooses to select 20 members, an ideally balanced CFCC would consist of 3 or 4 elementary teachers, 3 or 4 middle school teachers, and 3 or 4 high school teachers, with a minimum of 11 teachers in those 3 categories. We will start with the elementary school or K-6 teachers. Commissioners, are there applicants in the category that you would like to recommend? Sir, yes. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, here we go. Okay. They changed to green. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Are there any teachers in the K-6 category that any members would like to propose? Please.
Hi, I'd like to propose, just give you the number, right? 612. K6.
I don't see 612 in K6.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong place. Sorry. 602. And 629.
Any other subcommittee members have someone before I? Okay. I would like to propose 606, who is also in the 7, 8, and 912 lists, just to help you out there.
You want me to highlight the 606 in the other categories as well?
I think so, please, yes? Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Say that again?
Let me do a different color, give me a second.
Okay.
So-
Oh, that it's like a duplicate?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And I think 602 is also,
602 is also in all 3 categories, yes.
and
you.
629.
And 629 is as well. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I would also, get ready, 619, who is also in all three categories.
Okay.
623, also in all three categories.
Like versatile teachers. Okay, 623.
And 650, who is also in all three categories.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Just one more time, are there any other people in the K6 category candidates that people would like to propose? Okay. Next are the middle school teachers who have not already been named. Does anyone have any middle school teachers they would like to add to the candidate list? Okay, no? 659? 659 is also in 912.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm catching up with where, because I did not highlight in a different color, so I'm trying to not do, oh, yes, please.
I'm sorry, on the K6 rats, I mean, I'm going back and forth. It was a ASL teacher that.
What number?
I'm trying to look. What number is
Thought
it?
I meant all those.
I know. Oh, 654.
And that person is also listed in 912, but not in 78.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any others in 78? Okay, sorry, I'm still making sure I don't duplicate later. And moving on to 912. Anybody that the commission subcommittee would like to put forth? Okay, I have number 648.
48?
Mm-hmm.
Not in the teaching category.
Yes, they are at the top under 1 to 5 years of experience, number
I'm sorry.
616 and 648.
Thank you.
610. 620. 621. 622. 625. 633. I had a full slate. 636. 641. 649. Thank you. Okay. I am.
I was looking at the different languages. We ended up with, do you have 647? Who is the German teacher? Can I say what language it is? The German teacher? The
7?
Uh-huh.
Just candidate numbers, please.
Oh, okay.
Mitch, we just need the number.
All right.
Thank you.
Also, it's hard for me to see. I'm going to look here on my chart. 659. That's it, those two.
Okay.
Oh, okay, never mind. I can't see. I'm a 2.
Too much to the side.
I'd like to highlight 655.
Thank you. Oops. Okay. Okay. All right. So just starting with the teachers, because hold on a second. I'm just looking at, okay. just looking at the teachers, there are several that have been identified, so I'm going to list the numbers. I'm going to try to only do them once, but I may not catch duplicates across the ranges of the grade bands. We have 602, 606, 619, 623, 629, 650, 654, 629, 659, 648. Oh, this gets harder now. 610, 620, 621, 622, 625, 629 is already noted, 633, 636, 641, 647, 649, 654, and 655. And I had noted 659 and some of the other numbers earlier in the grade bands.
And 654 as well.
654.
And that is
yes.
what I have.
Yeah, 654, 655, and 650. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to discuss each applicant to reach agreement on the applicants we would like to recommend. Please keep in mind that we want a balanced panel that has experience with California's diverse student population. I also, in my own case, I looked for balance across languages, regions of California, town type, and so on. So does anyone have any strong feelings or would like to speak to, for example, candidate 602, if we start at the beginning?
Can I ask a clarifying question? How many distinct applicants do we have as teachers at this point? There's 20 distinct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And
You have to eliminate some. Well, actually, do we have to only have 11 teachers, or does it just have to be in a majority of teachers? Yeah.
If you have a committee of 20, which is the max that you can do according to Title V regulations, then 11 have to be teachers. You can have more.
Okay.
But 11.
But we don't have to eliminate 9 teachers. Okay.
But you also want to make sure you have diversity of perspectives on the committee as well.
Exactly. So and I'm sure all of us, like myself, have some applicants to recommend from the other from the other perspectives that are brought to the table. Okay. So yes, I would very much like to know more about candidate 602, because that person was actually, I have a lot of notes on these candidates, and I have either yes, no, or maybe, and I actually have a no on number 602. But before I talk about why, I would like to hear from someone who would like to propose this candidate.
I proposed this candidate. I thought it was well-rounded. It worked both across K through 9th, across the board, was fluent in Chinese. Not only was it born here in the U.S., but also has some background internationally. So we get a global perspective on language development. I also was looking at the different institutions and training background of this individual. You know, she comes from some good places. You know, she participated in the UCLA Mandarin Teacher Institute, was a part of the Star Talk program at the University of Hawaii in Honolulu. She also was a planner in getting people together. She worked, has some background in working with some art and science teachers. So that's kind of looking at cross collaboration in education. Also, she's fluent in Chinese, done both private and public school. Also was part of at the university level, participated in Thailand. So again, looking at a global perspective of what we're looking through, so she could provide a lot of information and background. She is from the Southern California area, where the early implementation of the Chinese language program throughout the LA area. And she was Chinese Teacher of the Year in 2012.
Commissioner Nate, I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any possible you would have some sort of listing of the 20 some odd teachers that are represented? How many are like Spanish? Because I would prefer like if it's different languages represented, not just Spanish top heavy.
No, and I have it for my pick of the 20. Like I know exactly how many are Chinese and Spanish, but I don't have it memorized for the entire rest of the group.
I do. So I have it for all of the candidates that you put forth, their languages.
You have other Chinese represented, I believe.
Yes. So right now with your list, you have 3 Mandarin speakers. You have 2 French, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Spanish, 1 Arabic, 3 ASL, 1 Italian, 1 Japanese, and 1 Korean, and 1 Japanese.
Yeah, I think yes. Thank you. Okay. I don't think that's gonna, I don't know if there are enough colors. That would get really tricky.
That may get confusing. We did have this where we had symbols after each number, but it got to the point where I thought there was an error with my word program because of how many symbols were after each. It just got very convoluted and confusing.
Okay.
So what I will do during your conversation is I will track the languages because we do need to make sure that we are representative of all the varying.
Well, is there any way possible we could put an asterisk on the one that's only one, like the Arabic, Korean, Italian, Japanese?
Yes, we could do that. So right now, candidate 650 is our Arabic language speaker.
An asterisk?
Thank you.
659 is our Korean language speaker.
Okay.
621 is Italian. 641 is Spanish.
We're just representative of a single language.
I meant 641 is Japanese. Not Spanish, Japanese. And we have 2 French speakers. Did you want me to notify those? Okay, so 619 is French. And 649 is French. And then we have 3 ASL candidates. So as you're coming to those that conversation, I will guide you on those 3 ASL.
Chairman Naditz, may I interject just something? Although I'm not on this specific committee, but I did go through these quite carefully. One criteria that I looked at with all of the candidates was their answers to the question of working with students with learning disabilities. And basically in my notes, I was very, very specific. There were several, some of whom have been picked here, who, to the answer to that question was, if you have any experience, they said none. I have very strong feelings about this. We have excellent, excellent candidates here. And if they are a classroom teacher and they are saying they have no experience with students with disabilities, I have an issue, because I don't know how you can sit in a classroom in a contemporary school and not have students who have some type of disabilities. So as we go through these numbers, I may just pop in every once in a while and say, this person has said no to special ed. I strongly would urge the World Language Committee to not put them on this next phase.
Very much. And I know as we come around to it, even sometimes people don't even realize the experiences they have, but you make a very important point. And of course, trying to balance the language, hopefully that in each of the language categories, as well as all the other areas that we are trying to bring in, we can always have people with that kind of experience and still have the broad representation.
Well, I can tell you right now that the candidate who is Korean, number 659, no.
I had a no on that one as well. Or maybe actually. So my concerns were a couple, and although I did also note Star Talk, which is a very well-respected series of programs that happens all over the country with different areas of focus. One of the things I also looked for, because this is the framework, I actually looked specifically for any evidence that they had understandings of the standards, previous work with the framework and so on. And this candidate did not specifically reference the use of the standards, but did reference a particular approach that is used that is actually not in line with the standards, and that this teaching approach is the one that this teacher uses for teaching students the language. And I have a huge concern with that. It's actually precisely not aligned with the standards because it involves a lot of it involves a lot of translation back and forth as opposed to authentically remaining in the language. And it often involves the use of materials that were created exclusively and specifically for learners rather than authentic materials. And so that was the reason I had put no on this candidate, but that does not mean we cannot as a committee continue, of course, to discuss and consider that candidate. So shall we hold on 602? We have so many candidates and I'm kind of struggling for an approach to help whittle this down because we still need to get to the other. Do we want to try to do a consensus on each one and see if we get any eliminated that way? All right. So I think what I'm going to ask is if you would really, really like to advocate for this person as we go through each number, not just this number, to be on the committee, can you please raise your hand and then we'll go that way through the candidates. So for 602, if you'd like to, thank you. Other subject matter committee members, would anyone else like to advocate for 602? Okay, with there being only one, I'd like to propose we remove 602. Is that okay? No? Commissioner Reese, do you have only because we have so many and I need to whittle down the list. I know, I'm struggling a little too. Like, I don't know if I want to do this. I'd almost rather go through all of the, because some of the other candidates, although they're not current teachers, also bring other areas of expertise. And so I'm struggling with whittling down the list when we're not done talking about the candidates.
Can I suggest an approach?
Yes, please.
Regarding languages. So 602, 606, and 610, all three are Mandarin language speakers. So if you look at those three candidates as your Mandarin language representation, maybe you can look at those three and compare and determine which one has the expertise and the knowledge to be recommended for the committee.
Now, I also looked to see, and I know this is fresh eyes looking only at this, but who was on the world language SAC and both 603 and 606? It appeared to me were on the SAC, and so
603 we're not discussing.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so I don't know if that is an advantage or a disadvantage. I'm just pointing out they have that experience with the new standards, that they were on the Standards Advisory Committee.
And 603 actually is in college faculty, so we'll be coming to 603 a little bit later. I think Dr. Gregson was referring to 606 and 610.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. 602, 606, and 610 are your Mandarin language speakers.
And I also noted and observed candidate 603's work on the SAC. And that was actually, and in addition, work within World Language Projects, person with also Mandarin experience, middle school and secondary in this case. But it was the observations of the SAC that pushed her onto the list for me.
Okay, so wait a minute. That is, so 603 is not a teacher?
Oh, excuse me.
603 is from higher ed.
So sorry. I did not mean to do that. 606 was also a SAC member and is the one I was thinking of before, who is active in dual language immersion as well. And I too looked for the SAC participants. Any thoughts from anyone? Between 602, 606, and 610. I do know that 610 is the current National Language Teacher of the Year, and very active in Star Talk and the Subject Matter Project for World Languages.
610 also has the experience working in teacher education too, which I thought that was important.
610, who also is elementary, middle, and secondary.
He's a lecturer at Stanford, which is kind of impressive.
Are you deciding on 610 as in? So green?
Actually, I would argue to hang on to 606 and 610 at this point.
Both 610 and 606
And
then?
606, please.
Okay.
Can you give us, Dr. Gregson, our next language batch?
So I'm going to go with Spanish because that's our next largest.
That's huge. Okay.
So 623, 629, 648, 620, 625, 633, 647, and 655.
So 625 is a potential content review expert, right? So I would argue that that should definitely be one.
And 625 was really my only consideration for content expert. So, so I would definitely like to keep 625.
625.
Thank you.
Graham?
I'm going to advocate for 623 because another filter I used was National Board Certification. And not only is this a National Board Certified teacher, but a support provider mentoring National Board Certificate candidates.
Their agreement, 623.
If I could jump in with 629 was one of them. Just want to say, I felt very strong candidate, experience across the board and all the levels, and from a community that we don't hear from very often. So I would strongly advocate for number 629.
We have agreement, 629? Okay, 629 is in. You have 5 teachers so far.
Is there any, are there any candidates here still on the list that anyone else would like to just speak about and tell us a little more about?
Again, if I can jump in.
Please.
Number 655, I think they're on the list. It's also Spanish speaking. 912, really outstanding special education background. And again, I think that's a factor that we need to consider.
In addition, this teacher, or this candidate, well, yes, is a teacher, has experience with Spanish for Spanish speakers, a leadership program specific for language development, and the subject matter project in that region.
655 then?
That would be 655. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyone else?
So right now you have 4 Spanish language recommendations for the advisory committee.
Can we look at other languages now?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I have notes in so many different ways that I'm still trying to cross-reference, and this was the bigger group. So I'm like, 620. Just making sure I don't have anyone I want to. Yes, we need to do the ASL, absolutely.
Yes.
Is that our next, is that going to be our next group?
It can be.
Let's do that.
Okay. All right. So candidate 654, candidate 622, and 636 are your ASL.
Did you say 622 and 636?
622, yes, and 636.
Thank you so much. And I was particularly impressed with 622. And also, sorry, I'm just looking to see if I have any notes to add to that. In addition to ASL, also some additional special education experience and a counseling background, known for doing target language as well, which is actually I find a little more common in the ASL community. I don't think it's as big a shift for them, but I do like it when they call that out so that we know coming in that they're already in with the mindset that the standards say regarding target language. And I also, sorry, I'm checking my numbers. Also 636 also particularly impressed me from the 3 ASL candidates. Yeah. Are we okay with keeping, do we want all 3 or just 622 and 636? Commissioner.
I would say 622 and 636, and yeah, just 2.
Thank you.
So 622 and 636.
Okay.
Okay.
That brings us up to how many teachers?
3, 6, 8.
Good. We still have more languages, so we're set. Next language.
Okay, so these are more of the singular languages. So 650 is Arabic.
Yeah. And number 650 is also someone who is very involved in the World Language Project, and also just impressed me with their application.
We had
very strong candidate across the board. From kindergarten to 12th grade, definitely.
And just to give you some perspective, you only had 2 applicants that were with Arabic, represented the Arabic language.
Excellent too, but it's later.
650 then?
50 for Arabic. Okay.
Okay.
Next language.
So Korean language is 659. And that is your only Korean language representative from the applicant pool.
I know, and I had a maybe primarily because we didn't have other Korean. On the other hand, we also did not have any ELD, special education, no mention of methods, no mention of standards, and so I had some real hesitation to put this person on the panel, on the committee rather. Any other thoughts on that? Okay.
Okay, so the next language, we have 2 candidates for French, 619 and 649.
I happened to stumble across 649 first. 649, we don't have tons and tons of candidates from Central California, and actually both of our French candidates are. One is rural, and the other not so much. And hold on, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my notes. Sorry, could you give me the number again? Thank you. Okay, I'm looking at that one. 649 also involved not just attending the World Language Project, but involved in their leadership of specific mention of world language methods and so on. And then the other French candidate was, thank you. Didn't sort them by language. Yeah. Participated in the focus group. I didn't see a lot of standards and methods, but does use authentic resources. So I don't know if anybody would like to speak more to that candidate. I was definitely stronger on 649.
I would select 649 as well. 619 was very student-centered, which I liked, but 649 I think is the stronger for the project that's ahead.
Consensus then on 649?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next language is Italian.
Okay.
It's candidate 621.
Yes, very, very, very involved in the profession, embedded in standards-based teaching. The State Language Teachers Association, the World Language Project, the National Association called ACTFL, the American Association of Teachers of Italian, is an AP reader, was part of our leadership network in the state for language educators. So.
My question is, how many other languages have we not represented yet?
Yes, so we have a demographics by language based on the 62 applicants. We have Arabic, ASL, French, German, Hebrew, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, and Spanish. So right now, you're doing good. The only language so far that you've not chosen to represent is Korean. And that's because you had one applicant. Right. Yes.
I don't want to, I don't want to be a troublemaker or anything, but, and I know I should have spoken up. I've got these notes that, candidate 640, that candidate has K6 and 7-8, currently teaching in a 5-6 Italian immersion. How unique is that? Oh my gosh. And the school that this candidate is from, they have an immersion program that includes Korean, Japanese, Armenian, and Spanish. I apologize for not bringing this candidate up earlier, but I think this is a very strong candidate, especially in the area of Italian.
Yes, and actually I had this candidate down as maybe. This is number 640, right? Yeah, this is number 640. I had this candidate down as a maybe and ended up going towards, we're on the Italian one, towards 621 more. Partially as I was trying to balance, and sorry, now I'm having to compare across notes. Give me a second. Yeah. Also trying to balance a variety of things, but I did note a lot of the same things that you said. I just had a stronger sense of an understanding of the work that we're going to have to engage in as a framework committee from candidate 621. But if others would like to propose number 640, I'm fine with proposing that if others would like to. I saw more of the experience in the work we need to do.
I like to support that 640.
40?
I'm looking to not only
Is your mic
Italian, but it's got Latin and Spanish on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, well-versed, she made me not be good at, writing right now.
That's okay.
But overall, I mean, she's very quite impressive. And that immersion
I know
in the elementary level is pretty awesome.
Yeah. So we've added 640 back into the candidate pool.
640 is yellow now? Okay.
I believe so, but.
And just one more advocate for 640 is that if you notice, I'm up on the right one here, that they work with teachers with units based on art and art history.
Yeah.
I know. Curricular. Okay.
So do we hear consensus
Yes.
for 640?
Yes.
640, but not 621, is that correct?
Actually, I don't think we're removing 621, are we?
Up to you guys.
We don't have to.
For
now, let's keep, if we have to, we can make a call between, there's a lot of candidates, but if we do have to whittle down, we can. Can we keep both for now?
Green.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next teacher you have not is Japanese.
Okay.
That's candidate 641, Japanese language.
And I believe candidate 641 was a yes for me. A person who participated in the focus group has a strong emphasis and understanding of the use of authentic resources, which you'll see comes up in the guidelines for the framework a lot. Also involved with the World Language Project. So. Okay.
Consensus 641?
Okay.
We have 13 teachers. So you have 7 slots with the remaining candidates if you choose to move forward with the 13 teachers.
I believe we have other languages though still?
You have the languages not represented yet are German and Hebrew.
Okay. Okay.
I believe one of the teachers that we chose had German also listed as like a middle school German teacher. Yeah.
Did 647 turn green? Not yet.
Not yet.
647 hasn't turned green yet.
Oh, I didn't have 647 as one of your chosen.
No, 647 has not turned to green. It was someone put forth initially
forth,
for
but did not yet.
consideration. Can you remind me of the number of the other German candidate, please? Was there another one? Or was that it?
605.
605, thank you.
Was not a teacher.
Oh, that's why I haven't seen, okay, that's why we haven't stumbled across that one yet. Okay.
Okay. So now we'll move on to the other applicants that are not teachers.
Did we want to, oh, was I wrong? Was there a Hebrew teacher or is the person not a teacher? It's not, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, thank you. Other candidates. Okay, so numbers from the curriculum specialists, LEA administrators, TOSAs, that people would like to put forth for consideration.
Well, since we were talking about 608 and his experience, he's the Hebrew, and also he was on the SAC, World Language SAC.
So 608?
Thank you. Other numbers? We have 13 teachers already, right? Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Oh, did you want to propose someone? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. All right, I was just rambling about 612, but okay.
I did note that this particular candidate is an administrator, brings that level of expertise, has done some research on DLI, but has no actual language experience as a teacher, a Spanish interpreter. And then I noted in my notes that I preferred 638, who is an administrator, also Japanese, teaching experience and a very accomplished Japanese teaching career, and so on. So when I was whittling down and looking at kind of the administrator voice that I was seeing that I had called out, I was really drawn to 638, who then also helped bring another language perspective in as well. I mean, one we have, but another voice for that perspective.
I was going to speak to 638 as well, because I definitely had that person. They're an assistant principal right now, but have teaching experience again across the board, kindergarten through 12th grade. 6 years with the World Language Project. I think that's a top-notch candidate.
I recommend for our process that we just go quickly through picking the numbers, and then we can discuss.
Okay, so that was 638. Can we also put in, just for discussion, and I know it'll tip us a little, and we'll back off where we need to, 613, which is in the 912 curriculum part, 615. Sorry?
And 7-8 as well.
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, hey, thanks. I didn't catch that. So that's 613, 615. I think we got 638. Did we get 656 yet?
615. Thank you.
Thank you. And then in both 7, 8, and 912, 656. And then in college faculty, 603. And that was all I had.
And I add 662 to that mix?
Yes. Did you say 662?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Looking for, oh, there. Got it.
Which candidate was that?
662 under 7, 8, and 9, 12. Oh, and K6. Let me look up that one.
662, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I was also thinking about, whoops. $617 appears on both levels, as a curriculum specialist and the college faculty, and he is also a national board certified teacher.
what is our total right, if we, yeah, I know we can't accept all, I
Total
just need to
pool?
know what
Total
the
pool?
total is now, yeah.
See, we have 4,
I know we
8,
can't.
9
Nine.
in the non-teacher category.
How many are we, I needed to know kind of how many are we over? Thank you. Oh, 22, that's not bad, all right. Sorry, jotting down some notes, and 603. Oh, and 662. There we go. Oh, I noted that. All right, so of those.
So of your 9, you have 5 Spanish speakers.
Mm-hmm. What numbers?
1 Mandarin. Spanish speakers are 612, 613, 615, 617, and 656.
Start there.
You could delete the one administrator that, when there was 2 administrators, the one Japanese and one Spanish. I'm okay with removing the Spanish administrator.
Was that 6?
That was 612.
Thank you. I was like, oh my gosh, which number was that? Okay, you're good. All right, that was 612? Yeah. Is everybody else okay with 612? Not with 612 being, yeah?
612
I
is
would
not
like-
included.
I would like to note that 662 is ASL, and you do have 2 representatives for ASL already.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just add, the reason why I wanted 662 is because of their technology
Uh-huh.
expertise, and I thought that should definitely be in the mix.
Yeah. Yeah, digital media teacher in a school for the deaf. Yeah. Any other thoughts on 662? Do we want to keep? Yes.
Well, going back to 617, he also has that technology support. And if we're looking at integrating technology, he's kind of strong on that.
Six 17 was interesting to me because I had circled even that candidate as an NBCT, noted that they're GLED, trained, project-based learning, but then nothing in the application spoke at all about world languages, nothing about world language pedagogy, nothing about methods, and that really concerned me. So I don't know what others think about, that was what tipped me over, because this work is for the World Languages Framework, and I really didn't see anything in the application that told me that this candidate has any concern whatsoever for world languages.
Which number was that?
617. Which I was surprised about, given their training and certifications. I think people were looking at, did I already forget? Was it 612 you were trying to look at?
662.
Thank you. 662, it ended in 2, started in 6. Does anyone have any other input they would like to provide on candidate 662? There's another one who I had as a maybe, basically. I already had 2 candidates I felt a little bit stronger about for ASL. I didn't really speak to methods or standards or anything, and that's what put me kind of to the maybe side, knowing that I also had 2 other candidates for ASL.
And just in consideration for the committee, looking at any language that's not being represented that you may need to include.
Yeah, agreed. Are we okay with removing 662 from the list? What about 608? This is our Hebrew candidate. And again, similar to another language, this is our only candidate, but that does not always mean that we have to. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this person was a SAC member, SAC member, and was on Cali. I actually had this person down as a maybe, just because this person has no public K-12 experience, but this person was on the SAC. So they do have understanding. So I don't know if anyone would like to speak a little more about perhaps including this voice. Should we keep or not? Yeah, yeah. I've watched this person work.
He also addresses global studies. I'm still looking wide. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Consensus 608?
608. Right, is there anybody else that people really feel like we absolutely need to have one of these other remaining candidates' voices on the committee?
Can I ask you to flip that a little bit? Because
please.
if you include all of here that you've highlighted
Yes.
now, you will have 19 committee
Ooh.
members. So you still have one slot
put
if you would like, or you could just go with 19.
We could go with 19. Okay.
up
Is
to you.
there, what would the commission, the subcommittee like to do? I know, right?
You
We
do-
were like, yeah, let's put somebody back.
You do not have a German. That was candidate 605.
Look back at 605.
Was your German representation?
Yeah, there you are. And this candidate 605 actually, I did have this person as maybe. The candidate 605 does have experience with special education, the leadership initiative that for language teachers in California. It was, the person moved to a maybe, and this was early in the process as well. One of the first applicants I reviewed when I looked for any reference to standards and so on and didn't see it, and that's what flipped this person to a maybe. But looking back now, out of the two people with any German experience mentioned, but including this one, I would advocate for putting this person on. In addition, this person does also bring with us a diversity of perspective due to background that is not very well represented on our committee. This is number 605.
All right, 605 also to advocate. He is a humanities chair, and he collaborates with the social science and the VAPA teachers.
Cross-disciplinary. All right. I think we are we okay?
You're at 20.
We are at 20.
And I don't have all of the different, yes.
Sorry. Oh, hello. We don't have them all in green. Oh, no. Here we go.
So I have that.
I have a right list, but I prefer yours.
So I will go in numerical order. 603, 605,
Sorry, 603. Thank you.
605 right next to the 603.
Yeah, it's already green over here, sorry.
608,
And 608, green, okay.
613, 615 under 912, and 656. And then we get 603.
Yes. 2, 4, 5, 6.
Across the columns, so I'm like, Okay. And we only highlighted one time. Did you cross-highlight across all columns if they were in it more than once, or just highlight one time? Okay, so we're good. There's still 19.
608. We're double checking here.
Good we miss.
You do not have 608 green.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you do. Okay. I saw the purple over there. And 613.
Yes.
Got it. 615. Got it. You have 638.
No.
There you go.
There it is.
I'm dead.
There it is.
Okay, we're at 20.
Whew. All right.
It's only the first out of 3. I just want to let you know.
I know. Like, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Hold on. Let me turn the page. Okay. Commissioners, I believe we have agreed that we would like to recommend those applicants that Dr. Gregson just read and that he just highlighted. Is there consensus on all of those applicants? We didn't quite do it in the way the points are listed, but is there a consensus on the applicants we have named? Okay. I need a motion to recommend to the full commission the applicant numbers. Do they have to be read again? Thank you. The applicant numbers that were previously stated for recommendation to the State Board for appointment to the Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee for the update of the World Languages Framework.
I make that motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Tonkovich. Like I can't do anything anymore. By Commissioner Tonkovich. Is there a second?
I second.
And seconded by Commissioner Balmasek. Is there a discussion of the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now that we've recommended applicants for the CFCC, I do need a motion to recommend one of these applicants as the chair of the CFCC. Does anyone, I do have an applicant in mind if no one else does.
I believe we have the same applicant in mind. I
don't know,
motion that we use 625.
625 is our content review expert. Is that okay? I was going to recommend someone else as the chair, but that's different from content review expert, right?
So the content, you can do co-chairs.
Yeah.
The content review expert just needs to be part of the advisory committee.
Yeah.
So you covered that.
Can I propose we do co-chairs with 623 and 625?
Or you can just do 623. I was looking at the big picture, and I thought
Yeah,
this
yeah.
individual would have the big picture. So.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it is a good, I mean.
Okay, co-chairs.
Any other thoughts on co-chairs? Good, all right. So we propose that 623 and 625 are co-chairs.
Co-chairs in blue.
Thank you. Co-chair. Okay. And, oh, wait, we need a motion to recommend candidates 623 and 625 to co-chair.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Munoz. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Balmasek. Is there any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. All right. I want to thank everybody so much. Everybody on not only the subject matter committee, but also the entire IQC, as well as our CDE staff, and for all of the hard work that we have done this morning and into the afternoon. Is there any public comment before I close this meeting of the SMC for the World Languages? All right, I think I hereby close my longest meeting ever of the World Languages SMC.
Commissioner Reese, would you mind if I took a 5-minute break before we begin the VAPA selection, and I'll get my files open?
Well,
That was a lot of
I don't
coffee.
think we can do it without you. So if you're leaving, I think we have to. Okay, so it's 1:20, so you're saying we'll come back at 1:25? Okay, very good. We'll take a short break.
I call the Visual and Performing Arts Subject Matter Committee, VAPA SMC, to order. If you're a member of the VAPA committee, please put your nameplate face up. And if you're not on this committee, please place your nameplate face down. Members of the VAPA committee are Committee Chair myself, Vice Chair Murphy Corwin, Commissioners Chow, Diaz Laura, Natus Wu, and Chair Reese. However, we have one absence, two absences today. All right, Seaford staff to the VAPA committee are Letty Krause, consultant, and Constantino Silva, administrator. The actions this committee will take today are to recommend the draft art standards, recommend guidelines for the revision of the arts framework, and identify the applicants we wish to recommend for appointment to the VAPA Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, or the CFCC. In addition, we will recommend an applicant or applicants to serve as chair or co-chairs of the VAPA CFCC. We will forward our recommendations to the full commission. Tomorrow, the full commission will take action on our recommendations and then forward the list of recommended applicants to the State Board of Education. The State Board will consider the IQC's recommendations and make the VAPA CFCC appointments at its January 2019 meeting. Are there any questions before we begin our work? Please pull up attachment 1 on your computer screen and retrieve any personal notes you have made while reviewing the attachment. All right, it's the attachment 1.
Public review comments.
Okay, thank you. I have my hard copy, so. All right, the first item on our agenda is to review the results from the online survey and the comments received during the first 60-day public review and comment period for the draft art standards. The draft of the standards was posted on the CD website, and the online survey went live on August 1st, 2018. The public review and comment period ended on September 30th, 2018. Now, Letty Krause, lead staff member for the art standards, will walk us through the content of the attachment. Letty will also be able to answer any questions that you may have regarding the format of the attachment. Letty.
All right, so I'll be walking you through the public review comment table that you received. During the 60-day public review period, California Department of Education received public comments through an online survey and also through email. The public comments are captured in the public review comments document. The comments are unedited and appear nearly exactly as they were submitted to CDE, with minor alterations for the purposes of formatting. CDE staff also added line and page number references wherever possible to assist with discussion. The document includes a table with survey respondents' ratings of the draft VAPA standards documents, a list of people who submitted comments, and all of the comments that we will be discussing today.
Thank you. So now let's go ahead and discuss, well, first of all, let's look at this document briefly. You'll notice the front is similar to the one you were just working with. We have, on the front, we have the coding that we used for comments. The comments typically are recommended with a writer's suggestion. In other words, the writers have provided language to consider, not recommended. And this might be just because the comment is just not something within our scope. One specific example is one of the comments about translating documents to Spanish language, which we said not, but that's only because it's not in the scope of this particular phase of this project. Non-actionable and non-actionable framework, meaning that's a framework matter. And then National Core Art Standards. Some of the feedback we received was on language taken directly from the NCAS. And so therefore, if it says NCAS, note that the comment is really talking about the national document that was incorporated into our statewide document. So I wanted you to be able to track where that was. Also, on page 2, I hyperlinked so that you could hopefully easily click to introduction, glossary, dance, media arts, etc. sections. You can't click back, but you can click forward. Also note, just like world language, table 2 on page 3 talks about the input sources, the names of the people, their affiliations, whenever we had that affiliation. And then after that, those sources are referred to by their last name. I'm too close to the mic. And then I don't want to belabor it because it's very similar to world language. And I think really page 2 kind of clearly shows you where everything is. We did renumber comments for each section. So when you're talking about a number of comment, you also want to say dance or music, etc. And then finally in the back, starting on page 93, we have some writers' responses. And so hopefully you were able to locate those, and you can see where we already have ready-made responses from the writers. Are there any questions about the way the document's set up? All right then, I'm good. Dr. Gregson? No? Oh, then I'll move on. So let's discuss the process. You'll go through each table and discuss responses to the comments. The writers have provided suggested language that addresses some of the comments, and you'll discuss that too. Remember that if you choose to make changes to the draft standards, you'll need to be explicit about the new language that you want to see in the draft standards. As you consider the public comments and recommended actions in this table, please keep in mind these principles. Changes to the draft art standards must be consistent with the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education, provide clarification, eliminate redundancies, add value to draft chapters, and be consistent with and support the standards and the intent of the VAPA Standards Advisory Committee. You will work from the assumption that we accept CDE's recommendation for each edit unless someone wants to discuss and propose an alternative to a recommended action or edit.
or if you're opposed to the recommendation that's made in the table. Are there any questions about the process? All right, then I'll turn it over to our chair.
Thank you, Letty, for walking us through Attachment 1 and the process we will use today. Now we will begin our discussion of the public input we have received. While only members of the VAPA SMC can vote on the recommended actions today, other commissioners and state board liaisons are welcome to join the discussion. Let's first consider the input received on the introduction to the draft standards, starting with the recommended language submitted by the writers to address comments marked recommended writer suggestion. So let's see. I'm scrolling down. Do any commissioners have any comments? I really appreciate all the work you did with the writer's discretion and the recommended or not recommended.
And I'm sorry, I'm to interrupt, but we have our writer here, Pam Speischer from West Ed.
Hello, writer.
I failed to introduce her, I'm sorry.
Yes, and our writer's name is not Constantino Silva. It is Pam Speischer.
It's Pam Speischer?
Speischer.
Speischer, thank you. All right, I had a comment on number, I think, just a moment. On introduction, I think I'm good with keeping the recommendations or the, let's see. Except on the introduction, I do have my own. Should I wait till the end for that, after the public comment? Or should I do that now?
Commissioner Tonkovich, you have a subject matter committee you want to hear from.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, so we're just working on the public comment.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, we'll work on individual commissioners' comments.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have anything from the introduction that they would like to talk about? I would like to ask the writer the question on number 43. I personally don't have an issue between using art or arts. In my mind, when you say art, you're talking visual art. When you say arts, you're including all the art disciplines.
Yes, oh, can you hear me? Closer, okay. Yes, we flagged that as something that we wanted to look at just because we just want to make sure that the use of the art and arts is consistent. This didn't really come up with the committee during any discussion, so we just want to make sure we're doing a thorough check and attending to the comment.
Oh, I thought it actually, during one of the SAC meetings, that was, I could be wrong. I thought it was something that had been discussed, but for consistency, I'm all for that. All right, continuing. On anyone else before I continue? All right, number 80 says a writer discretion about parallel structure. Now that is something I always like, that sentences that are parallel, they begin with the subject if they all begin with the subject. So I'm going to recommend that.
Commissioner Tonkovich, your mic, is it on?
Yes.
Okay, can you speak a little bit closer into it so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay. On number 80 was writer discretion, but I would like to recommend that we keep parallels. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Keep the parallel structure as much as possible. Now, it's still writer discretion, but I strongly advocate for that. And then on comment number 119, where they talk about splitting the infinitive, I tend to think that's a good idea too, to use correct grammar there. That's writer discretion, but I would recommend it. And that is all my notes from public comment on the introduction. Any other commissioners have something to add? Okay, so if we are on consensus there, we'll just continue. Keep scrolling down. We're now on, according in order, I would be on the glossary, but let's, it looks like we're jumping to the discipline area. So for the dance standards, is there any explicit direction the SMC would like to provide for comments coded as recommended or writer's discretion for dance? Now, I put in some of my notes that even though it says writer's discretion, some of these I think would be better covered in the framework and instructional materials. And the person who wrote comments, oh wait, I might be in the, I don't know if I'm jumped to the next discipline or not. No, I think I'm in theater now. All right. I know, okay. Let's move on to media arts. Are there
Okay,
any?
so Commissioner Tonkovich, I just want to clarify that we're accepting all of the recommendations for the dance.
Yes, I believe we are in
Public comment?
consensus on that. All right.
Oh, we haven't done a glossary yet. That's at the end.
Continuing for the media arts standards, is there any explicit direction that SMC would like to provide for comments coded as recommended or writer's discretion? No, so we reach consensus, we're all in agreement. For music, is there any explicit direction that MSC would like to provide for comments coded as recommended or writer's discretion? Oh, on music, I did want to point out comment number 26. This is recommended, and I would concur about simply saying musical ensembles. Any discussion? All right. Moving on to the theater standards. Is there any explicit direction the SMC would like to provide for comments coded as recommended or writer's discretion? Now, some of these comments are so in-depth, again, that I feel like they would be better suited for framework or instructional materials. But some of this one, right, I feel like we should write them a thank you note or for the in-depth comments. All right, so we're in consensus about theater standards. Now, next for visual arts. Is there any explicit directions MSC would like to provide for comments coded for visual arts? So let me see on that one. Actually, I do on comment 7. I know. Well, I took the liberty of looking at where it says the question, what is literacy in visual arts? That is so wordy and jumps around so much. I rewrote it very succinctly, and it goes back to one of our comments. I'd like to, it's actually comment number 8 here. Let me read to you what I feel is better. That, let me get to my.
Commissioner Tonkovich, can you orient us a little bit to what?
I'm on page 72.
Right, so you're just talking about the paragraph under what is literacy in
Yes,
visual
what
arts.
is literacy in visual arts? Now, the reason this jumps around, this is why I feel like it jumps from using materials to the expressive back to the formal, and then I thought aesthetic has changed its meaning, and terminology I think is we should use language, but this is what I'm suggesting. In the visual, and the question is, what is literacy in visual arts? In the visual arts, developing literacy occurs as a result of engaging in an authentic creative process through the use of traditional and non-traditional materials. We don't need to list those. And applying the formal elements of art and principles of design, because this is something that so many teachers are upset that they're never mentioned. So we could mention because they are the formal qualities, and the AP portfolios are based on these for the 2D design portfolio. So we could have one mention. Knowing an art's language to describe art, and then I would put the expressive at the end, and discovering the expressive qualities of art to be able to reflect, critique, and connect personal experience to art. So I can read that again. In the visual arts, developing literacy occurs as a result of engaging in an authentic creative process through the use of traditional and non-traditional materials and applying the formal elements of art and the principles of design. Knowing an art's language, that's semicolon. Knowing an art's language to describe art and discovering the expressive qualities of art to be able to reflect, critique, and connect personal experience to art. So it's almost the same, it's just clustered. So you have the creative process with the formal design, then you have the expressive qualities at the end with the connecting the personal. I just think it's more succinct. That's my recommendation, because any comment?
Commissioner Tonkovich, you have this in your computer?
I do.
So
I could
you
email it.
Send it to Letty and I. Thank you.
I do. And I have the cross-outs, but I could just send the final version. Okay, thank you.
And then can I just clarify? So on page 103 is our writer's suggestion for that same.
I saw that, the writer's suggestion. And
So are you?
I'm not recommending the writer's suggestion.
The entire writer's suggestion?
No, just that one paragraph.
Okay.
Just the one paragraph under what is literacy in visual arts. Okay, continuing with the visual art feedback, I would like to address 35 and 36. Because any comments or questions from the other commissioners? They suggested taking out found object, which is in the second grade, but I'm telling you that is I'm surprised it's in second grade. It's such an important component of contemporary art, and I think that people don't understand found object is not something you just find on the ground. It's not, it could be something you bought or given, or found object. I have a succinct definition also that I would like to put in, and found object, if we keep it in the standards, I think it should be in the glossary. And also because in the grade before, 2 grades before, they're talking about everyday objects, and this is what a found object is. Found object art is the use of man-made or natural objects not normally considered traditional art materials. Found objects are transformed by changing meaning from the original context. The objects can be used singly or in combination, parentheses, for example, assemblage or installation. And we don't have to get really wordy with a long definition. This goes back to Marcel Duchamp and his ready-mades. You go to any museum today, and there are found art installations and assemblages. I think it's important we keep it in, we add a definition in the glossary. Any comments from the commissioners?
Okay, well, I just want to clarify so we get exactly what you're asking. So this is for comment 35 and 36.
Yes.
So you're asking to keep what is already there, but
Keep found
add
object.
in a definition.
Correct, in the glossary.
Okay. So not add in the definition in the text, but add it in the glossary.
Correct, so that it's, is the glossary going to be a hyperlink when it's finally online where they, I know it's in red, but, well, it'll be in red. They'll know that word's in the glossary then. Okay. All right, looking through. I'm in agreement with everything I see so far. Anything else, commissioners? Now, I only want to mention on 77 that it says writer's discretion, but I think that's covered in our framework guidelines on careers. I think it's appropriate to wait for the framework. And then the same for 80. It's a framework issue to be addressed later. All right, so any other comments before we move on to general comments?
So just to be clear.
Okay.
77, you want to change from WD, writer's discretion, to not, or
No, it could be writer's discretion. I was just making a comment that I'm okay if it doesn't go in the standards because I think it's more appropriate in the framework, and it's actually in our framework draft guidelines.
so you could propose that we change it to not our coding for framework.
All right, let's do that.
I'm just want to be clear.
Okay. I think it's appropriate either way, but I think it's more appropriate, the second one that you said.
Non-framework.
For the frame, yes, for the framework.
Not recommended, non-actionable for the framework. It is for the framework.
Yes. Well, yes, non-FR, FW. Okay.
And one more thing, 80 we said was not actionable.
Which one?
80. Did
Oh,
you
yes,
want to
yes.
change that?
Oh. Yes, it says non, but I think that should be non-FW.
Okay.
All righty. Good. Are we ready to go on to general comments? Comments, discussion, commissioners? I think I'm good on the general comments. Okay, let's, shall we look at the writer's response? Is that a good time to do that now? Or we haven't gone to the glossary yet?
Well, the writer's response is in 3 parts.
Oh, yes, all right.
So the first part is,
Oh, wait, Letty, I jumped here. Let's go back to the glossary, correct? But you were going to provide us.
first let me talk about writer's
Okay.
response and then we could go
Okay.
back. So on page 92, writer's response to public input, revised language from the introduction. So essentially in the introduction, we identified the comments on the far side we said were writer's discretion, and now the writers say, well, here is what we suggest. So by just already going through the introduction and accepting the recommendations, you are also accepting the language on page 92.
Okay.
So that's taken care of.
Yeah, and this was done because you only have the 160-day public comment period, so we wanted you to see the explicit language.
And I really appreciate the coding clarification. That was a godsend. Thank
Okay,
you.
so similarly, the second comments to writer's response to the introduction comments 89 and 91 are the writer's proposed streamlined coding for the standards. So again, you sort of already accepted it at this point.
And I wanted to point out the confusion was when you only have once, but the old coding did not take account when there's 2 sets of enduring understanding. So that you added that, and I really appreciate that.
And then finally, on page 96, the writer's response to public input. These are revised introductions for each discipline. So in essence, you have also already kind of said that you agree with writer's discretion. Here is their sample, with the exception of visual arts, where we will use Commissioner Tonkovich's paragraph instead of the writer's. So we've already essentially covered that.
I wanted to point out for Commissioner Flores that they added civic-minded. I don't know if you noticed that. That was your input from the last meeting. All right, Letty, what else?
So now we go to the glossary.
Okay. Okay, I like to look at my hard copy.
So this is where I was going to say a few minutes about a few things about the
Okay.
glossary
All
in
right.
1 minute. Essentially, the glossary is where we followed also with NCAS in that the glossary is meant to be a tool for users of the standards to understand the intent and meaning of the standards themselves. The glossary is not meant to be a teaching tool. It is not meant to be a list of words to memorize in the classroom. It's not meant for that use. It's not meant for teaching. It's meant for the user of the standards. And so the committee was instructed to use it that way. And in fact, actually, they weeded out a lot of the terms in the glossary to ensure that the glossary was staying true to that idea. So this is also something we state in the introduction, but it's also something where you'll see out in the field from the comment, you'll see some discussion of it. It's important to remember that we still have a framework coming. That's all I have to say about the glossary.
I did notice this is general, like if there's an extra space before a comma or after, I'm hoping the writer has that discretion to change any spaces.
That'll be
and
taken care of
punctuation.
during the editing phase.
Okay. Alrighty, glossary. Oops.
A lot of the comments seem to say that they're missing terms, going back to what Letty just said. So I'm wondering if a description by the heading of glossary kind of stating what you just said would be helpful for the field to kind of know that this isn't all the words, but this is a glossary that's meant to help teachers go through the standards.
I thought it did say that, it does say that the glossary is just to clarify words that are in the standards, and it's not all encompassing. Again, that to me is instructional materials, because we don't want to refine it, do too much. All righty, yes.
The reason why we wanted to highlight is because there was that issue. Yeah.
While I agree that the glossary itself is not an instructional tool for classroom teachers, I think we do need to be mindful that the glossary itself is an instructional tool for the publishers who are going to be considering and trying to figure out content that'll be related to the framework. It's also going to be an instructional tool for the people who you are going to select later to sit on this framework development committee. So I read with great interest also a lot of the comments about terms of art that were missing. And with each successive comment, I found myself asking, well, who is the audience that's this is supposed to be for? Because we have this glossary discussion all the time with every single framework. We had Commissioner Naditz and I, that's part of the reason why we had the conversation about culture, because, you know, what it is she explained and what's in the glossary is not, you know, the two things didn't match up. I think it's important. So what you do with these comments about the glossary, while we understand in this room, it's not an instructional tool for the classroom teacher, it's going to inform. And what these words mean and what we're supposed to have as a common understanding about a lot of these terms of art will inform a broader audience than just the people who are framing and responding to these standards. And it wasn't, that point wasn't really drawn out to me on this until I read these standards. That's part of the reason why I raised the question I raised with Commissioner Naditz. So the question is, do you want to maybe change the title from glossary to maybe something like glossary of terms used in the standards, or something that makes sure that this is a very narrow universe of what this glossary is about, because apparently nobody read the paragraph that clearly explained this is about the standards. So maybe doing something like that might be helpful, and let me suggest that might be helpful for any other drafts that are in front of you as well, because I think we're going to see that same thing playing out again and again.
I think that's a terrific idea, so that the title reflects the paragraph underneath, got it clarifying. All righty.
And then we have it to be the glossary for the California Arts Standards.
Ooh, that's a nice one. I like that.
Will we start doing that across other documents as they come up for consistency?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can.
I do. Any other comments from the commissioners? On the glossary, there is a word in the standards that's not defined I would like to add, and that's installation art, because that again is specific, and I have a definition here that I think is succinct. Installation art is designed to exist in a site-specific location, whether inside or outside, public or private. Contemporary art installation materials can range from everyday objects and natural materials to new and alternative media. Often the viewer walks into the installation space and is surrounded by the art. Any discussion on defining installation? It's in the standards undefined. Are we good? All righty. Any other discussion before I bring up a few other items? Okay. If you recall, we had said at the last meeting that there was a single row, we would delete the A, and the music PK, that the draft I saw today, on page 4, there's still an A, and on page 18, under music creating, anchor standard 1, grade 6-8, page 18, music responding, anchor standard 7, 7.2, enduring understandings, I still see 2 A's on those single rows. And that's what I pulled out from online. That's okay. That's just a minor edit. Okay. Then I had a question about, and this I've seen this in other standards and frameworks, the use of first person versus third person. So there were 4 times that first person is used in the introduction, and I just don't know the feeling in academic writing. When you say us, we're talking about the people of California. I have no issue with it. I'm just wondering, for consistency, is there a general rule between first and third person?
So, Commissioner Tonkovich, we have professional editors that will be going through the entire document to ensure the cohesiveness. So I don't think that's something that the commission...
Well, I'm just curious myself, what is the standard between first and third in framework writing? Is there a...
This is standards.
I mean not a standard, a norm.
Well, I would need to see the context before I could answer that question.
Okay. I could submit the lines to Letty that have the first person. Okay. Then, this goes with grammar. Verb tense consistency, if you could look at lines 256 to 264. This is one of those things like parallel structure. In the same paragraph, it has past tense and present tense, and the whole entire document is written in present tense except for this one paragraph. And so I would just like to see this one paragraph changed to all present tense.
So, Commissioner Tonkovich, I'm going to reiterate that this is draft, and we have professional editors that will be going through the entire document and ensuring that all of those pieces are taken care of.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the one other thing I wanted to suggest, there was a teacher who submitted public comment who happens to be at my school, and he said that he had submitted a comment that I don't see. That was in the introduction. I think it's page, let's see, it was on diversity. Oh.
So, Commissioner Tonkovich,
Yes.
what you can do is ask to see if that public comment was submitted, but you cannot speak for the teacher.
All right, well, then I could make that suggestion and just throw it out then, because it does appear in the framework guidelines. It doesn't appear in the intro and the standards, so I was just saying it's something that we could do. All right, I'm okay with that. Now, in the interest of editing afterward, we had spoken about, I could submit this, the appositive, the use of commas. On page 10, there is a missing word. I would like it to say, this is on line 188. Music provides standards for grades PK through 8 and 4 distinct strands of standards. No comma, reflecting the increasing variety of music courses offered in school, colon. Traditional emerging ensembles, comma, harmonizing instruments, comma, composition and theory, comma, and music technology. And then it says 2 of these strands, traditional emerging ensembles and harmonizing there, the word instruments is missing. Is that something I can just submit later for the editing? And then the other 2 strands, and we had spoken at this, if you remember, Commissioner Rue.
Commissioner Tong,
Yes.
can I just pause you for a minute? Because
Sure.
I think we need to find out where you're at in the
Oh,
document.
well,
We don't know where you're at. You say page 10, but there's several different
I'm sorry,
chapters.
I'm on line 190.
But in
the
which-
introduction.
Okay, thank you.
I actually start at 188. And again, this could be editing, but I'd like to submit it for the editors to consider the use of commas when you're using in a positive. Again, it's just one of those.
So can I, again, we're going to have professional editors that are going to deal with all of this, and you'll be able to see that piece. This is really about content changes to the standards, not the editing of grammar and commas and things like that.
Okay. All righty. Well then, but it would be all right if I submitted those grammar suggestions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We have finished the glossary. Are any more comments or discussion from the commissioners or state board member? Thank you, commissioners and state board members. We have come to agreement on a number of changes to the draft standards. Before we take formal action on the decision we made, we move to our next agenda item, public comment on the draft art standards. Are there members of the public who would like to provide comment on the draft standards and any of the issues we have discussed? You will have 2 minutes for your comments.
Good afternoon, Tamara Carr. I go by Tammy. Am I on? Thank you. I'm from California Teachers Association. CTA commends the writing committee for the tremendous amount of work that went into writing these standards. The glossary was helpful in explaining terminology and will be very helpful for elementary teachers in particular, since they haven't had much opportunity to include the arts in their curriculum in the NCLB era. We are excited to see how literacy is applied and woven throughout all the various disciplines of the arts. We also like how the standards spiral from grade level to grade level, like the DOKs in the ELA and math standards. We notice that there is a different set of rubrics for music, traditional, and emerging ensembles, and music, composition, and theory. We recommend that an explanation be provided so that the educator understands why there are 5 rubrics for one and only 3 for another. CTA looks forward to seeing the final set of standards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to provide comment at this time? All right, we are going to move on to agenda item 3, approval of the draft standards with the changes discussed. Did we want to discuss? We're good.
I would just like to note that when you are making your recommendation to the state board, you are changing the name of the standards. They were formerly named the Visual and Performing Arts Standards, and the Standards Advisory Committee did work on changing the name to represent all of the different disciplines within the arts, and that's why you see the name change to the California Arts Standards. And that means that the framework will also be named the California Arts Framework.
And Dr. Gregson, will that be known as CAS, like NCAS and CAS, so we differentiate it? Will we say that? CAS?
I haven't worked on an acronym, but it's California Arts Standards, so it would be CAS.
Okay. I think I like that better than we're trying to get the M in there like VAMPA or, you know. Right, so we're about to take formal action to recommend the draft standards with our requested edits, but first, do any members of the VAPA committee want to discuss any of the public comments we have just heard? Are there any issues you would like to reopen for discussion based on what you just heard? We're now ready to take action on the draft standards. There will be two motions. The first will be to recommend the draft standards to the full IQC. The second will be to ask the full IQC to delegate the chair and vice chair of this committee to work with staff and the writers as they make the changes that are approved by the commission. Now that we have reached consensus on which recommended actions to accept, change, or reject, we need to formalize our decisions with a motion. I need a motion to recommend to the full IQC the recommended actions on which we reached consensus today. Does anyone have a question about any of the consensus decisions we've made? Do we need to review what those are, or are we good? May I have a motion to recommend to the full IQC the suggested edits on which we reached consensus?
I so move.
I second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Commissioner Wu and seconded by Commissioner Murphy-Corwin. Is there any discussion of the motion? Are there any commissioners not on the VAPA subject matter committee who would like to comment on the motion? Are there any comments from the State Board liaison? Is there any public comment on the motion? I believe we're ready to vote. Remember, only members of the VAPA subject matter committee can vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any wish to abstain? The motion passes. Thank you to the members of the public who provided comment on the draft standards, and thank you, commissioners, for your thoughtful discussions today. The art standards will support instruction in the arts that is inclusive and supportive of the development of creativity. The work that we have done today will help to make the standards more useful. I also wish to thank the writers, Pam Spiescher, Rachel Loganoff, the CD staff, Constantino Silva and Letty Krause, and Executive Director Dr. Gregson for her leadership through this process. So staff will provide an update on the focus groups held in August and September. Your item includes a report that has a summary of the comments made by focus group members at each of the four focus group meetings and summaries of all comments made by members of the public at those meetings. Letty?
All right, so you received your focus group, and similar to Alejandro and World Language, essentially after conducting the focus groups, I went through and I took all of the notes from all the transcriptions and all of the notes that we had, and I organized the notes, and I would put, I organized them by the questions that you see that are listed in the focus group report. I'm not going to read them to you because you've already read them, but for each location, I would organize them under each question, and I would put at the top things that I heard repeated more than once. So that's when you see those notes from individual locations, I try to indicate to you in doing that what popped up the most. Then, as you know, there's a summary in the front starting on page 4 where I surfaced what we heard the most and summarized for you what I felt like we were hearing from the public the most. And of course, as you know, from that we derived the guidelines. So are there any questions about that focus group, its origins, or its purpose?
This is a really great report, by the way.
All right, then I believe I'm finished with my...
Okay, well, thank you. Would any SMC members like to comment on the focus group report or the public comments received? CDE staff has prepared draft guidelines to guide the work of the VAPA CFCC to revise the VAPA framework, which we will transition to calling the arts framework as we move forward with revision. Before we begin our discussion, Letty will provide an overview of the guidelines.
So the guidelines are based on statutory requirements, feedback from the 4 focus group meetings that we held in August and September, information provided by the Instructional Quality Commission and the SBE, and public comment. The guidelines document that you have, which is attachment 3, is organized into 6 sections with specifics to guide the CFCC in its work of creating an updated draft of the framework. And in preparing its draft, the CFCC will work closely with the VAPA Subject Matter Committee, the professional writer that we will contract with, and of course with the CDE. If approved today, these guidelines will be presented to the State Board at the January 2019 meeting, and the CFCC will complete its work in August of 2019, and then present this commission with a draft framework in January of 2020. Okay. Are there any questions about that? All right.
Okay, would any SMC members like to comment on the, well, I think we're there. All right. Turning the page. Would any commissioners like to comment on the guidelines at this time? Staff will record any requested edits, and if the full commission takes action to approve any edits suggested by the committee, those edits will be included in the version that is sent to the State Board in January. I do have 2 questions on the guidelines. Anyone else wish to talk? Yes, Commissioner Natives?
Sorry, I'm just rescanning to make sure I didn't miss it, because it may already be in here. Let me just do a find. Equity? No. I just wanted to highlight what we talked about with the World Language Framework and discuss whether or not there was a need to also embed access and equity throughout this one as well.
So this is a little different than the world language.
Right, that's what I was wondering. I know, so I wasn't sure.
So we, in collaboration with our special education division and our partnership with an arts committee that the special education division collaborates with, have embedded access and equity throughout every single element within the guidelines. So you'll see it in little things like the universal design for learning, the scaffolding pieces,
and there won't be a separate, even like a summary thing at the end.
Correct.
It'll just be the UDL
It'll
and
be
the various scaffolding.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my question was, as Dr. Gregson said, discussed universal design for learning, but what I did not see, and perhaps I missed it, and it was brought up in the focus group, the understanding by design, which NCAS is based on, isn't mentioned, but it does have the enduring understandings and essential questions. I don't see backward planning. I don't see, is that an intentional?
Given possible copyright issues, I steered clear of that.
Okay.
But in mentioning enduring understandings and the other one, we're getting at that. I just thought we should steer clear of.
All right, that makes sense. I just was curious why that was omitted. Then my other question was on the separate chapters for dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. Under A, models and examples. I was wondering whether I believe it would be here, if there could be examples of specific classes like that might fall. I'm trying to think of how I could say it's like I'm blanking out what I was thinking. I had in my notes, will there be examples of types of classes?
This is A3, models and examples of what student learning looks like in different classroom settings.
So yes, it does. All right. Okay, I got it. I'm good.
That's page 3.
All right, well, I didn't have my hard copy. Okay, I'm good. Any other discussion on the draft guidelines? I need a motion to recommend to the full commission the CFCC guidelines for the update of the arts framework with any edits. Well, we did no edits. Motion. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Commissioner Murphy-Corwin. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Naditz. Any discussion of the motion? Any public comment on the motion? Let's have a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Whew. Our final tasks today are to identify the applicants we wish to recommend for appointment to the VAPA Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee, known as the CFCC. In addition, we will recommend an applicant or applicants to serve as chair, co-chairs of the VAPA CFCC. Tomorrow, the full commission will take action on our recommendations and then forward the list of recommended applicants to the State Board of Education. The State Board will consider the IQC's recommendation and make the VAPA CFCC appointments at its January 2019 meeting. I will ask for recommendations from members of the VAPA CMC, then other commissioners, the State Board liaisons, and then ask for public comment. Are there any questions before we have Letty walk us through the process and we begin to consider the applications?
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Tonkovich. And just first of all, we provided a new summary table for you this morning. I think this is the 4th version now. There's been a lot of applicants and a lot of projects, so thank you for your patience. So we received a total of 80 applications for the VAPA Curriculum Framework and Criteria Committee. In the packet of materials for this meeting, you should have received a note-taking guide on pink paper, I believe, a summary table, which we've now replaced, the actual applications and resumes submitted by applicants with personal contact information on the resumes redacted. And of course, as you know from the previous experience, that the online applications limited applicants in number of characters. So in some cases, you'll see responses that were cut off. Also, despite instructions to limit resumes, some people submitted long resumes. And so we also cut off resumes after 7 pages.
Seven.
Well, there weren't very many for VAPA. There weren't very many. Not for VAPA. So at this point, you may want to pull up those documents on your computer screen for easy searching. Also get any personal notes that you have. Title V regulations require that a majority of the committee be classroom teachers at the time of appointment. Furthermore, at least one member must be a content review expert, or CRE. California Code of Regulations Title V, Section 9512 defines CREs for VAPA as having earned a master's degree or higher in that field and 5 or more years of experience with and expertise in standards-based instructional programs and practices. Based on the number of applicants who indicated experience in these areas on their applications, meeting our requirements will not be difficult. The entries on the summary table that we provided were assigned based on the information provided by the applicant on their applications and or on their resumes. The summary table will help you recommend an advisory committee that meets the requirements that we have to meet, but it will also ensure broad representation from the various arts disciplines. However, it is up to the commissioners to determine whether an individual applicant's experience and expertise qualifies them for inclusion on the VAPA CFCC. I have one additional note. CDE provided legal counsel, or we asked for CDE legal counsel to review the conflict of interest declarations that applicants provided. While none of the applicants have a disqualifying conflict pursuant to Section 18730 of Title II of the California Code of Regulations, one indicated that they have published books or otherwise completed work that could present a conflict if the committee were to discuss those materials or to decide to recommend them in the framework. In such cases, our instructions would be for that individual to recuse themselves from any of those discussions. That's one applicant. The process that I suggest is to start by recommending applicants in the groups based on their current employment, beginning with current classroom teachers, looking at elementary, middle, and high school, and then look at the non-teacher categories. In each category, committee members will identify by applicant number and not by name individuals that you'd like to recommend for the CFCC. Once you have a list of nominated candidates, we'll then discuss them as a committee, you will, to reach consensus on which applicants the committee will recommend in that category. Once the committee has come to consensus on which applicants should be recommended in each category, Commissioner Tonkovich will ask for a motion that recommends those applicants to the full commission. We will use the summary table, again, the summary table worksheet, to keep track of the applicants and the process. Also, just like with world languages, you will need to recommend a person or persons with skills necessary to lead the CFCC, and they will serve as chair and possibly co-chairs of the CFCC. So please keep this in mind as you have your discussion of the applications. I will turn it over to Commissioner Tonkovich to start with Category 1 teachers.
So before, Commissioner Tonkovich, before you start, just something to keep in mind. So you have 20 members of the CFCC. You have 5 disciplines that need to be represented on the CFCC. So if you think of it in terms of you need to have 4 representatives from each discipline, that could help you navigate your conversation a little bit.
Thank you, Dr. Gregson. Let's begin with those applicants noted as K-6 elementary school teachers on the chart. I would suggest we go by discipline. Let's start with dance for K-6. If the commission chooses to select 20 members, an ideally balanced FCC would consist of 3 or 4 elementary teachers, 3 or 4 middle school teachers, and 3 or 4 high school teachers with a minimum of 11 teachers in those 3 categories. Now, Letty was good enough to bold most recent experience, because you see some have K-12 experience, but where are they currently? Which is quite helpful, thank you.
And it also may indicate most recent expertise.
We will start with the elementary school teachers. Are there any applicants for case? Could we just do all of, can we just do all of dance instead of doing all elementary? Like do K-6 dance?
Start with, let's go across and
Yes,
do dance.
okay, thank you. All right, does anyone have a K-5 candidate for dance?
I would suggest candidate 856. If we're going to go all the way across the board.
Let's just go with elementary now.
Just
and then anyone else?
K5?
Yeah, just for K-5.
To just dance all the way across.
Okay, well,
Dance
all right, okay, go ahead.
Dance all the way across? Okay, so 856, 864, and 849.
Anyone else?
Yeah. I'd like to consider 804, 805, and 811.
I had 804, but I had her for music because that was where she was bolded.
I had her for music too.
Yes, I have her for music as well.
Not dance. Yeah, not dance.
All right, so could we agree to put 804, since 804 is
select
bolded
804
in
then?
music? This
Do not
moving it
select
down?
804 in dance?
Not in dance.
Not in dance.
Not in dance.
She's,
Music.
She's right here.
she is, but the nice thing is that everything is bolded. I would like to include 809, 821, and 840. Is 849 already highlighted? Okay, all right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do we want to stay with with table 1 at the moment before we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
We're just doing
Doing
teachers
classroom
right now, so
teachers.
you're going to get that completed before you go to the next table.
All right, I got that. So if we limit, now sometimes I'm thinking if we do 3 classroom teachers for each discipline, even if they have experience in others, so let's say it's difficult to get in elementary or middle school, but they have that experience. I think it's going to be very difficult in media arts to do that, but we can keep in mind that we could have then 1 higher ed in that subject.
Do we want to move on into music then?
Okay.
So 804 in music. Mm-hmm.
And then I also had 848.
A little bit. Oh, I see for middle, for 6-8.
Yeah, it's in all 3.
Okay. All righty. Those are the ones I selected. So let's move on to theater.
I'm sorry, I have a question for you. If they appear in different disciplines, do you still want me to select them as appearing in multiple boxes, if you will, even if they're not in different grade levels? For example, 804 appears all the way across.
No, I think we should leave it 804 just in music, I think. Yes, the bold.
Okay.
'Cause that is their expertise at the moment, and we have so many candidates, I think, who will be qualified in the other disciplines.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So in theater, do 869. And I had 812.
Me too.
8:45.
And 821? No.
Just throwing this out there that we're shooting for 11 teachers
Oh,
at
yeah.
minimum, right? So that's, the math kind of says we'll be doing maybe 2 per discipline.
Although, no, I'm thinking that we want 3, if possible, for the balance of 1 per grade band like we did with the standards. We don't have to, but I think that would be something to shoot for, but we don't have to. So that would be 15.
I'm just proposing this other way to look at it, which is you could be thinking about trying to get 2 teachers per row, basically. I mean, I know we also want to try to get 3 or 4 per grade band, but also representation of discipline.
Righty. If there's no more suggestions for theater, let's move to visual art.
I had 876 and 818.
I had 813 and 858.
I also had 843 as my maybes.
And I had 844.
All right, let's move on to media arts.
I had 852.
Me too.
I had 873.
I have 842. And 860. Now I had kind of a, if we don't have more than 1 teacher, there is a teacher who is on SAC, who is in media arts elementary. She's since retired, so she's other, but she has that elementary experience. Do you know what I'm talking about? So if we don't have an elementary media arts, there is someone that we could put in from the other list who just had that recent experience. Okay, and also when we go to other, there's a STEAM TOSA who has a lot of elementary school experience, even though she's not a classroom teacher. So what I'm thinking, Dean, is when you said Commissioner Reese, when there's 2 per row, we still have that grade level expertise with our curriculum specialists. Okay, so how many teachers do we have at the moment?
You have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 27, if my math is correct.
Need to cut more than half of them.
It is a good poll.
Commissioner Murphy-Corwin put 856, I think, as her first choice. I'm in agreement with elementary dance for 856. Any discussion from the other commissioners?
Consensus 856?
I also agree with 856 being a strong candidate. She has CFCC experience in the past.
856 is green.
Is anyone, could I advocate for 849? Let me go to my notes here. She is a CRC. She adjuncts, she has a higher ed. She attended, I think it looks like 2 focus groups. So she's got, she attended, she wasn't part of it, but she attended the standards revision meetings, the SAC meetings. she's a high school dance teacher, but she does have 1 year middle school experience. And she has an admin credential. I just liked 849.
849?
I also was very impressed with her application, her work with the California Arts Project, the National Dance Educators Association, NCAS, and so on.
Consensus then on 849?
Definitely, I would go with 849.
Okay.
I had her also down, this person has K-5 experience too. So,
I think I put down, I couldn't find that. But I think that might not be recent, but it might be. Alrighty, so that is wait. Could you put 849 for the high school, because that's her bold? Is that
849.
912?
Turn it green in the high school instead of the middle school.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. So this would
We're
be-
just being picky.
That's okay. Great, okay, good.
So since we have 2 at dance, shall we go to music?
Yeah, because I have a couple of others in dance as well, so.
Okay.
Can I throw out one candidate to consider, which is 821?
You know, I had her too for 821. Commissioner Reese, could you tell us why you advocate for 821?
She just has an outstanding resume. She does great things with being very inclusive of her students, of all different backgrounds, and
it looks like she attended a focus group, and she works at a performing arts high school, but also I have in my notes that she worked on the 96 VAPA framework revision, and that so she has that experience. Yeah, I like 821 as well.
821 then?
and just one last word about 821. This person also has theater background, and I think that's always very good.
Oh, good. Yes. All right. Excellent. So shall we,
I'm going to unhighlight. Thank you. Thank you.
all right, so shall we continue to music then? We had several outstanding, this was so hard.
8:30 was a member of the VAPA SAC.
8:30. Let me go to 8:30. Oh, he was truly terrific. And also, since elementary has, I'm going to propose this. Elementary is primarily, if they're going to have an art specialist, will be music. There's another really good applicant at the elementary school, 804. She's the STEAM TOZA, and she's got a music background, and she's an art integration specialist. I really liked 804 and 830.
Oh, 804.
8:30 is kind of also in the middle school, so.
So there is that extension. All right.
Would you like me to select her in middle school, elementary?
She's not bolded anywhere, so you
No.
might as well do it in middle school. It makes it look different.
There we go. 8:30 consensus? Yeah?
Then 804.
And then 804, right?
If we don't have a high school, we could always use the other in high school.
And/or candidate 848, whom I liked very much, actually crosses all grade bands. Primary experiences in middle, but does go into high school as well.
For some reason, I don't.
I would like to advocate also for 845. Are we looking at, we're in music, sorry, I was just jumping
Sorry.
to theater.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
For which one?
848.
Oh, 848.
It's just a thought. if
No, I
you're
know, I'm
looking for-
looking, she's got a math minor. She's into arts integration, so that was her master's thesis. She is a NBCT candidate. She hasn't certified yet. She's a possibility.
Why
And that
don't,
would be
why don't
three.
we just leave it there, but put a note on our papers if we need to add someone in for high school, we
All
can
right. Okay.
come back to her.
Back to
I'll put a
8:48.
note, she's a possible add.
8:48, yeah, I'm going to select her as
Okay.
yellow here.
So let's continue to theater. Again, a difficult choice here.
Eight 69 is bold in K5 and 6-8. All right.
I think 869 is very strong, master's degree in creative drama, experience right across the board, K-12. I would definitely advocate for 869.
I'm sorry, what number is that?
869.
Oh, yes, I see, I see.
869 then?
I like.
Yes?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes,
Yes, 869, okay. I'll select her as green in middle school.
Okay. For high school,
Going, can I just, I'm tracking kind of who you're going to make sure we have a diverse representation on the committee, and right now, you only have one male represented.
you know,
And
that's
you
a good point.
And you have 6 females. I'm also tracking ethnicity to make sure that we have diversity within our committee. So I'm going to make those reminders as you go through and make your selections.
812 is someone who was on the SAC. I think she was on the original Standards of Framework Committee. She's but all right. There are so many qualified theater applicants.
I would like to recommend, highly recommend, number 845.
I was just
And
gonna
it's
say him.
male gender, master's in educational theater, again, experience across the board, K-12, number 845.
The only thing I wondered, look at his years of experience. Does that make a difference? No, that could give a new perspective. Okay,
Consensus, 845?
all right. So we have 2 in theater. Shall we go to visual arts? Or yes, visual arts is next.
Eight 818 was on the SAC.
Let me go to 818. Oh, very strong candidate. And someone, yes, definitely. 818 is a
818?
Mhm.
Consensus?
.843 for elementary. Does anyone?
I'd also like to recommend, especially again, if we're looking for gender balance, number 827 for visual arts, 912.
27.
827.
I did like that he did community things. The 843, however, female, she does have experience with special ed and the hard of hearing and, you know, special needs. She also has experience working with the community.
I would agree with 843.
Our candidates are very strong. It's very difficult.
Oh, seriously strong.
843? Or not yet?
Well, all right. Okay. Then we can come back if we need to fill in after we do our other.
Not very good on gender.
We have our.
Not have a-
No, I didn't hear a consensus. 843, yes or no? We're still thinking about it.
I like 843.
Yeah.
Not resounding, but getting there.
Again, you really want to consider gender.
I know.
A little
You
bit.
could just add 827 with 843. I mean, you can.
Yeah.
have those.
And also, when we do the other, they're predominantly male at the district and college levels. So we're going to get a lot of men.
I'll put a star next to 827 in case we want to come back.
Well, do we want, so wait, I don't see 2 highlighted in green on visual arts.
843 we've been discussing, so let's go
Okay.
ahead and make 843 green.
Okay, all right. And then if we decide to go back. All right, media arts. Well, there is a no-brainer on, oops, I shouldn't say that. 852.
Yeah, 852.
He's an NCAS writer for media arts. He was on the SAC. He goes to the focus groups. He's a high school, but experience with middle school.
852, green.
And I would also like to propose 873.
Although, let me check. She's the one I looked up.
Okay.
I really think her expertise is not in media art but visual arts, and I don't think she's. I actually looked up her school site to see what courses she was teaching, and the closest to media arts was journalism. So it's not from the resume. Can I?
873.
873. Now, she may have media arts in her experience and her background. She does have visual communication degree and photo and printmaking as an MFA. But I hesitate putting her as the media art. I just hesitate. Although she did list that. But see, she's not in bold there. She's bolded.
At
High school.
Oh, I see.
She's also bolded in visual arts.
Okay. I had, remember we have I mentioned the SAC member who is retired, who was on the elementary, represented the elementary on the media arts in SAC, but she's an other. How many teachers do we have right now?
3, 5, 10.
All right. Rats.
Just to throw this out there, 873 kind of provided less than exciting answers about teaching students with disabilities.
Yeah, it wasn't that well written, her application. I mean, not, good thing we're not.
What about 842? Who had
No,
it?
I had him as a maybe. He has the CTE AME. He has a BA in Film and Media Studies. He adjuncts. He does professional. He works for Fox Sports. I mean, he's got that college and career track there. Yeah, I kind of like him.
842?
Yeah. Are we good? 842?
Yeah.
842. You're at 11.
All right. So we go to other? So the other on dance.
I had 2 candidates for dance on other that either could be the CRE, and so I don't know. They both, I guess, might be on the committee. One is 833 and one is 865.
I have 865 down. Let me see.
833 and 865.
I also had 840, which is in the other category,
840,
and 857 under LEA.
857,
I liked 838.
838.
Oh, wait, we're in dance, sorry.
We're dance.
Never
I was gonna-
mind, never mind. Oh, for dance. All right, this was a SAC member who the state board liked so well. Number 8, did you say 840 already?
Yep.
Yes, all right. 840, strong candidate, very well written. I also had, did you say 865? I have down excellent. She, well written, she's got the background.
And just remember, we're surfacing all the numbers and then doing the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
It gets kind of confusing when you're going back and forth. If you can just give us the numbers, then we can go back and have the conversation.
Okay, any other numbers in dance? Okay,
I think
music?
I'm good too. All right, are we ready to move on then to
Music.
music?
Definitely 814.
I had 834 for music.
34.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And he's male.
I had 828.
828.
So that, shall we move on then to theater?
Okay.
Peter? Okay.
If someone like to throw out
828.
Me too.
28.
And I also had 803.
803.
I had 816.
816.
All right, that's it. That's, I believe. Wait, just a sec. Did you say 828 is listed? Yes, he was on the SAC. Very exemplary application. Okay, all right, numbers, just numbers. All right, let's go to visual arts.
I'd like to recommend 823.
823.
And 834.
And 834.
I'd like 839.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
34.
Oh, my. In visual arts?
No, which number did you say?
I wrote it in, it was a mistake.
Okay.
Just,
Right.
yes, 823, just 823.
Okay.
I have him as well.
Any other in visual arts?
I liked 839. Okay.
Okay.
Are we good? All right, let's go to media.
I had 824.
Ditto.
24.
I have 832.
832.
I had 810.
Okay, before you just start your discussion on these other applicants, Krista, can you please go to the teachers? So there are a few that you need to make a decision about because that determines your numbers for how many other. So you had questions around 848 in music.
Here.
And then you had a question on 827 in visual arts. So because my numbers are not adding up to what's there, so I want to just make sure we clarify and we have this correct because
Yeah, on 827, well, looking at the visual arts category, we have 2 chosen, and on the other group, we only highlighted 2 more. So basically, we need to kind of pick 2 between 823, 839, which are both others, and that 827, which was a teacher.
so right now I have 14 teachers that you were considering, and That includes, so in dance, it's 8:56, 8:49, and 8:21. In music, 8:04, 8:30, and then the question was 8:48. In theater is 8:69, 8:12, and 8:45.
8:12?
8:12, was one I put a question mark next to.
Okay, so are we not, 8:12 is not on the?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's my fault.
Yes, I had her as an 8.
Yeah, I had him as had 8:12 as a maybe. So, but if we look at just visual arts, so we were saying we needed 4 from each category, right?
So you have
Be-
5
for 20.
categories.
Times
Total, you want 4.
Right.
So some you have 3, some you have 2, just in the teachers alone.
Right, yeah, so if we're looking at visual arts, we have 2. On the back side, we have 2. And we also were talking about 827. So that would give us 5 to narrow down to 4.
And 827 is male, and you are really disproportionate right now between females and males on the committee recommendations for teachers.
823 is also male. 839 is female. So if
Could we do the table 2 and see the ratio of male, female after that? Because,
Well, the problem is that if we start greening that, then we might have to,
did we decide definitively on 821 and 849? Well, I'm looking at,
yes, 821
dance.
and 849 were both.
So that's 3 teachers in dance, 2 in music, 2 in theater, 2 in visual arts, and 2 in media arts.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure we have those numbers solidified before we're moving on to the non-classroom teachers.
Yeah, because there were a couple there were 3 that we still had questions on in teachers, and then looking at which way do we go on the others.
Okay. All right, so that is how many teachers at this point?
11.
Yeah,
I have 11.
Yep, now we have 11.
Okay,
At least now
so
I have 11.
9 from the other, and if we keep it for each, that would be 1 dance, 2 music, 2 theater, 2 visual art, and 2 media arts. Okay?
And the question being with visual arts, we only have 2 in the other highlighted, but there was one other teacher we really liked.
Is that the 827?
Yes.
Okay. All righty, well, let's choose one, yes, let's choose 1 from dance. I did have one that I just really, oh, well, 840, who was on the SAC, and also 865. I think those are 2 really strong dance candidates.
So we need to decide on one of those, or pick pick both of them over one of the teachers.
Did you read on 860, the One Voice project that teacher did? On the other hand, I saw firsthand 840 and how she was a good positive contribution to SAC. I'm good either way. So shall we go with 840? Is that she's our strongest candidate at this point? All right.
840?
Okay, let's go to music other.
We have 2 chosen, both of whom are primarily elementary specialists. But a little across the board too. No? We're looking at music.
Music, non-classroom?
Right, so what we have so far for music is 2 teachers. One of them is elementary specialist and one is K-8 specialist. So we do not have a high school specialist in music yet. But if we look at the others, I don't know if that takes care of that. So we would need 2 more.
Can we look at 834? He's a higher ed. He's got higher degrees. He's a CRE. It's a male. He has some K-12 experience. I'm sorry, what?
He's worked with the CCTC as well.
He has a wonderfully well-written application and resume. He's founder of the Southern California Youth
Harmonic.
Yes, thank you. I think
This is candidate number
3-4.
834. Am I hearing
Any
consensus?
disagreement on that?
I really don't want to get rid of 814.
We have the ability to do 2 in this group.
He was on that was also a male. He was on the SAC, outstanding person in music.
Oh, 834. and
Background
814?
is extensive, 814, and he's doctor of music. Absolutely,
Yeah.
for CRE.
He just recently retired.
Yes, phenomenal.
Yeah,
he's got to be.
834 and 814 for music, non-classroom teacher. Okay.
And that would give us that high school experience as well.
Oh, because he just retired. Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
Theater.
Okay.
So theater, we have 2 already. So we need 2 more. There was also the question of 812 of the first group, but we have 3 here. So 2 more.
I don't see 8. It's hard for me to see this way.
I wanted, if I can just jump in on for theater. Again, 828 was on SAC, phenomenal, PhD. It's in theater history and criticism. You've got, he can be the CRE. He's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
He is a CRE, yes, he's good.
828, Green.
Music and visual theater, visual arts, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have 2, do we have our 2 for music, or or theater? Or we have 1 for theater? So we need 1 more? We possibly could.
803, 816, and then we also had a teacher 812 812 that we had kind of left up in the air.
I don't.
812 is off the SAC. Was from the SAC.
The 838, I don't see 838 highlighted, but I thought I had mentioned 838. No?
838.
That was a very well-written application and into arts integration, has been a professional actor and community partnerships like the La Jolla Playhouse. Oh, well. And what was the, Commissioner Wu, what was the other theater one you wanted?
812 was a member of the SAC.
Oh, yes, she was on my list. She was, and she has that experience with the prior.
And we decided to put it on hold and come back.
Oh, okay. And she did work in the 2001 standards, and she's gone. She was a good contributor. I'm happy with her.
So you're liking both 838 and 812, and we need to pick one of them.
Yes, I'm good with either one.
I would go with 812.
Okay.
Definitely.
812.
Okay.
812.
That's back in the teachers.
Yes.
Okay, so just for my own clarity, we're doing 12 teachers, right?
Yep.
So 812 and also 828 from the other table.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, and plus 840 and 814 from the other table.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about theater.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
So visual arts now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Non-class.
And we can choose 2 from the visual arts.
We only have we have 2 highlighted, but we also had 827 from the teachers.
Okay. Yeah. Whoops, sorry.
823 is also male.
Eight 839 is female, but she's from can I say where she's from? She's a museum educator.
Yeah.
So.
Northern California.
Northern California.
Yeah.
So I really, one of my heart's desires is to see a museum educator. And we can have 2 visual arts, correct?
Yeah, we have room for 2 more. So look at 823 and 827.
Absolutely 823.
I have 823 as well. So
Outstanding. I mean, just background. Also wrote a graphic novel. Phenomenal.
823 and 839 then?
That's what, yeah?
I'm good with that.
All right. You're getting there.
He's male. All right, so
We have 2, we need 2 more.
So
There's 3 highlighted.
Wait. Say that again?
Media arts, we have 2 in teachers.
Right. Oh, okay, you're talking about media arts
We
now.
need 2
Yes.
more.
Okay.
So 810, 832, and 824.
810 has a master's degree in media studies?
Wait, did you say 834? No.
824.
2-4 and 3-2.
I did too. I had 824 and 810 as my 2 go-tos.
That's fine.
That's fine.
810 and 824?
Yep.
Okay, well, I think we're there.
Did we do it?
I think that does it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Are we good?
8 and 12.
We need chair.
Yeah, I do have 2, I would like to do 2 co-chairs. I know their names. I have to, I know, I got to find their numbers.
First,
All right, one is 828 as chair.
Wait, in what category?
on
In what
the
discipline?
other.
Oh, he's
other
on table
theater-
2.
Other theater.
And then I had on table 1, oh, crap, I think she's, oh, sorry. 818, visual arts.
818 visual arts.
And
6
Those are my 2 choices
Or
for
school.
co-chair.
818,
818, yeah.
right here?
Yep.
So I highlighted them in blue, but was there consensus?
Does anyone like more discussion on those co-chairs?
Just clarification, if we picked, can the chair also be, if they're qualified, be a CRE?
Yes, they can be. Okay. All righty, so any more discussion? Are we in agreement with the 2 co-chairs? Okay, so let me find the place. Commissioners, I believe that we've agreed that we would like to recommend the applicants that we just agreed upon. Do we, you have everything's good, we don't need to go over the numbers. Is there consensus on the list of those applicants?
You like me to read the numbers?
Yes, I would.
So, and then maybe Stephanie or Dr. Gregson can tick off a count, make sure we're not over 20. Applicant numbers 856, 821, 849.
My pen just turned up, sorry. Go ahead, start over, sorry.
Applicant numbers 858, 821, 849, 804, 830, 869, 812, 845, 843, 818, 842, 852, 840, 834, 814, 828, 823, 839, 810, 824.
The very first one
The
is
very first one's
856.
856. That was a, yeah. Yes, 856 is the first one.
That's what I have written down, but.
Well, you said it the first time, and then when I got my pen, you said it. All right, are we good? That's 20 applicants. Do those numbers jive with Dr. Gregson with what you have? And Acosta, okay, excellent. So, I need a motion to recommend to the full commission the applicants that were just read for recommendation to the State Board for appointment to the Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee for the update of the arts framework.
I so move.
Okay, and then a second.
Second.
So moved by Commissioner Murphy-Corwin, so seconded by Commissioner Naditz. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any final comments by the VAPA SMC? Any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Any comments from our State Board liaison? Any public comments to the motion? I believe we are ready to vote. Remember, only members of the VAPA Subject Matter Committee can vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Now that we've recommended applicants for the CFCC, I need a motion to recommend the two co-chairs that we recommended. Can someone make a motion for those two co-chairs?
I move.
Commissioner Wu makes the motion. Any second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Murphy-Corwin. Any discussion of that motion? Any final comments? Any commissioners not on the committee? State board, liaison comments, public comment? I believe we're ready to vote on the co-chairs. Remember, only members of the VAPA subject matter committee can vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. The VAPA subject matter committee has taken very important actions today. Thank you to all the committee members being prepared and contributing to the discussions and the decision-making process. I also want to thank the other commissioners, the state board liaisons, and members of the public who provided comments and suggestions today. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to Seaford staff for guiding us through the actions today. And I look forward to our involvement in the development of the 2020 Arts Framework. Are there any other public comments? Then I now close the VAPA SMC meeting. Woohoo.
Okay, how about we take a 10-minute break? Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay, we'll come back at 3:20.
Good afternoon, everyone. We saved the best for last. I call the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee to order. If you are a member of the SMC, please put your nameplate up. If you're not a member, please turn your nameplate down. The members are SMC Vice Chair Flores, Commissioner Lara, Commissioner Munoz, Commissioner Tonkovich, and IQC Chair Reese. The action this committee will take today is to identify the applicants we wish to recommend for the appointment of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Committee. In addition, we will recommend an applicant or applicants to serve as co-chairs of the Ethnic Studies MCAC. We will forward our recommendations to the full commission. Tomorrow, the full commission will take action on our recommendations and then forward the list of recommended applicants to the State Board of Education. The State Board will consider the IQC's recommendations and make the Ethnic Studies MCAC appointments at its January 2019 meeting. I will ask for recommendations from members of the HSSMC, then other commissioners, the State Board liaisons, and then ask for public comment. Are there any questions before we have Dr. McDonald walk us through the process and we begin the consideration of the applications? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, SMC Chair Krishna. In the packet of materials for this meeting, you received the following items: a note-taking guide to the applicants, a summary table to help you prepare for this discussion, and the actual applications and resumes that were submitted by the applicants. The item is attachment 1. Personal contact information on the resumes was redacted, and as we discussed in the earlier ones, those applications were limited for some of the long essay responses, so in some cases you will have encountered responses that just end mid-word. Despite instructions to limit resumes to 2 to 3 pages, we received some that were in excess of that requirement. I noticed Board Member Rucker's comment earlier, but she doesn't know that we received some. The longest that we got was 38 pages. 38 pages. I believe it was a minority, a significant minority that actually followed the 2 to 3 pages that we asked for. A minority of the applicants that submitted, that actually did 2 to 3 pages. So you might want to pull up these documents on your computer screen now or get your notes handy. But before we begin, I have a couple of amendments and corrections to our scoring sheet, our summary table. I want to note that applicant number 524 withdrew her application. So she is on the third table, the College University faculty under University of California faculty in the bottom row. So she withdrew. There was another applicant, 432, who also withdrew, but that was noted on your cover sheet. There were a couple that we missed just because we were doing this quickly, and there are a couple names we left off. None of these affect any of the applications themselves. They were just entries on the table. Applicant number 525, we put down as a high school ethnic studies teacher. They were an ethnic studies teacher, but now they're currently a graduate student finishing up their graduate work, so they're not currently teaching. So we moved 525 from that column in the teacher table to the ethnic studies other column in the second table. So 525. There was one teacher that we missed. It was applicant number 456. Again, this was a special education teacher who has K-12 experience. For the sake of the table, I just put her under 6 through 8, but that person indicated that they had experience in K through 12 and are currently teaching. What number was that? That was 456. And then on the second table, the non-teachers table, there were a couple people we missed, and some of these people did not submit complete applications. So that's probably why we missed some of them. But just for the sake of completeness, we want to make sure everyone's represented. Applicant number 530 is a K-12 administrator who has identified background or experience in a related field. So that would be 530, goes in the second row of the first column of that table. And then in the last column in the other, I already mentioned 525. Applicant 448 is also a person with ethnic studies background who is in the other category. And then the last one is 441, who is in the other category but has identified background experience in a related field. So 441 goes next to 520 on the table. And I've made those edits into the version that is on the screen. I apologize I didn't make you extra copies, but I just want to make sure those were noted. And again, that no way changes any of the applications themselves. It was just some mistakes we made in our table. So as you consider who to recommend for the Ethnic Studies MCAC, remember that per Education Code Section 51226.7, the model curriculum shall be developed with participation from faculty of ethnic studies programs at universities and colleges that have those programs, and a group of representatives of local educational agencies. A majority of the advisory committee will be kindergarten through grade 12 teachers who have relevant experience or education background in the study and teaching of ethnic studies. The advisory committee will assist in developing a draft of the ethnic studies model curriculum. The statute states that the model curriculum shall be written as a guide to allow school districts to adapt their courses to reflect the student demographics in their communities. The model curriculum will include examples of courses offered by local educational agencies that have been approved as meeting the A through G admission requirements of the University of California and California State University, including course outlines for those courses. So to talk a little bit more about the breakdown of the applicants and the demographics, I'm going to turn it over to Janelle Hope, who is our expert analyst that we hired for this project. She's a doctoral candidate in cultural studies at UC Davis and has presented to this commission before. Janelle.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ken, for the introduction. The summary table attachment will help you recommend an advisory committee that meets these requirements while also ensuring board representation from the various disciplinary areas within ethnic studies. I am very excited to report that due to great outreach, we had a total of 134 applicants. They were all received by the October 17th deadline. The statute does not include a minimum or a maximum size for the advisory committee, but based on past experience, we have learned that the larger the committee gets, the more challenging it becomes to conduct its work. Remember that a majority of the members of the committee must be teachers. So for example, if we want to recommend a total of 20 ethnic studies MCAC members, at least 11 of them should be current K through 12 teachers. 45 applicants have identified that they are currently classroom teachers. These applicants are shown in the first table in the summary document. Some applicants are listed more than once because the table indicates classroom experience by grade span, and some of those applicants indicated having experience in several grade areas. While the statute and the curriculum will focus on a high school course, you may select applicants from any grade range to be part of the teacher cohort on the advisory committee. The entries in the summary table were assigned based off of the information provided by the applicants on their applications and/or on their resumes. We have identified which teacher and other K through 12 education candidates have explicitly identified a background or experience in ethnic studies, which have identified experience in a related field such as history, sociology, other social science courses, and which have minimal experiences in ethnic studies. However, it is up to the commissioners to determine whether an individual applicant's experience and expertise qualifies them for inclusion on the Model Curriculum Advisory Committee. The third table, which includes our college university faculty applicants, is organized a little bit differently. If you take a look at it, so what we have here is we've listed faculty according to their areas of expertise and specific disciplinary areas. So primarily, well, the 4 core areas of ethnic studies, which are African American studies, Asian American studies, Chicanx, Latinx studies, and Native American studies. And those with context expertise in fields and other fields sort of related to ethnic studies. So thinking sociology, history, cultural studies. Lots of folks from education, multicultural education in particular, are in that related category. Commissioners may wish to consider these areas when making recommendations for faculty inclusion in the MCAC as well. And just to note, it's also obviously divided up by community college, UC, CSU, as well as private and out-of-state institutions.
Okay. So this is all stuff you've heard a couple times before already, because we are the third and last committee to be recommended today. But I have to say, because it's important, and I know you guys want to get to the really fun stuff of picking people, so I'll go through it quickly. So our legal counsel did review the conflict of interest declarations. It's really just perfunctory because there's never any controversy at all in anything related to history, social science. None of the applicants, I'm happy to say, had a disqualifying conflict pursuant to section 18730 of Title II. We don't often get to do Title II. Usually we're in Title V, but it's fun stuff. Several did indicate that they have published books or otherwise completed work that could present a conflict if the committee were to discuss those materials or decide to recommend them in the model curriculum. In such cases, our instructions will be that those individuals should recuse themselves during any such discussions. So the process that I suggest for coming up with your recommendations is one that you're familiar with now. First, to ask if there are any current public school elementary or secondary teachers you would like to recommend for appointment to the Ethnic Studies MCAC. Once you have a list of recommendations in the teacher category, we'll move on to the non-classroom teacher categories. And we have 2 separate tables for those categories, but remember, those 2 tables are for those 9 non-teacher slots combined. In each category, committee members should identify the individuals you would like to recommend. Remember, use only the applicant number, not their name. After the committee makes their suggestions, you can take suggestions from the other commissioners and from the state board liaisons, and we put a place in for public comment to be heard before your final decision. So once you have the pool of applicants selected, then you can discuss the applicants and come to agreement on those you wish to recommend. We're going to help keep track using the worksheet that we used before to help ensure that you meet the requirement that a majority of teachers are on this committee, while also ensuring that these many different categories of applicants that are important to address are represented. And finally, remember that you will also need to recommend a person or persons to serve as the chair or co-chairs of the Ethics Studies MCAC. So any questions for me before I turn it back?
And so I just want to make sure that the commission is good with having a maximum of 20 members on this advisory committee. Okay, because I'm going to stick you to, I'm going to hold you to the 20. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald. As we've seen in the previous committees today, this is a common process. And I know when I was selecting the candidates myself today, I really try to keep in mind what's the purpose of this committee, what's going to be the outcome, and keeping in mind, is there a balance across the state of California when I'm selecting the candidates to represent not only the diversity, but also their experience and expertise. So as we start, remember when selecting teacher applicants, that the statute is primarily focused on grades 9 through 12, and the most of our committee members should reflect that. Also note that some candidates have expertise in multiple grade spans. Members of the SMC, are there any teacher candidates that you would like to recommend? Remember at this point that we are just recording recommendations. You do not have to provide supporting evidence or narrow the number of suggestions at this point. Okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
So I would like to recommend 430, 522, 531, 424, 444, 456, and that's the addition. 456, 486, 502, 500, 525, oh, okay.
Yeah, they moved
Never mind.
down.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so take them off then, 525. 536, 513, at 510. Did I say 474 yet or no? 474?
No, you didn't. Okay, I can go next. I have 415,
415,
415, 421. You already said 424, so 430 is listed already. 434, 438, 458,
438, sorry. Okay,
458, 500. And it might already be highlighted, I'm sorry, I can't see that far. 502, 528,
okay,
and 536.
yes.
Is that already, okay.
I can make that bigger. Does that help?
Anyone else on the committee? I'll add 494. Oh, we're not doing that section yet, right? That's on the next line. Identified experience in the related field. We're not doing that. Okay. 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 494.
Okay.
And then in the middle column, 406.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. McDonald, am I moving to the non-teacher section now?
Right, my anticipation, my understanding is that we would get all the recommendations on the table first, and then we do the discussion of the teachers, and then we do the discussion of the non-teachers.
Okay, so we're just going through all of our list right now. Okay, got it. Okay, perfect. Okay.
410? I don't know if it's on there.
410 in which section?
College.
Community college.
Okay, so I'll hold off. They've got the same ones I have.
Any other teachers?
No, I guess we don't.
Move on to non-teachers?
Yes, please. Are we ready for that? Okay. Commissioner Lara, would you like to go first, or shall I?
Sure, I can go first. 529,
529,
483, 437,
483, sorry. I'm scanning quickly, so after 483?
483, 437,
437,
478,
478,
435, 422, and 404.
And 404.
Yeah, I feel like it's Christmas.
That's right, 525 that we moved.
525. There it is.
Okay, I also share 435, so that's highlighted. 478, is that highlighted?
Yes.
529 is highlighted. 402,
402 is down here. Okay. All right.
and 414.
And 414.
Okay, any other commissioners? Okay, moving on to college and university faculty. Okay, shall I go first? Sure. Okay, 473.
Okay.
416. 427. Right there, yep. 436. And that's what I have.
For university faculty, I have 479, 517,
479, 517,
521,
517,
521.
There it is, thank you.
521 is beneath.
521,
Correct. Then 427 and 431.
431, down here. $479 is a duplicate here? Right, here we go. Oh, so okay, so let's code it, yeah. There we go. Thank you.
At 410 on that one.
410 as well? It's all
Right
right.
there. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any other members who would like to make any more recommendations?
I'd like to add 455 under California State
table?
University.
455,
Asian American.
thank you.
Okay, so at this point, thank you everyone for your recommendations. Now the members of the HSS SMC will discuss and finalize the list of recommended applicants. Remember, we must come up with a list of potential ethnic studies MCAC members that meets the requirement that current teachers make up the majority. We also need to identify someone to recommend to serve as chair or co-chairs of the Ethnic Studies MCAC. Commissioners, you can see on the screen the applicants who have been recommended. Because a majority of the Ethnic Studies MCAC members must be teachers, let's start by looking at the teachers who have been recommended for consideration. We will discuss the applicants to reach agreement on the applicants to recommend. As we discuss each applicant, keep in mind that we want a balanced panel that has experience with California's diverse student population. So, Dr. McDonald, how do we start this process? Do I keep reading this, or should we, since we've done this twice before, can we figure out how many we have? How many teachers do we have at this point?
Dr. Gregson will check my count, but at the moment I have 21 teachers recommended. You need to cut that down to 11.
Okay.
Or more.
Right.
I'm just looking at the charts, seeing that we don't have representation from the elementary grade bands.
One of the reasons was because this is a 9 through 12. Most of my focus was on 9 through 12. I did pick a couple of 6 through 8, and I know other commissioners did as well. But in the other category for administrators and K through 12, other non-teacher categories, there is experienced people that have been selected that would represent the elementary experience.
Again, just for clarification, in the past, Executive Director Gregson assisted us. Would you happen to have a breakdown of the different ethnic groups represented amongst these teachers?
Amongst this specific batch?
Yes.
Getting there.
Just to let you know, we do have, as far as representation of the entire applicant pool, you have 53 Hispanic Latinx, 10 American Indian or Alaskan Native, 27 Asian, 15 Black or African American, 3 Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, 24 white, 1 declined to state, and then 21 other. So that is your demographic breakdown of the applicant pool, but I will be tracking as we go. I'll do my best.
Do all the members want to take a look at their list of the teachers and see what are some of the common ones we have and the ones that we don't all have that are common selections? Maybe start a discussion with those. Does that make sense? So, for example, candidate number 415, kind of like if I'm the only one who's selected 415, maybe want to go through that process. Would that help? Does that help? Yes? Vice Chair Jose? Okay. All right, so. Okay, so we're going to go with 415. Okay, how about 421?
415 is green.
Yep, we're going to keep 415. How about 421? I selected 421, and I can tell you why. I chose 421 because there was special ed experience. The candidate comes from a family lineage of teachers. The parent served on school board for their district, and the candidate also showed sort of experience with policy. But I'm not attached to the candidate, so I could, if no one else is. Okay, we can take 421 off. 424.
In terms of process.
Anyone else have 420? Okay, so we're all okay on 424.
424 is green.
Yep. How about 430? 430?
Yeah, at 4:30.
Okay.
This one I chose because 18 years of teaching experience in 3 different states, taught both as adjunct at university and K through 12, was one. She has a B clad, which gives a different type of experience. And she's the only one that mentioned like parents and involving parents in ethnic studies, which I thought was really unique out of all the candidates. She had a parent ethnic studies thing that she did, which is really unique. And so she has experience in both urban and suburban areas, which kind of gives her a wide perspective. So I thought her what's called resume was actually really strong and unique and stood out compared to a lot of the other ones, which I don't want to say was a lot of the same, but I mean, when you're, a lot of them had the same key words, but those were kind of the key points that stood her out versus the other ones.
I also have to agree with you. On 430, I also selected that candidate based on the urban component and 18 years of experience and currently teaching ethnic studies. Is the team good with that? Yes. Okay, so we will keep 430. 434. I have that one. Same thing, 18 years of experience, has a PhD, first to teach ethnic studies at their school. So kind of building this cornerstone program, taking the initiative.
The person also has middle school experience.
Okay, so why don't we keep 434 also at this moment, and then we'll go back. We can put question marks on some of them if we have to.
434 is in, I'm sorry, or not?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Please keep 434. I have 438. Does anybody else? But I'm kind of not super attached to the candidate. Okay, we can take 438 off. Do you have it too?
One of the few Pacific Islanders.
Me too.
Perspective.
Pacific Islander, avid teacher. I liked the avid teacher component. I didn't see other applicants that I chose that had that avid experience. This is going to be hard.
Well, I think some of the other categories had some Asian Pacific Islanders as well. I mean, specifically Pacific Islanders as well. I mean, some of the ones I recommended were from Hmong communities, Filipino communities.
There was one, yeah.
Yeah, there was one.
Anyway, so just.
Should we just put 438 with a question mark, and then maybe we can come back?
Sure.
Okay.
Green question mark or yellow question?
However, not a green one. We're not quite ready to. We're not quite ready to.
Let's do.
Say yes.
Yeah. There you go. Literally a question mark. I like it.
Okay. How about
And a different
next-
color or just a question mark?
It's a question mark.
question mark
All
is
right.
perfect.
There we go.
The next candidate that I had was 458. Did anybody else have 458? This candidate is, brings in STEM experience, did a program scholarship for women, is an ethnic studies major, has been teaching for 10 years, but teaching social studies for 10 years. I like the fact that the candidate's been teaching sort of this women scholarship studies, but it's a male. So it was kind of an interesting perspective.
This is 458, correct?
Yeah. Question mark?
So this person almost made my list because I saw what you saw, but because I have so many other folks from the same regions, the same area, I had to make a cut. And unfortunately, this person made my cut. But I see what you're saying. I could totally see what you're saying. But when I had to put them up against some of the same area in the same geographic area, I was like, that's where I sided with some of the other folks.
Okay, so I guess we're going with a question mark.
Commissioner Laura makes a good point as far as region, making sure we have a balanced representation across the state.
Okay, next candidate is 474, is that it? Okay, 474. Somebody want to talk about that? It was not one of my selections.
Yeah, so this candidate, I'm what's it called? I'll talk about. Large urban area was a part of the original writing team of a successful research-backed program that we have actual evidence of student success. I think that kind of insight of teachers who aren't just teaching it, but have actually had researchers come in, look at the program that they've been teaching, and can I say where they're from? Is that?
How about south or north or central?
Okay, so from north, the north part of the state, a Sacramento research, what's called, their program was researched, and she was one of the original writers for the curriculum and one of the original teachers for the curriculum at this urban district, and he showed tremendous results. I think this person would be a tremendous asset as an advisor on this committee.
Does everyone think? Sure. Okay.
474. 486.
I did not select that candidate. I didn't compare to the other candidates. This candidate only has 6 years of experience. So that was one of the reasons that I had some concerns.
Trying to look at my notes on where is. Give me 1 second.
And it's. Would you be okay with us moving to next candidate and then we can come back?
That's fine.
Okay. So candidate, the next candidate is candidate 500. Any feedback on candidate 500? Are there several? Are there other commissioners who've selected candidate 500? I have this candidate as teaching kind of a continuum of levels, so teaching AP and mainstream and EL with 12 years of experience, and I like the fact that it was kind of 3 different rigor levels.
I also liked her too because she also started some of the ethnic curriculum in her own district with there, and also did some of the training with the teachers.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to give 500 a green. Is that good? Okay. And then would you like us to go back to that candidate? Were you able to find it?
Sure. So the reason in my notes they talked a lot about EL and implementing EL, and I think that's an important category for us, and that they also took the initiative in their own district too. Like actually, a lot of these candidates, it's actually a very common thing. I'm not sure that's a defining thing for these candidates, but it's nice that
It's
for
just
them.
defining for social studies.
That's right. That's right.
All the other commissioners will beat me up afterwards.
It's because social studies talks about civic engagement and having, and having a voice, et cetera. So I think that's important. And so, but really what really stood out for me was the talk about EL and EL integration. A lot of candidates touched on it. This applicant in particular went in deep on it. That's all. But I could totally see either way if this is a borderline one.
Can we put a question mark?
Yeah,
and then we can come
486?
back to
This
it?
is
Because there's a lot
486,
of other
correct?
candidates who've.
486?
Yes, please.
Question mark?
Yes, please.
And if I could just make a comment, the candidates that you've chosen are all very, very strong.
Yeah.
But when you look on relative basis, I would say 486 is probably one of the weaker.
Yeah. Okay.
Weaker of a good group. There's so many others who have, I think, other things.
I'm okay with
stronger.
with
Yes,
taking that
they're
off if
all
we have to.
champions, but it's just difficult for us.
So
Okay.
Remove the question mark.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're just not going to go with 486 at the moment. And then candidate number 502. I have that this candidate is currently teaching ethnic studies and has 16 years of experience.
I'm good with it.
Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I vote.
Yes. All right.
Five.
So we're good with that one. So if you could please give candidate 502 a green. You got it.
Done.
Okay. Is our next one 510? Okay, 510 is not. Did somebody recommend 510? Want to talk about 510?
510, give me a second. Yes, I thought this person was interesting because they teach in a suburban district. I was trying to get suburban, rural, urban areas representation. So this is a person that teaches in a suburban district right outside of the Los Angeles area. Talked about migrant ed, which I thought was unique as well. Especially since I didn't see a whole lot of candidates coming from like the Central Valley or our rural areas. And although this person teaches in a suburban area, it still had some experience with migrant ed, which is important, especially because people come and go, people migrate, and so that kind of set them apart. I'm not totally super strong on this person, but if there's a borderline person that I want to put on board, it would be this one.
Okay, so I think what we're looking at is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. And
6.
so how many do we have?
5, 6, I'm sorry, 7, yes, 7.
Okay, 7. We have 7 and we have 5 remaining, correct? Right, but I mean just under this teacher category. So okay, so but I mean from this page right here.
All right, from this page I have 522, 528, 531, 536, 494, 406, 456, 513.
Right. That you haven't discussed.
Right. What I'm saying is what we have remaining.
Yes.
So just taking a look at it. So what I wanted the commissioners to do is just to look at the remaining list. And if there's somebody that they really want to advocate for this, because we only have 5 slots left of this page as we continue. So that's what I just wanted to kind of do a backwards. Take a look at this list. And is there somebody you want to really advocate for? This is what we have left. So,
I'm tracking.
right. So we still have to kind of visit that as well. So going back to Commissioner Lara's last candidate, what number was that? Can you remind me?
510.
510. So keeping kind of just thinking about 510 for a moment. I'm going to jump and go backwards. I mean, go to the bottom of the list because there's 2 candidates that I really want to advocate for that are still remaining. But I want to ask the commissioners, are there other candidates that you have that are remaining on this list that we haven't discussed yet?
Ms. Munoz.
531.
Okay, I have 531 too.
I do too.
Okay, so if we don't need to discuss it, can we just say 531 is a go? Okay, so 531 is a green. Okay, we got that taken care of. And then,
Another one that I have on here to advocate for would be 456. And the reason I put this one in here is because here's somebody who, and this is a curveball one, right? This is a total curveball
I
one.
don't see 456 on there. Oh, got it.
Right, it's the one where 6 through 8.
Okay.
It's the curveball. It's the person that I need to help me think out of a box because they're on the task force in Southern California, in a large urban district, on a task force for ethnic studies, teaching special education in middle school, which we're going to have a fully credentialed special education teacher. We're bringing that lens in with the middle school lens, which is technically still secondary. All right, just putting that out there as well. And that's why, and I think we need that voice and perspective in order to kind of, I'm a person that, you know, we need sometimes that outside perspective to help us look inside out.
Is this the one that's native from Alaska?
American Indian?
So, and he's, what's it called? He's a native dancer as well. So he brings that experience in. So the resume is not as strong as everybody else. And I would totally understand if it's like, you know what? Doesn't fit the mold, but sometimes, well, you know what? SPED does not fit the mold.
You know what? We don't have anyone that else is that's middle school. And if this candidate has so many different variety of experiences, I have to agree with you.
This person is a K-12 special education resource teacher. They put down middle school and high school on their resume.
Okay.
I just put them in that box just because, to be honest, that's the box that had space.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner, I had 444, who is also middle school, and I think what I liked, he has an MFA in creative writing. He's national board certified. He's one of our underrepresented ethnicities. I think he's a male. I liked 444.
Okay.
So 444 was on my list as well.
Okay, let's.
Decide
are
on
you okay
4,
with
5, 6.
444.
I mean, I'm okay with 444, but I still like 456.
Okay. How about if we give 444 a green, and then we go back to 456 because there's somebody I want to advocate
Okay.
for, and then we do a final
See if we have
countdown.
room.
Okay. So there's somebody I'd like to advocate for, because keeping in mind, keeping a balance across the state of California. So from the desert area, we don't have anyone from like Palm Desert, Coachella Valley area. And that's one of the reasons this person has been teaching for 14 years, did a civil rights project with UCLA. 522.
I have that one too.
How do we feel, team, about 522?
I'm good for 522 specifically because of what you said, and that they have the rural.
Yes.
What's it called? I always have to remember.
Some disenfranchised communities across the state, right? So we want to make sure that those voices are shown. So 522, are we good with?
Can
No.
I make a note in looking at the composition of the folks mentioned? Over half those folks proposed are Latinx. We have one person from the API, Asian Pacific Islander community, and we have 2 Black folks mentioned. So just to keep that in perspective,
Okay.
I don't think we've included anyone from the Native or Indigenous communities yet either.
So I have a candidate 530, but they're not on the teacher list. They're on the non-teacher list. That would be Native populations. I don't know if I see that up there. I have 530, but
Here?
going back to Dr. Hope's question, 536. That was my one I was going to also advocate for. It's a Hmong language teacher from Fresno. This candidate would bring that Hmong population. I know Stockton has a huge Hmong population as well. So does the committee feel good with 536?
536.
That was, okay. So okay, great. So I wanted to have that Hmong and the sort of the desert experience in there too.
So I think of 456, the middle school one, it will have the Native aspect, American Indian. So I think that's super important.
Okay.
that we don't forget that. And a couple other people, later on have it as well, but that's it's my curveball.
Oh, curveball.
It's the one that wins the World Series.
Okay. I feel like I'm in an NFL draft pick.
456, did you agree on that?
Yeah, so how many do we have greens now?
I have
12.
11, and he has 12.
Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I have 12, unless I misunderstood one of your decisions.
I have 11. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I did not hear resolution on 522, so I didn't add that person.
The desert person, 522.
We added the 522.
Yeah, we did.
That means I have 13 now. Okay, I'm off.
That is 12.
Yeah, we have 12 now, so
How do we will it?
can we come back? Can we leave that? We'll look at 422 and 458. I really can't read that far, but it's the middle column, 6 through 8. Can we look at those? Yeah, there we go, 444 and 456. Can we come back after we look at the next set of?
One of those we take out?
Yeah.
Question marks here?
Yeah, we're going to leave it green, but we're going to leave question marks.
Both of the 444 and 456.
Yep. We'll see which running back gets it.
Commissioner, remember 456, if I'm not mistaken, is actually a K-12 resource specialist. So even though he's in middle, I think we can have 2 there because he's not solely.
No, you're absolutely right, but I think when we go back, it'll give all of us a chance to just kind of revisit the resumes. So I want to just revisit the resume to kind of, okay. All right, so looking at K-12 now. So I have, so starting with 404. I don't have that one. From this page, we're picking 9, correct?
9
Okay.
Yes.
So how many do we have? One,
But
two,
includes, so your 9 includes any applicants from this table and the next table, which includes all of the professors.
Okay,
Just
so
to
we
be
have
clear, at the
10 on
moment-
this page.
Sorry.
At the moment, you have 8.
We have 8 on that second
12
page.
on the, you picked 12 on the first page at the moment, even though some of them are flagged as possible deletions.
Right. I mean, on this page, we have how many highlights? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 highlights, I think, on this page, roughly. How many highlights do we have on the next page? Can you just?
You have 10 each on the non-teachers and on the
Yikes.
college university faculty.
So can we do it again where we go with the ones that we all agree on first? Those green.
Okay, so we have.
Can I have a reminder for you? The legislation does speak to the necessity of having broad representation from the CSU-UC.
So should we do that first now?
Well,
Make sure
here's
we
the
do that.
thing. On these 2 pages, we have to pick 9 candidates. Right now, we have roughly 20 candidates on those 2 pages, so we need to narrow the list down. So as Dr. Gregson mentioned, we're going to need to pick some faculty from college level. So do we want to take a look at the 3rd page and say we want to roughly have 4 from that page, and from the 2nd page, we want to roughly have 5? Or kind of keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be, but more college.
Dr. McDonald, can you go back to the legislation, please?
Sure.
And look at the advisory committee representation that's stated in the legislation.
I don't have the legislation in front of me. I do have what I quoted it in the talking points.
Yes, can you please use that? Thank you.
So the statute says that, this is from 51226.7, the model curriculum shall be developed with participation from faculty of ethnic studies programs at universities and colleges with ethnic studies programs, and a group of representatives of local educational agencies.
So that's your teachers. The representatives from your local education agencies are your teachers, and then you look at your faculties. And it could be admins as well, but just to keep in mind.
So if I can, please. So what I did when I looked at this is I wanted to make sure that I had representation from each one of the major fields. And I was actually an advocate to do 5 from this one and also have an other, because ethnic studies is an interdisciplinary field, but it's also filled by ethnicity as well. And so, in other words, you want somebody that specializes in African American studies, but then you want somebody who's in other related fields that has a wide verse as well. So you kind of want both. So I actually chose 5 out of this field specifically because of that. And let me tell you, oh my gosh, was it difficult. like, wow, like I've read some of these people's books, like I studied, you know, and it's just like, wow. So it was really difficult for me to do. And I'm sure for many of us here as well.
If I can make a quick comment, as an outsider, looking at that, where the regulations say you're supposed to have a balanced amount of university people, you have nobody from the UC system.
They charge too much.
I'm shocked that there is nobody from the UC system.
Okay, I did have candidate 524, and they pulled out their application. So, no, you're right. Visually, looking at it. So I'm going to go back to the commissioners from this committee. Taking a look at this page, who are some candidates that you've nominated that you absolutely feel would benefit this overall process and the outcome of the MCAC?
So,
for me, it is candidate 473 and 427. And I've looked at other highlights that I have, but if I had to narrow it down, I would choose those two.
Are we in agreement?
So I agree with 427, specifically because 427, 427 represents a department that has the largest Department of Ethnic Studies in the country, and having that background and expertise brings a lot of weight. So 427 was definitely on my list. Was it on anybody other commissioners' list? Yeah. Yeah?
Okay.
So let's do that green.
Okay, so
All right,
427
make
is
that
a green.
Yeah.
And I am going to advocate for 473. Wait, hold on. I made a mistake. Hold on. 473, why did I like that candidate? Okay, the reason I picked this candidate because they did a PhD in ethnic studies from a university that's top 4 in the country for ethnic studies. They served as a chair for a department, and they have 27 years of experience. And the reason that I chose this particular university is because they were very forthcoming in helping to build an ethnic studies program for my previous district. The faculty members came forward, and I felt like there was a lot of passion and there was a lot of giving back. So I thought this candidate would bring that component.
I'm going to want to jump in. I agree with you because not only when I read the application, it's a broad cross of ethnic studies, Asian American, Chicano, African American, Native American, a lot of experience. So I agree with you. I'd like to do 473.
Green?
And I don't know if UC Berkeley
And
still
so-
ranks number 4. They might even be higher, but I just feel like they have an intense ethnic studies department, and that would really benefit the MCAC.
And so for me, the only thing I would say to that was that I also chose, besides that person, I was actually weighing that person against another pick that I wanted to have, which was 521, which is still in that same Asian American studies category. And 521, if we're only going to pick one from there, I would say 521 over 473, even though both of them are stellar, and I would love both of them to be on there. 521, huh?
Yeah,
We're
you
gonna
can have both.
Okay. Just 521, if I could speak on 521, I know I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but 521, again, implemented one of the first ethnic studies programs in the state. In a large urban district. It's very hard to do across 10 different high schools. Highly successful program that's being used as a model in not just California, but in other states. It's a researched program that showed increases in attendance, increases in grade level with some of the hardest to serve kids available. Using a Pinoy Filipino lens for ethnic studies, which is really unique. 521 is a very, very strong candidate and very well respected in the ethnic studies world as well. I mean, I'm good with putting both of them out there, but I was kind of weighing between both of those, and I ended up with 521 instead of 473. But if we can have both, without messing up my other picks, I would love it.
I think we'll go ahead, if it's okay with the, I want to keep saying team, but committee. If it's okay with the committee, can we go ahead and highlight 473 and 521 in green? Okay. All right. Okay, moving to the middle screen, and we can come back. Let's just take a look at the middle screen, and then we'll come back. Now we know what we have to work with.
And so with that, I'm looking at the African American studies. I want to make sure that we have representation and the Native American studies. I mean, this is native land.
Yep.
And for those, we only have two there. The Native American study one actually fits two groups, but that person came out really strong as well. A rural area of the state, fits multiple categories, have multiple experiences, county of ed experience in particular, community college experience.
Are you doing 484?
Which number are you
Doing
talking about?
479. 479.
479.
Correct. I'm doing 479. You want to take a look at that, respected by some nations, native nations here in the state, recognized by them. Out of the other native candidates, I thought she came out the strongest. And then the other one was the African American Studies, chair of her department for many, many years, really well respected, not just a professor, but on 517.
Wait, you just did 479, right?
479 for the Native American Studies, and 517 for the African American Studies. And I'm talking about both of them because those are the only ones highlighted in those categories right now.
479.
Yeah. And she's taught for 21 years, ethnic studies.
Sorry, what candidate number? 411.
Mm.
Just going back to 411, okay, just looking at 479.
Is there any objections
Totally
to that?
agree
Yeah.
with that one, but I want to look at 411 too. Okay.
They're not on my list at all. Oh, there's some other ones.
Okay, so between 411 and 479, what does the committee?
I know.
11 and 517.
Right, 572.
Okay, I was going back to, did we ever address Commissioner Lara's 479?
I thought we were good with that. I'm not sure.
Are we good with 479? Yeah. Okay, so then we need to highlight that in green. Okay, now moving on to, what number did you say?
517.
These up here.
Okay.
You have to have Native American representation.
Yeah. So looking at African American and Native American candidates, we have several right there. So I think as a committee, we need to take a look at those, relook at those applications and
Right. Right.
Change it to what? Wow. Oh, I see.
It helps us visually.
Yeah,
say,
there we
not
go.
Check off the Native American representation.
Okay.
We still don't have UC representation at all, so.
The 411. Brings in the research base and not also the international, because by teaching in South Africa
That's also going to help.
So candidate 411 is a research fellow at the Center for Study of Race and Ethnicity at Stanford. 21 years teaching experience.
May I suggest as you're looking at 411 that you also look at 516?
Yeah, I'm looking at 516. Oh, wow, that is really hard.
I think the professors are going to be hard.
I think between 411 and 516, mine would be more 411 because the content is more specific than anthropology and sociology. I mean, those are conducive to the field of ethnic studies, but I think candidate 411 is more specifically more aligned to the curriculum that the students will be learning. And there's oftentimes in high schools that they have those electives, anthropology, sociology, psychology. So Vice Chair Flores, how do you feel about 411 and 57? Okay. Is everyone good with 411?
I'm not, but well, I'll go with it.
Well, what would you,
I'll support it.
Tell us what your hesitation is, or who are you?
You know, both are very qualified, so I could totally see us going for that. I just the 517. It's just she's really. I mean, because I know this person, she's really well respected in the African American community, both the activist community and in the in the field of ethnic studies. She's been the chair of Pan-African Studies at Cal State Los Angeles. I visited her class before, and it's a diverse class, and she's teaching Pan-African Studies to a diverse group of students. She's had to fight for that program like crazy. She's really passionate about ethnic studies because they've been trying to close down that program for a while. And knowing all of that is why I'm really, really passionate about having her. But I just want to be honest, both are very, very well qualified to be on this committee. But that's the other background information that's not on the resume that I just know because of my, my experience in this field.
Well, we kind of need a candidate that's in the University of California faculty too.
Right.
So I think we just, from our criteria, it's one of those that we need to meet. So I think we're going to go ahead and do 411 as green.
Can you do both? Is there room for both?
We can come back because we need to pick some from the middle page.
Question mark?
Yeah.
So just to.
So so we're going to go ahead and scroll up to the middle area right here.
I would add, in addition to other fields like women and gender studies, sociology, there were a lot of strong candidates who identified being in colleges of education, working on urban schooling, candidates that had actually done research on ethnic studies pedagogies within the College of Education. So those are candidates you also might want to consider as well, and that they have maybe not content-specific expertise, but have conducted research around the success or the effectiveness of ethnic studies within K-12 classes.
And so one of those is 431. That candidate is highly respected across the country about ethnic studies. Her research work, the NEA published the social and academic effects of ethnic studies, really helped launch the whole ethnic studies movement across the state, and is really used as a basis both in multiple court cases in Arizona and other places in favor of ethnic studies, and as well has been cited by people in the state assembly and the Senate as a seminal work, research-based work on why we need ethnic studies at the school sites. 431 particularly. And I also find it what's called amazing that as a self-identified white woman in the field of ethnic studies is really highly respected by many ethnic studies scholars, authors, and her really expertise is in multicultural education. She really brings that interdisciplinary field kind of perspective that's really necessary to move this work forward.
Okay. What about the other candidate that's highlighted? Is that 516? So if we're looking at those two candidates,
Yes, I propose 516, but as a contrast to 411.
Okay.
But I think 531 would be the better for that category.
431?
431.
Okay.
431.
Then let's go ahead and go with 431. Okay. So we have 6 on this page. So far we have 18. Right? So we have 18 so far. We have 2 left, but we really should be taking 1 off the teacher page. So we have about 3 to pick from this page. So
You need to go up here first.
would everyone like to look at their picks and see who they would like to send to Sunday draft pick? No, I'm just kidding. Who's playing for your team this Sunday? Let me just see. I have 435.
Could you tell me where 403 is? That one that, because I did a quick search on urban schooling.
403 is over
and
here.
was very, very impressive on this application.
Other fields.
Has a doctorate in education with emphasis in urban schooling from UCLA.
So because the professors are all going to have doctorates, right? I don't think that's going to be defining for our professors. But this person came out really strong as well when I was looking at that.
Private and out-of-state faculty. Okay.
We can highlight it in yellow for the moment if you'd like. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the middle page. Now, taking a look at this list, we have 3 candidates. So is there a candidate that you've selected that you really feel, once again, would really benefit the MCAC? So I'm going to start off with candidate 435. Well, we have 3 because we have 12 on the teacher page. We need to take 1 off.
You have some question marks up here.
Yeah, we need to
444
take 1 off
456.
from the teacher page. Okay,
And so the one I have for the admin or others is 529.
So going back first, can we highlight from the middle page? I'm sorry, from the middle page. Can we just discussed 3. I mean, we just mentioned 3 so far. 435, could you put that in pink, please? And then Commissioner Flores, didn't you mention a number? 437, female Arab, okay. Okay, and then you mentioned
529.
529. Okay, so those are what's been suggested so far. Are there others from this page that the committee wants to recommend? Would you like to have discussion on these 3 that we've selected?
Oh, can we?
Okay,
I'm good with that.
so now I think we were going to go back and take a look at the 6. I can't read the numbers, but 4. It's my fault. My glasses are in a really good spot there in my car. 444 and 450. It was so smoky this morning that I needed my glasses to drive. So 444 and is it 456?
Yes.
Yeah. So between those two candidates, I think if we eliminated one, it would give us the 9 that we need.
So 444, both of them are very strong candidates. Both of them have that middle school thing going on. My curveball is just because it's my curveball, and that's 456. Again, once again, special ed teacher, really interested in ethnic studies, brings the Native perspective. Once again, that's always needed. That's what sets that person apart. 444 is biracial. I think it was Latino and Asian. I think it was Korean, part Korean. African American. Okay. Would be very strong as well. I would side with 456. It doesn't mean I'm right as well. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right.
I think you need to look a little bit at ethnicity. I would recommend 444.
Yeah, let's do that.
Make a final decision.
Yeah, I want to see the Native American count versus African American count.
That's a good.
We definitely do not have enough Native American count in comparison to the 20 candidates right now. Just because statistically the whole applicant pool was a lot less. The majority of the applicants were Latino.
Yeah.
At the moment, I have 2 white members, and again, this is just picking people because I know some of them were multiracial, but we have 9 Hispanic, 5 Asian, 3 African American, 1 American Indian, counting 456, and 1 other, which is Arab American.
Well, maybe you should look at pulling from the 9 through 12 Hispanic population choices.
Drop someone.
Take somebody else out
So
then.
let's take somebody else out. 12. All right, so everybody want to go take a look at this?
Which?
This time we're going to look at all the greens in 9 through 12 and what's a green that we can live with taking out.
I'm okay with 415. I have that one as green myself.
I have 415 as green too, so let me see.
So I would also note that 415 represents the north area. You have a lot of south representation and not as many north.
So in that case, maybe the question should be.
Sorry, this candidate 415 has 6 years of National Park Service experience, and I think that is important also to bring out diversity in, especially speaking of environment. I think all regional geography, I think all of those influence ethnic studies.
So if you look at candidates 522 and 502, they have similar demographics.
Can you repeat those numbers one more time, please?
522 and 502. They have similar demographics. So if you can look between those 2 candidates.
is Desert, Coachella, and 502 is LA.
Right.
So are you guys okay with eliminating 502 because we have some other LA? Yes. Okay.
All right.
Goes back to yellow. Okay.
Also good.
Yeah, that's so good. It's so hard. I'm so glad I'm not applying for a job among these people.
Right? That's what I said.
And all the pinks on this page. My resume
Do you want me to? Do you want me to read the list of who I have? We can all make sure we have the same.
Yes, please, Dr. McDonald. Thank you.
From the teacher page, starting in the 6-8 column, 444 and 456. In 912, 415, 424, 430, 434, 474, 500, 522, 531, 536. That's from the non-teachers, 435, 437, 529. From the college university faculty, first column 473 and 479. Second column 411. Third column 521, 427, and 431.
So Now that we have a list of applicants to consider for recommendation, I would like to invite comments from commissioners who are not on the HSS Subject Matter Committee and State Board Liaisons. Commissioners, do you have any comments on the list of applicants? Okay. State Board Liaisons, do you have any comments?
I agree with your review of the overall applicant pool. You all did a fantastic job, not only of looking at the applicants, but considering geographic distribution as well as areas of expertise. I think this is going to be a very exciting and wonderful panel to do the work that you're charging them to do. Congratulations on these deliberations.
Thank you. I believe that we have come to an agreement on a list of applicants to recommend and now are ready to take formal action. I need a motion to move, I need a motion to forward to the full IQC applicants for recommendation to the State Board for appointment to the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Board. I did
so
not
move.
list all the applicants, but Dr. McDonald did.
I second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Lara. Is there a second to the motion? Who is the first? Commissioner
Flores.
Flores. Thank you. Commissioner Flores made the first and Commissioner Lara made the second. Is there any discussion of the motion? Any final comments from HSS Subject Matter Committee members? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from State Board Liaisons? Is there any public comment on the motion? I believe that we are ready to vote. Remember, only members of the Subject Matter Committee can vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Anyone abstain from voting? The motion passes. Now that we've recommended applicants to the Ethnic Studies MCAC, I need a motion to recommend an applicants to serve as chair, co-chairs of the Ethnic Studies MCAC. Are there any applicants you wish to recommend?
Yes. I would like to recommend 430 and 431.
Can you remind us who they are?
Can I say their names now?
Well, no, just who
Just
they are.
wanna look at-
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you have a cheat sheet? 430, I see 18 years of experience. And 431 is a faculty member.
So if I speak on it, 430 was the one that I said that brought the parent thing into the ethnic studies. Also had ballet folklorico experience, bringing the arts into ethnic studies. The person with the B-clad, 18 years experience, taught in multiple states. Answered exactly the right answer to the, what's it called, the SPED question and the EL question. Very well-rounded person that I think would do a great job.
Okay. Can I recommend a candidate? I'd like to recommend candidate 424. 14 years of teaching experience, teaching ethnic studies currently to high school. Brings in a multitude of experiences. So this particular teacher doesn't have as much experience as one of your candidates, but this teacher brings in experience of living it as well.
If I can just, kind of put this into consideration for the committee and the commission, is that the chairs work directly with myself and our staff. So it's really important that we have chairs that are very collaborative and have the facilitation skills for a large group. And so if you can look in the applications to see if you see any hints or experience with that type of facilitation, that type of work, that would really be a benefit to the productivity and the efficiency of the committee, because we only have this committee for 3 meetings.
with a lot of work to be done. So it's really important that our co-chairs are able to be collaborative, not only with each other, but also with the committee and our staff.
Yes.
Well, I still like, I think it's 473. She does have collaboratives. She's the one who's crossed all the ethnic studies, and she's on the school board. She's the one with the PhD from Berkeley in urban studies. Ethnic studies. She has a master's in sociology, and her.
Is she one of our final
Yes,
selected?
She's right here. She's a.
Okay.
And she, let me see what else. There was something really strong. Oh, she's got the bachelor's in urban studies and sociology, and it seems to me that she's worked collaboratively with a lot of different communities. I would just consider her.
I'd also like to have you consider for 531. Dr. Grayson was saying, they're only here for a short time, and looking at the resume at this particular individual, he has expertise in bringing people together, working collaboratively as part of lead writer in the AB 216 project through the California Department of Education. He has expertise as a lead teacher and has done numerous presentations across the state. He also has quite a bit of support in bringing people together. I would highly like you to consider him.
Okay, so do we have candidates, and this might be out of order. We have 430, 431, 473, 424, and 531. Okay. So are there any other recommendations for chair, co-chair? Okay. So taking a look at this list, we might want to decide based on different levels of what they're teaching. So if it's it might be helpful to have a college professor mixed with a teacher, right? So we might want to perhaps consider it like that. We might want to take a look at regions as far as Northern, Southern California, Central California, that kind of.
So I think only one of them is a professor, and that's 431, if
Okay.
I'm correct. So can we agree on that one, and then we could do a process of elimination for the other one?
Sure. Is that good?
473 is community college, so that's not truly a professor, but.
I apologize, correct.
I mean, it is.
Higher ed.
It is higher ed, thank
Higher
you.
ed. But I would really go with the 431, just because this is a person, once again, long time experience from Northern California, really highly respected in the field. Her research is really used in multiple fields, not just ethnic studies, but also in the field of education, a lot of ed departments. I know I had to read her work when I was getting my teaching credential. And so I really feel that having that multi-layer look, interdisciplinary look versus one specific field gives her the edge versus the other person.
Okay. So 431. Is everyone, do we need to make a motion for that applicant number?
At the end.
For both? Okay, so 431. So then, looking at the remainder of the list, we have,
So 473 does not stay in the running, is that correct? For co-chair.
right, so we're going to take a look at 430, 424,
424, 430, and
531. Commissioner Tonkovich, are you okay with that?
The one that you chose from the 473, it was 411. Which one was it?
431 was chosen because of the expertise in the field and the location being in the Bay Area. And
well, the 473 is in the Bay Area, correct? No?
If you look at experience level, there's a difference.
I thought one was 27 years and one was 30 years, but it could be the educational experience is different. I was looking also at their degrees. That 431 seems a strong candidate, but her degrees are in education. But instead of the content.
So do we want to take a look at 473 and 431?
I'll go with, the consensus.
Thank you.
Committee, I mean, are you okay with that? I mean, we want to put the best person forward. for this work?
I think that's important because we have to have a diversity of experiences. I think that's one of the things that the students said when they came up and spoke at an earlier report. This person brings that that's non-specific field perspective that we need. And once again, I just want to say that her research on ethnic studies, a national research project that she did, where she did a survey study commissioned by the NEA to look at all ethnic studies programs, is seminal work in the what's called the movement of expanding ethnic studies across the state and the nation. That makes her highly respected, and we want to make sure that we have people who are highly respected in this field to be advisors to this, so we can have credibility when we come out with the finished product, and we don't have a line of people yelling at us saying this isn't real ethnic studies.
Well, like all of the projects that CDE does, this is a milestone project.
Absolutely.
So is the committee comfortable with pushing forward candidate 431? Commissioner Tonkovich, are you comfortable with that?
So is that our most distinguished, higher ed candidate?
That the committee at this moment has agreed on, but that doesn't mean that we know every applicant really well. That this has been from our review. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Do you think we should?
She's yes, definitely.
So I know Commissioner Lara how he feels, but I want to know how everyone else feels about candidate 473. We're talking about all of the students in California, so no pressure.
You mean candidate 431 is the chair or co-chair, correct?
We are debating between 431 and 473. Okay, so is everyone comfortable with 431 over 473?
Yes.
Okay, so 431, and then of our teachers, we have 430, 424, and 531. And
Risha, can you repeat those numbers again?
sure, absolutely. 430, 424, and 531. Okay. Commissioner Lara, do you want to talk about your candidate?
Sure.
Candidate number?
Candidate 430.
Okay.
Once again, this is a candidate with a B clad. I think the other candidates do not have a B clad. I think that's important because we're talking language here. And it's important that somebody has that expertise, writing expertise. She has a dual credential, I believe, both in social studies and English, seeing that this is an interdisciplinary field. That's what's going to set her apart. She has what's called experience as a Floricódico advisor as well, and running a parent ethnic studies institute. Bringing ethnic studies to the parents, which is really strong as well. She has taught special ed, well, not directly, but within her classes. Talked about teaching ELs in her classes as well. 18 years teaching both in California, Texas, and Arizona, in rural and not rural, I don't think rural areas, but I think it was in urban and suburban areas. So for me, she hits multiple boxes. Right? And I always love to see, because ethnic studies is an interdisciplinary field, how we bring writing, how we bring the arts, how we bring other areas into ethnic studies. And like I said, the thing that really set her apart for me over everybody else was the parent angle. And that she's the only candidate out of all the candidates that talked about ethnic studies and parents and that piece. I think she's the only one that mentioned the word parent in anywhere. And I think that's important when you're talking about anything in education, but especially ethnic studies.
Okay, wonderful. What about candidate 531? Who recommended that?
He's been a teacher for LA Unified, so the southern area, but he's also working up here. So he knows the people up here. He knows how the political workings of the department here. And he's been an advocate for ethnic studies throughout the state. He's also a renowned author, and he's done some research. He doesn't mention the parents, but as a high classroom teacher, they're working on the parents daily with their kids in that regards. He's also working in continuing ed too. So we have the kids with the interventions, and we know from our presentation earlier that ethnic studies does help with bringing attendance and meeting the needs of students that need intervention and want to keep in school, stay in school.
Okay. So the reason I advocated for 424 is the teacher was not an ethnic studies major. I just felt like there was something about this candidate that tells me that they are at the ground level, working with the kids on the front lines, and using the book, Ronald Takaki's book, A Different Mirror to Teach the Classroom, and kind of blazing the trail and talking about the candidate writes, you must have the wow factor when teaching the course. And that is absolutely true for having been teaching ethnic studies for 15 years in my career. And that's one of the reasons I felt like this candidate would have the ability to bring different groups of people together in a loaded subject such as ethnic studies. So I think experience and having all of these expertise is great, but when you're in a leadership role, I think there's other qualities that are essential to leading a group as well.
We just do a poll to see where we are right now in terms of, or I mean,
I
we've
kind of
heard
want to
about the
have more
three
of a
candidates.
discussion to come with a consensus than do a poll, because it feels, so I think I'm willing to concede my candidate if everybody is really like loving a specific group. My purpose is to make sure that we provide the best candidates to get the work done. Chairs have a different role instead of when people are actually on a committee serving their role. Chairs are in a leadership role, and they have opportunities to influence decision. So I want to take that into consideration as we're thinking of the people we're going to put forward. And it's 5 minutes to 5.
I'm just thinking of ways to narrow it. And if one way to narrow it is are any of these candidates from like the same region? I mean, if we already chose 431, I believe.
Can I throw out their gender balance as well to consider for chairs? You have
My candidate is African American male.
Have a woman, Christine, 431 already selected, perhaps choosing a male for your other co-chair.
Are you good with that?
Board member.
Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Rucker.
Let me give you a little advice, because I'm watching you all kind of get stuck on this particular decision. I want you to look at your own dais, and each of you has served at various points, and some of you will soon serve in a leadership role as a chair of a subject matter committee. And I want you to think about, in preparing yourself to come to these meetings and to facilitate these agenda items, what is it you wanted to make sure you accomplished? And in reviewing your performance as the chair, facilitating and leading the discussion on those agenda items, how did you rate or evaluate yourself in doing that work? We've seen different personalities around this table do this work, but we've seen those same very diverse personalities exert and grow as leaders. What I'm hearing in this conversation is you're trying to select somebody to chair and co-chair this committee, and you're expecting them to already do the work rather than grow into a relationship with their committee members and with the committee as they develop and become a team. Maybe what you want to think about as you're looking at your co-chairs is not only the work that they're being tasked to do, because their expertise and their background is without question. So what you want to think about is what in their resumes, which thankfully is not 37 pages long, what in their resumes suggests to you, or at least verifies to you, a level of comfort with their ability to do the work of leadership. That's different from content qualifications. That's also very different from the work that they already do in their day job. You're tasking them to do something different. So when you look at their resumes, what is it that tells you, yes, I believe this person not only can take on this job, but can grow and create a team that can do the work that we need to do. Maybe that might help you break what it is you're trying to consider here, I hope.
And thank you, Board Member Rucker. That was the reason why I talked about from the very beginning. And we're looking for people who have collaboration skills, facilitation skills, community building skills. So as you look at these three candidates, those are the skills that you're looking at when you're reviewing their applications and their resume. So really the question is, who out of those three shows within their resume and the application the ability to build community, to facilitate and collaborate?
So with that, I would suggest to re-look closely at 531 because this individual has extensive community building skills.
Okay. Any discussion on that? I'm good with 531.
And so I prefer 430 versus 531, although I think 531 will do a great job, marvelous job. But this then again, we're like, I feel like we're splitting hairs sometimes. But I believe that 430 will do a great job just because of all the different leadership roles they played in multiple districts. I mean, from Florgotical dance team advisor to what's it called? Ethnic Studies parent engagement advisor, department chair, English across the curriculum, part-time assistant administrator, professional development cadre member, adjunct lecturer, high school teacher, what they're currently doing in multiple districts. That's diverse perspectives. That's working in different systems. That's knowing different systems. That's important knowledge to bring into it. The other person will do a fabulous job as well. Has been working on ethnic studies and ethnic studies specific stuff across the state of California for a while. I have no doubt that no matter what we choose, it's going to be a great choice. That's my way of making it harder.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the team, and if our criteria is community building and some of the things that have been mentioned, keeping that in light, are we comfortable as a committee to recommend 431 and
531.
531.
531? Yeah, that's what I was, the one we already decided on, thank you, Commissioner Reese, that Chair Reese, the one we already decided on was 431. But for our next candidate, I know, Commissioner Lara, you had lots of wonderful things to say, and I agree with you on 430, but would you be okay with 531?
I would be okay with it.
Committee, would you be okay with 531?
Yes.
Okay, so I think I need a motion, don't I?
Sure, I move that we appoint 531 and 431 as chairs, co-chairs of the Ethnic Studies Committee.
Second.
Excellent. So is there any discussion on the motion? So we have Commissioner Lara, seconded by Commissioner Munoz. Any final comments from the subject matter committee members? Are there any commissioners not on the committee who would like to comment? Are there any comments from the state board liaisons? Is there any public comment? I believe we are ready to vote. Remember, only members of the subject matter committee can vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There's nothing from a abstaining one, but anyone abstaining? Okay. Thank you, committee and staff. The subject matter committee has taken very important actions today. I want to thank all of the committee members for their contributions to the discussions and the decision-making process. I also want to thank the other commissioners, the state board liaisons, the members of the public, there were none, who provided comments and suggestions today. Finally, I want to express my appreciation of the Seaford staff for guiding us through our actions today. I look forward to our involvement in the development of the 2020 Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. Is there any public comment? Thank you, everyone. It was truly a milestone and truly rewarding. When I started the commission, it was starting with history, social science, and I'm ending it with model curriculum for ethnic studies. It's a dream come true. It truly is, so. Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Okay.